stellar worker. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401 Dao Ting. A small town. A winding river flows through its center, and the main road is paved with bluestone. Amidst a hazy drizzle, a night watchman bangs a gong, walking the streets and alleys, announcing, the Liang Dao Court's annual spiritual testing ceremony is about to begin. Any child with spiritual roots will be enrolled in school, with free food and lodging, and can even become a high-ranking immortal master. Send 10-year-old children to the town threshing ground immediately. No one will be accepted after they're late. At the threshing ground, children, accompanied by their parents, were already waiting, their faces apprehensive as an old man with white hair and beard was palpating their bones. No spiritual roots, the old man, seemingly a sage, was actually only an early-stage key training cultivator. He was too reluctant to even use a spirit-testing talisman, and performed the technique himself, slowly and deliberately. As soon as he spoke, the little girl across from him sobbed and burst into tears. The old man, accustomed to this scene, said calmly, next, no spiritual roots, no spiritual roots, no spiritual roots. In the world of immortal cultivation, spiritual roots are inherently rare. The old man, nonchalant, took another breath and continued to cast his spell. Suddenly, he looked across at a chubby little boy with a chubby face. He saw a tiny, multicolored, and very short light emanating from his forehead. Low-grade, mixed spiritual roots, can enter the academy, the old man nodded and announced. Thank you, Immortal Master. Thank you, Immortal Master. A farming couple hugged their son and thanked him profusely. No need to thank me, this is the rule of the Dao Court. The old Immortal Master shook his head and had the clerk beside him write it down. Your family has produced an immortal seedling, and you are exempt from taxes for 3 years. Okay, next. For some reason, a hint of reluctance seemed to flicker in his eyes. Looking at the little boy's back, he seemed to see his past self again. The unification of the immortal cultivation world has indeed extended its tentacles into every aspect. High in the sky, Fang Xing sat on the clouds, observing the events in the small town below with indifference. The Liang Palace governs the Liang immortal cultivation world, establishing schools in every mortal town and gathering immortal seedlings. All the spiritual veins in the world are under the control of the Dao Court. I'm afraid there aren't many fertile grounds for independent cultivators here. The so-called Liang Dao Court was actually the outer gate of the Liang Palace. What a prosperous scene! Fairy Kion saw this scene, and felt a hint of envy. A prosperous era for immortal cultivation? Haha, Fang Xing suddenly sneered. His spiritual sense was far greater than Fairy Kion's, and his ability to penetrate deeper and deeper allowed him to see more. At that moment, with a few flashes of light in the void, several jade slips landed in Fang Xing's hands. He casually tossed them to Fairy Kion. This is the so-called introductory training method for the academy. Take a look. Fairy Kion's consciousness entered the slips and nodded gently. The grass and tree secret, the bright king skill, indeed, they're rudimentary, You see, these techniques may be simple, but they harbor sinister intentions. They're the exclusive methods of medicine men and miners. Fang Xing smiled and shook his head. Cultivating immortals, in the end, you won't even touch the path of true foundation building. You might even shorten your lifespan, using your own essence to cultivate spiritual herbs. Well, if your aptitude for cultivation is low, you might never achieve foundation building in your lifetime, and you'll be reduced to such labor, Fairy Kion replied weakly. After all, there are similar cultivators at the bottom of Piaomio Immortal Palace, but it's not so simple and direct, and there are additional compensations. But with the current Dao Court ruling the country, it's clear that there's no compensation. After all, they have no external enemies and don't need to worry about criticism. Even if the lower-level cultivators were in an uproar, the higher-level cultivators could suppress it with a wave of their hands, moving mountains and seas. If it's a child with outstanding talent, there should still be hope of joining the Liang Palace. Fairy Kion had just finished speaking when Fang Xing took her and flew to a large city. There are quite a few promising talents in the academy below, at least with top-grade spiritual roots, Fang Xing scoffed. It seems they're learning Taoist military techniques, which contain secret doors. If triggered, they will sever their meridians and cause death. And it's too rudimentary. I'm afraid their hope of forming a dan in this lifetime is slim, let alone a nascent soul. Aren't you afraid that the sex inheritance will be cut off? Fairy Kyong asked in surprise. It's easy to guess what's going on. It's nothing more than family-based, aristocratic rule. The descendants of higher-ranking cultivators within the Liang Palace are probably tens of millions, and we can easily select the best from among them. As for the promotion channels within the Liang Dao court, they're not exactly unique, but they're increasingly narrow. Fang Xing shook his head. They rely on plundering the resources of the entire cultivation world to continuously produce a steady stream of divine transformations. But forget about refining void ascension. The soul-searching divine beggar Xianzhen, was well aware of this. The Liang Palace today was a facade of glittering beauty, yet its interior was rotten. Perhaps, this was the kind of corruption that comes with the absence of external enemies? Is it so? Fairy Kyong said, a little incredulous. Isn't it normal for cultivators who prioritize resources to eventually develop a monopoly? Fang Xing laughed. From what I understand, within the Liang Palace, there are 4 lineages, the Hui, Li, Sun, and Jin, who rotate power. Then there's the Danding lineage, the Jianyang lineage, and so on. They're all united, fighting against dissidents and recruiting only their own people. And all the spiritual veins in the Dayang immortal world belong to the Liang Palace. Those who disobey will die. All cultivation techniques are taboo, and anyone who dares to teach them outside the academy will be executed. In such a world, the lower-level cultivators must be desperate. Yet, power rests solely with the cultivators themselves. As long as the Liang Palace consistently produces divine transformation masters, the lower-level cultivators are powerless to resist. Even the most exceptional immortal seedlings, cultivating Daobing techniques, can only reach the Danjin stage. Would they risk their lives to defeat divine transformation? This kind of rule has endured for tens of thousands of years, and it's conceivable it could continue for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. Without external interference, it could continue like this. What's even more ridiculous is that back then, this world of immortal cultivation was controlled by the Jialong King's court, and humanity was treated like livestock. Back then, the Liang Palace was humanity's savior, fighting with the fervor of 600 generations to overthrow the Jialong King's court, making great contributions to humanity. Fang Xing sighed silently, but now it's completely decayed. Don't you have it coming to sweep the world? I wonder if you plan to preach here? Fairy Kyong asked with a charming smile, her eyes flickering. No, I'll plunder this Dayang world of immortal cultivation and give it to you, Praomeo Immortal Palace, without a doubt, Fang Xing said calmly. But inwardly, she added, just consider it a tip, then I thank you in advance, the Praomeo Palace Master said with a charming smile. But I wonder how you plan to proceed. Such a decaying force, even with its 6th-tier formations, is like withered bones in a grave. With the fall of the divine beggar Venerable, the supreme military power has suddenly been unbalanced. They might even start fighting among themselves. Fang Xing sneered. The gate of Liang Palace is located on Dayang Mountain. It's an immense, towering mountain range, stretching for an incalculable distance, reaching a height of 1,000 miles. It's said to be the ancestral vein of Dayang's immortal cultivation world. Such a rich spiritual energy. The core is probably of the 6th grade upper grade. Fang Xing sighed as he reached the 1,000-mile-high mountain. What a waste of natural resources, Fairy Kyong echoed his sentiment. Has internal strife already begun? Fang Xing's spirit sensed the surge of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, and suddenly spoke. Has the fighting already begun? Fairy Kyong's eyes lit up. It seems the previous tranquility in the human world was just an illusion. After all, they're at the bottom of the hierarchy. No matter how the bigwigs fight, it doesn't matter to them. Those who should be medicine men will continue to be medicine men, those who should be miners will continue to be miners, and the same goes for the Taoist soldiers. Fang Xing muttered inwardly, then formed a hand seal. A hazy light enveloped the two of them, and then they disappeared. Upon reaching the mountain top, they saw magnificent palaces stretching for thousands of miles. Meanwhile, a 1,000-foot-tall pitch-black dragon was wreaking havoc within Liang Palace. Why hasn't the mountain protection formation been activated? Fairy Kyong immediately sensed something was amiss. It's been sabotaged from within. It's truly a case of internal strife. Fang Xing shook his head, observing the 4 great divine transformation warriors engaged in a duel. One was naturally the black dragon, while the other 3 divine transformation masters were divided into 2 factions. One, wearing a tall cap and possessing a strange face, was teaming up with a divine transformation dragon to battle the other 2 divine transformation masters. There are 4 divine transformation cultivators in this generation within Liang Palace. However, only the divine beggar Xianzhen of the Hua family has reached the late divine transformation realm. The others, from the Li, Sun, and Jin lineages, are all in the early divine transformation stage. This was the peak of Liang Palace's prosperity. I never thought the demonic forces in the world of immortal cultivation could rebound. A 5th-tier dragon has appeared in this generation, and a divine transformation master from the Sun clan has actually led a wolf into their fold. In the blink of an eye, Fang Xing saw the situation clearly, and he internally grumbled, "I was too cautious. I always thought the Fiery Sun Palace, as a sacred place, had a lot of hidden treasures. I should be more cautious and avoid any setbacks, but I didn't expect that before I even arrived, they would be fighting among themselves, and even bringing in external enemies. Even the most important 6th-tier formation was destroyed." Seeing the dragon's miserable state, they must have used every possible trick. In fact, after searching the soul of divine beggar Xianzhen, Fang Xing might have a better understanding of the Fiery Sun Palace than the 3 divine transformation masters. He even had a clear understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of the Fiery Sun Palace's main formation, the 9 dragons holding the Sun formation. He could easily sneak in unnoticed, assassinate the divine transformation masters one by one, and then take control of the situation. This was Fang Xing's original plan, but he didn't expect the enemy to be even more stupid than he imagined. When the news of the death of the Sect's ancestor and the strongest fighting force came, instead of responding to the outside world, they started an internal conflict. They even brought in the demon clan for this purpose. It is still easy to tell whether that 5th-level black dragon is a spiritual pet or not. Fang Xing can even feel that this dragon is stronger than the 3 gods, but it is deliberately hiding its weakness, just to make the 3 gods of the human race suffer losses. It seems that if I hadn't come, the cultivators of Liang Palace might have been overturned, and even the Liang cultivation world would have fallen into the hands of the demon clan. No additional updates today. Chapter 402 Dao Soldiers. As Fang Xing silently observed, another shift occurred on the scene. Rise, Venerable Sun clasped his hands together, and a strangely shaped sword-shaped treasure emerged. Its blade was incredibly sharp, and a dragon seemed to coil upon its back. Dragon-slaying blade. Old Sun, you even used this one-time secret treasure, so we can't be blamed. The 2 divine transformation venerables across from him exchanged a glance, each revealing their hidden talents. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged in, transforming into exquisitely crafted spells and restrictions. The venerable of the Jin lineage was a fat, smiling man dressed as a monk. His expression was profoundly solemn. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into the Brahmadharma image behind him, revealing a 1,000-foot-tall golden Maitreya. Its capacious belly, its ever-bright smile, and its golden swastika robe adorned it, exuding a sense of unchanging constancy. At this moment, the Dharma image clasped its hands together, catching the blade's radiant light in its palms. Golden light and saber-like radiance tangled, consuming each other, forming a terrifying storm. The venerable of the Li lineage was a woman, yet her magical power seemed supreme. In her hand, she held a pitch-black bead, a spatial treasure. Within the space, a dense swarm of Taoist soldiers filled the air. Led by 36 nascent soul true lords of the Li and Jin lineages, they commanded 300 direct descendants of giant and cultivators, 3,600 giant and cultivators, and countless foundation establishment Taoist soldiers, forming a vast formation. Countless restrictions danced, and a powerful surge of magical power blessed the female venerable, granting each of her spells a power nearly rivaling that of a celestial venerable. This venerable Li, a direct descendant of venerable divine beggar, commanded the palace's Taoist soldiers. Originally, after venerable divine beggar's soul lamp extinguished, she was to inherit power and preside over the situation. However, venerable Sun disagreed, even bringing in a 5th-level divine transformation dragon. Initially, a surprise attack severely injured the woman and destroyed the 6th-level mountain protection formation. Otherwise, even if venerable Sun and a 5th-level dragon joined forces, they wouldn't necessarily be a match for this female venerable. Old Sun, it's time to fight to the death. Are you still reluctant? The 5th-level dragon, covered in blood, shouted. We've all sworn an oath with our souls, And each of us possesses some of the other soul restrictions. What's there to be untrustworthy about? It was a remnant of the former Dragon King's court, fleeing fearfully within the great sun immortal world. It was only after receiving Venerable Sun's favor and support, that it was granted the opportunity to ascend to the divine transformation stage in other immortal realms. Upon hearing the news of Venerable Divine Beggar's death, it knew this opportunity was rare, and it was ready to fight to the death. Deep within the dragon's heart, even more sinister thoughts lurked. The human cultivators are too terrifying, a dominant force, and fortunately, they love internal strife, kill, die. It would be best if all of us perish together, so that our demon race can rise. Hearing the dragon's voice transmission and witnessing the rapid recovery of the female Venerable Lee's injuries, Venerable Sun, knowing the secret technique she had employed, finally gave up his hesitation and handed a pitch-black bowl to the fifth-rank dragon. Is that the Abyssal Sea Bowl? Upon witnessing this, Venerable Jin flew into a rage. Old son, you've betrayed your ancestors. You've actually handed this precious treasure to the demon race? Venerable Sun had always been responsible for the training of the sect's spiritual pets. Thanks to the initial gains from the attack on the Dragon King's court, Liang Palace boasted a vast array of mixed-blooded dragons and dragon beasts, complete with secret cultivation techniques, elixirs, and even battle formations. This complete system was ideal for developing beast taming. Furthermore, the cultivators of Liang Palace favored luxury, and high-ranking cultivators traveled in carriages drawn by 9 dragons, a symbol of majesty. What the superiors admired, the subordinates followed suit. Many disciples also raised dragon-blooded demon beasts as spiritual pets. With a little nurturing, they were indeed valuable assistants. The sect even produced powerful descendants whose bloodline had returned to their ancestors after a long period of cultivation. However, they were all restricted, capable of only reaching the 4th level at most. Most of them were kept within the Abyssal Sea Bowl, forming the sect's most important demonic Taoist forces. This treasure was both a special treasure and a restraining treasure. Numerous restrictions on hybrid dragon species rested on the Abyssal Sea Bowl, allowing them to control life and death with a single thought. But now, all of them had been given to that 5th-level dragon. Would that instantly empower the demonic race? HMPH, Venerable Sun shrugged. The sect is deeply flawed, and the fault lies with you, my clans. I am restoring order and clearing the universe. As for joining forces with a dragon, it was a helpless act. Roar. The 5th-level dragon clutched the Abyssal Sea Bowl in its claws and let out a hearty roar. Secret heavenly demon scriptures flashed, transforming into various heavenly demon secret seals and restrictions, conjuring the Abyssal Sea Bowl. The sound of crashing waves emerged. A deep, dark sea had suddenly surged from the top of Liang Palace. Countless shimmers shimmered within the sea, the reflections of countless scales. Dragons and snakes intertwined, demonic energy soaring into the sky, transforming into a military formation. The power of the battle formation imbued the 5th-tier dragon, instantly transforming it into a dragon descending into the sea. Antlers forked from its head, a phantom scale sprouted from its throat, and a 5th toe sprouted from its claws. It seemed to have transformed into a true dragon in a single leap. Oh no! The Abyssal Sea Bowl is a treasure of the Dragon King's court, ideally suited for the growth of dragons. Venerable Jin and Venerable Lee exchanged glances, their scalps tingling. The sect had indeed slacked off in recent years. It seemed as if there were no fewer than 100 4th-tier dragons within the deep waters. One white dragon and one yellow dragon even seemed to have experienced a reversion to their ancestral lineage. Their aura so strong that they would have ascended to the 5th tier long ago if it weren't for the restrictions. Even so, a 5th-tier divine dragon, possessing a portion of the Dragon King's court's heritage, was a near-perfect match for the Abyssal Sea Bowl. It roared, and a torrent of black water surged down, engulfing Liang Palace. Countless disciples, whether in key cultivation, foundation establishment, or core formation, nascent soul formation, seemed to have lost their ability to fly, submerged in the pitch-black waters. Countless hybrid dragon beasts surged forward, and soon, even their cries were silenced, leaving only a swath of crimson surging from the waters. A 5th-level flood dragon shook its head and tail, suddenly striking out with a claw. Clouds from the dragon, wind from the tiger. With a single claw, the very void trembled violently, seemingly shattering in an instant. This was a strike infinitely close to that of a 6th-level void refinement. Numerous cultivators within Venerable Lee's void treasure paled, their faces tinging with blood. The 10,000-foot-tall golden Maitreya statue shattered, oozing golden Buddha blood before slowly dissipating. Amitabha. Senior Sister Lee, this is impossible. Let's go. Venerable Jin clasped his hands together. I'll cover your retreat. Though the sect had become corrupt and decadent, even in times of collapse, it never lacked for the wisest and brave. None of you can escape. A fifth-level dragon roared, and a pitch-black sea enveloped the 9 heavens and 10 earths, sealing off an area 10,000 miles in radius. Dark clouds thickened the sky, as if thunder would strike at any moment. Even Venerable Sun, standing beside him, was startled by the might, and a faint feeling of regret welled up in his heart. Really, even as an outsider, I can't stand watching this anymore. Just then, a clear female voice echoed from midair. The 4 divine transformation warriors were startled. They had mobilized the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, their divine awareness covering 1,000 miles, yet how had they not noticed anyone observing the battle? And even at such close range? A flash of silver light appeared in the void, and a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes appeared, embracing a dignified and elegant woman. Their aura was remarkably divine transformation. Divine transformation Venerable? A divine transformation from the outside world. Venerable Lee's face was filled with astonishment and uncertainty. Piaomio Immortal Palace. Venerable Sun seemed to recognize Fairy Kaiong, his eyes darting as he thought more. You are too weak. Barely worthy of my sword strike. At this moment, Fang Xing spoke first, but I am a human swordsman after all, so of course I must side with a human race. Dare you use the demon race to disrupt ours? Die? As soon as the word die left his mouth, he drew his sword and struck. Cry. A resounding phoenix cry echoed through the void. Countless crimson sword threads emerged, transforming into a flaming phoenix. Its wings spread, radiating boundless flames like a vast sun. Wherever the sun's corona passed, even the very air evaporated. The vast sea, dark clouds, and thunder vanished in an instant. Not good. Venerable Sun, already sensing something was amiss, was about to unleash some secret technique, but the sword's light was too fast. Even the cry of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, transformed into a terrifying spiritual attack, pierced his soul, slowing him down for a moment. That single moment meant the difference between life and death. Chi-Chi. Crimson sword thread sliced through, tearing through everything from 5th-tier talismans and defensive treasures to 5th-tier robes and even his own formidable physique like paper. Even his own primordial spirit. As the fire phoenix flew by, Venerable Sun was utterly annihilated. In contrast to Venerable Sun, the 5th-tier dragon roared, blood oozing from its scales as it transformed into Blood Dragon. It spewed out its 5th-tier demon elixir, harnessed the abyssal sea bowl, and collided with a fire phoenix that had annihilated Venerable Sun. Finally, the abyssal sea bowl let out a mournful wail, and countless dragons within it perished instantly, ripped apart by the raging swords in a horrific death. The 5th-tier dragon gushed out a mouthful of blood, then, carrying the abyssal sea bowl, transformed without hesitation into a jet-black streak of light, fleeing into the distance. He had no choice but to flee. This wasn't some divine transformation sword master. To the 5th-tier dragon, he felt like a void refinement master. And a void refinement sword cultivator at that. Being able to take the blow meant he had already exhausted all his cards and had a lucky escape. Any further resistance would have been disastrous. Where can you escape to? Under the void? Fang Xing sighed softly and struck out again. The void flashed, and the rotten iron sword appeared directly above the head of the pitch-black dragon. The tip of the sword shattered the void. The terrifying silver storm instantly cut through the body of the 5th-level dragon, not even sparing its soul. It was the supreme method of takes a flying sword technique, combined with a single sword to pierce the void. The void is shattered, the power of the refining void. Not only Venerable Jin and Venerable Li, but even Fairy Kaiong was seeing Fang Xing use his full strength for the first time. They were all shocked and almost unable to control themselves. You can actually perform a refining void attack at the early stage of the spiritualization realm. Fairy Kaiong's eyes seemed to be filled with stars. Could it be that the young master is truly the reincarnation of a banished immortal? Chapter 403 Map. 2 nascent souls were slain with 2 sword strikes. Venerable Jin and Venerable Li exchanged a glance, equally terrified. This wasn't even something a nascent soul celestial venerable could achieve, but rather something truly accomplished by a void refinement master. However, any void refinement master would be rejected by the Kaionian realm. Even if they could forcibly retain their cultivation through secret techniques, they could only do so for a short time before being forced to ascend. But this one was clearly different. He truly seemed to be an early nascent soul cultivator. The intimidation this posed was even more terrifying. Fang Xing, oblivious to the situation, waved his sleeves and released 2 spells, presenting several items before him. Besides Venerable Sun's storage bag, there were also the remains of a 5th-tier dragon, demon elixirs, and the abyssal sea bowl. This Liang palace has so many great things, Fang Xing sighed, yet found it perfectly normal. The Liang immortal realm was comparable in size to the vast sea immortal realm, and with the combined strength of the 3 sacred grounds in the vast sea immortal realm, there were certainly several 6th-tier treasures. This abyssal sea bowl was a 6th-tier item, which was par for the course. His spiritual sense entered it briefly, and he beheld a vast, mountainous, and sea-like demonic host. Most had suffered heavy casualties, save for 2 dragons, one yellow and one white. Though their scales were shattered and blood-stained the sea, they remained active, bowing their heads in submission. An extra fish tank, raising 2 little dragons in it, would be quite relaxing, Fang Xing nodded. Venerable Jin and Venerable Li exchanged glances, feeling certain they would never recover their sex treasure. Even so, they had to maintain a smile. Venerable Li bowed gracefully, "My name is Li Qingyu. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for saving my life. If you have any instructions, everyone at Liang Palace will do their utmost to carry them out. That's the beauty of immortal cultivators, they're not rigid at all, but always aware of the current situation. And since ancient times, those who understand the current situation have been considered heroes. Don't thank me yet. After all, it was my sword that killed the divine beggar Xianzhen," Fang Xing said with a smile, a remark that made the 2 divine transformation cultivators' faces change drastically. "So, senior brother, who has offended you? He truly deserves death? My Liang Palace is willing to compensate." Venerable Jin's smile froze, and then he gritted his teeth and said, very good, very good." Fang Xing clapped his hands and smiled. "Then I will compensate you with a day and immortal cultivation realm and the entire Liang Palace. By the way, you too, if you wish to live, release your spirits and allow me to plant the restrictions. Otherwise, you will die." At these words, Venerable Li and Venerable Jin's expressions changed drastically, both feeling like they had driven out a wolf only to have a tiger enter through the back door. "Sir, don't you think this is too much?" Venerable Li's hand shone with a shimmering silver talisman, and the Taoist army formation took shape once again, its majestic and solemn aura terrifying everyone around. "Oh? You should be quite used to it, right?" Fang Xing's face was filled with just the right amount of confusion. "You planted restrictions on those with exceptional spiritual roots under your command, using them as Dao soldiers. Now it's your turn. It's nothing more than the law of nature. Why act like a little girl, only to make others laugh?" He wielded his wrought iron sword and casually slashed. Swish! The sword shattered the void. The void shattered, entangled with the silver talisman, and the void within 100 miles instantly became a chaotic mass. Within the chaos, a trace of crimson sword energy emerged. With a resolute intent to shatter all laws with one sword, it swept across Venerable Li's body and soul. Rumble! The Dao soldier formation collapsed with a bang. The expressions of those direct lineage nascent soul and golden core cultivators changed drastically, and then a trace of sword marks appeared on their golden core and nascent soul bodies, instantly killing them. The remaining Dao soldiers spat out a mouthful of blood, their expressions dejected. Either accept him as a dog, or behead him with a flying sword. Fang Xing looked at the only remaining divine transformation venerable in Liang Palace. "What's your decision?" Venerable Jin's face was filled with helplessness, but he finally bowed his head and said, "Greetings, Master." A few days later, Fairy Kaiyong returned from an inspection of Liang Palace's assets, her face flushed with excitement. Liang Palace occupied an entire cultivation world and monopolized all spiritual vein resources. Its assets were far greater than those of Piaomio Immortal Palace, at least several times as large. "Young Master," she stood beside Fang Xing, trying to sound useful. "We've inspected all of Liang Palace's 5th-tier spiritual medicine gardens, and sealed all useful 5th-tier spiritual herbs. Venerable Jin has been extremely cooperative since the restriction was placed upon him. We've now completed an inventory of the main sex reserves, and the total number of top-grade spirit stones." Fang Xing waved his hand. "No need to give figures. Just do as you see fit. The restriction he had planted within Venerable Jin's soul was primarily derived from the 9 strategies of the heavenly demon, incorporating much of what he had learned from comprehending the myriad hearts. Even a void refining master couldn't remove it. Venerable Jin, naturally, could only accept his fate and give Fang Xing whatever he wanted. He was simply measuring Liang Palace's resources to please Fang Xing. Fang Xing counted and found he already had quite a few 6th-tier treasures, so naturally, he didn't care about spirit stones. Aside from the 5th-tier cultivation resources, which he must personally inspect, the rest could be left to Fairy Kaiwang. Without further ado, he reached the highest point of Liang Palace. The cliffs towered thousands of feet high, surrounded on all sides by sheer cliffs. A fierce wind blew fiercely, and countless restrictions surrounded them. Venerable Jin led the way, gazing at the shimmering restrictions with a wave of regret. If the 3 divine transformation venerables had not fallen out after the death of Divine Beggar Venerable, but instead had united their efforts, they might have been able to defeat Fang Xing with the help of the 6th-tier formation, the 9 dragons holding the Sun formation, along with their numerous 6th-tier treasures, talismans, and other ancestral heritage. Of course, it was too late now. What he didn't know was that even in such a situation, Fang Xing could easily break free. After all, no one could have imagined that he could actually search the soul of Divine Beggar Xianzhen. Even for a void refining master, searching the soul of a divine transformation cultivator was no simple task. The Great Sun Tathagata mantra was simply too ruthless. Fang Xing loved nothing more than using the advanced technology of other worlds to crush the local natives. This was true of the Great Sun Tathagata mantra, and the Myriad Heart's secret technique as well. The unique restrictions completely eliminated the possibility of Venerable Jin seeking outside help or betraying him. Even with guidance from a powerful being from the higher realms, it might not be possible to break it. This was Fang Xing's confidence. He reached the summit, seeing nothing but desolate surroundings, save for a simple wooden ancestral hall. "This is our ancestral hall," Venerable Jin introduced. Inside the hall, there are 3 heavenly prayer incense. Combined with the sect's 6th-level formation, there's a void node above this area. While too dangerous to allow cultivators to sneak across to the spirit world, it's sufficient for transmitting messages. The order from the higher realms that senior brother who received earlier originated from here. Fang Xing nodded. Furthermore, he knew that heavenly prayer incense was extremely complex to produce, and many of the ingredients were already extinct. This meant that Liang Palace only had 3 remaining opportunities to contact the higher realms. Furthermore, after establishing contact with heavenly prayer incense, it wasn't impossible for cultivators from the higher realms to send down some items if they were willing to pay a heavy price. Of course, the higher the quality, the greater the cost. The cost of sending a cultivator down is even more terrifying. Essentially, the resources consumed by a cultivator in the early stages of void refinement descending to the mortal realm could be equivalent to the resources consumed by a cultivator in the fusion realm. And there's a definite chance of failure. Unless you're a truly powerful force in the spiritual realm, you can't afford to do this. Of course, with the appearance of rare treasures from the immortal realm now, their value far exceeds that of a fusion realm cultivator. Perhaps a powerful being will descend to the mortal realm. Fang Xing was fully aware of this, yet he wasn't the least bit afraid. These outsider cultivators are the most oppressed by the Kaienigan realm. Regardless of their cultivation level, they'll soon be suppressed below the void refinement realm after descending. It's for this reason that the major forces choose cultivators in the early stages of void refinement. This minimizes the cost. Even Fang Xing, a cultivator clone, would be able to fight against such a powerful being descending to the mortal realm. As for the original master, that's sheer bullying. I now have the death god constantly by my side, along with my understanding of the laws and the 18 blazing spears. I'm a formidable force among the 10 realms. Converted to that, I'm at least equivalent to a cultivator in the late stages of void refinement, and since I've only just reached the divine transformation stage, and the mecha is a dead object, the suppression I experience is minimal. A late-stage void refinement cultivator attacking an early-stage cultivator, and one in very poor condition. Haha, should I deliberately lure more cultivators down to give me treasures? Fang Xing's mind raced, and he came up with a few fishing plans. While he was pondering, the 3 of them had already entered the ancient and elegant ancestral hall. Venerable Jin bowed to the plaque, chanted a few incantations, and extended his hand. In a flash of silver light, his right hand seemed to reach into the void, and then he withdrew an ancient scroll in a wooden box, respectfully handing them to Fang Xing. "Master, here are all 3 incense sticks for prayer, as well as a scroll of Kaienigun Yutu, a gift from the ancestor of the upper realm." Fang Xing opened the wooden box and saw 3 emerald green incense sticks arranged side by side, a touch of ancient charm. He nodded involuntarily. "Very good, very good. You are very sensible. You didn't activate the 9 heavens, 9 earths, 9 elements, demon-slaying blood curse in the ancestral hall, and you didn't hide anything." Upon hearing this, Venerable Jin broke out in a cold sweat. "My lord, I dare not." He had indeed entertained some thoughts before, but thinking of the restrictions within his own soul, which he could not find any clues to, he completely abandoned the idea. Now it seemed like sheer luck. This divine sword master seemed to possess a profound understanding of the various mechanisms and restrictions within the Liang Palace, known only to divine masters. If he really took the risk, there would be no other option but to get himself killed. And indeed, this was indeed the case. The 9 heavens, 9 earths, 9 elements, demon-slaying blood curse had previously been maintained by Venerable Divine Beggar, but Fang Xing had long since dismantled the key components. Today, he was using it to test Venerable Jin, and also to warn him. Fang Xing was well informed about the Liang Palace's finances and could not be deceived. If Fairy Kion took action, it would be equally entertaining. But at this moment, he was too lazy to care about other things and opened the Kaienigun map. The entire Kaienigun world slowly unfolded before Fang Xing. Fairy Kion came over curiously to take a look and immediately gasped, "It's so big." Chapter 404, Dominating the World. The Kaienigun map may not appear large, but it is exquisitely crafted. Its map contains a vast amount of information, including mountains, rivers, and even the locations of ancient teleportation arrays. It requires the powerful spiritual sense of a nascent soul cultivator to even barely comprehend. Of course, for Fang Xing, this was a breeze. He first searched for the vast sea cultivation realm, only to discover that it occupied a small corner of the eastern map. The Great Wilderness Cultivation Realm, located west of the vast sea cultivation realm, was indeed vast, but on the map, it featured only a single large island. Beyond the vast sea and Great Wilderness Cultivation Realms, a strange, pitch-black sea enveloped them, labeled the Mysterious Netherworld Sea. North of the Mysterious Netherworld Sea lay the Liang Cultivation Realm. Further east, 9 other realms, large and small, appeared: Shuangji, Muling, Fixun, and Beiguo. Even these numerous realms occupied less than 1/10 of the civilized territory on the map. The rest was either desolate lands where even a divine transformation master would perish with a single careless move, or soulless lands. "This map is very valuable," Fang Xing nodded, gazing at the locations of the ancient teleportation arrays and the routes connecting the various immortal realms. While these routes were dangerous, with a little caution from a divine transformation venerable, they could easily traverse them. It could be considered a strategic map. "You, the Liang Palace, have gained such an advantage for nothing, yet you haven't made progress. You deserve this," he complained to Venerable Jin beside him. Venerable Jin's smile was awkward, but he could only swallow his anger. Years later, Fixun Immortal Realm. Xianma Plain. Dark clouds gathered, and a closer look revealed a series of floating islands that obscured the sky. Atop these islands stood a variety of immortal cultivators, smeared with countless forbidden runes. The aura of battle rose to the sky, manifesting as a variety of weapons, divine generals, immortal birds and exotic beasts. Above the ground, a similarly diverse army, a mix of righteous, demonic, and Buddhist sects, was formed. From the demonic corps refining formations to the righteous sects' vast array of spirit beasts and war beasts, and even the Buddhist monks, it was truly all-encompassing, with everything in sight. At a glance, the scene stretched as far as the eye could see. It was clear that after today, this once obscure little place, Xianmayan, would become a resounding sensation throughout the Kaienigun realm. The opposing factions were both different forces at the divine transformation stage. One side boasted a formidable force of over a dozen fifth-tier desolate beasts. Their massive bodies resembled mountains, and there radiated a savage, ancient ferocity that made ordinary cultivators fearful of their presence. One of the Beast Kings, a late-stage divine transformation beast, bore a resemblance to Teoti, its features unparalleled and ferocious. It glared at a young swordsman in flowing white robes, standing in the opposing formation. Lord of the Great Wilderness, Fang Xing smiled gently. I've missed you terribly since we parted ways, years ago. After conquering Liang Palace and obtaining the map of the Kayanigan realm, he had embarked on a killing spree. First, Fang Xing journeyed to the great wilderness cultivation realm. With a single sword, he trekked deep into the wilderness, slaying 5th-tier beasts. These ancient beasts were no match for him. Only the great wilderness lord, possessing the bloodline of the Teoti, managed to escape with some incredible innate ability. The remaining 5th-tier beasts were naturally used as alchemy materials. After conquering the great wilderness cultivation realm, Fang Xing continued his march, sweeping across the Shuangji, Muling, and Begua realms. These realms consisted of, at most, a few sacred grounds and several divine transformation cultivators, who were powerless to withstand the might of the Liangsa flying sword. Before the other realms could react, he had already conquered 6 of them. It wasn't until he reached the 7th, the Fixing cultivation realm, located in the central Kayanigan realm, that Fang Xing encountered a serious obstacle. The other sacred grounds united to form a massive army of cultivators and set up a massive formation spanning nearly half of the Fixing cultivation realm, blocking his path there. Now, a war was imminent. Fang Xing glanced around his own territory and saw a swarm of misfits, each under a different banner. Liang Palace, Wuji Hall, the 10 sects of the Great Wilderness, Bilain Palace, the Divine Wandering Sect, all were immortal cultivation forces he had conquered. All those above the Divine Transformation realm had their souls restricted. Furthermore, Padaomeo Immortal Palace had even been dragged into the fray. Venerable Gu and Venerable Jin, wielding the 2 realms banner, gazed upon the numerous Divine Transformation cultivators in the opposing formation with grave expressions. However, these Divine Transformation realms, conquered by Fang Xing, held great confidence in their master. After all, the outcome of a major war in the immortal realm hinged on the strength of its top fighters. The Shyama Plain cultivator army looked formidable, but in reality, most of them were from the local immortal realm. Only these divine transformation cultivators had been recruited. Whether through the ancient teleportation array or through the desolate land separating the 2 realms, it was all easy. Should all the top cultivators of the Kayanigan realm be here, Venerable Gu sighed. Not only cultivators, but even demons and wild beasts, are unlikely to escape unscathed. Venerable Jin was somewhat melancholy. I wonder if, after today's battle, we will completely rule the Kayanigan realm, or become heretics. I'm even more worried about one thing. With so many divine transformation sects joining forces, it's practically impossible without pressure from the higher realms. Venerable Gu's eyes flickered. You mean, a powerful being descended from the realm? Indeed. Without such a being, how could we compel all those divine transformation heavenly venerables to obey? Several divine transformation heavenly venerables gathered in the enemy camp. They hailed from various realms of immortal cultivation, monks and Taoists, young and old. Their leader was surprisingly an elderly and arrogant boy. That boy is only in the middle stage of the divine transformation realm, yet he managed to scare you to death. Haha, the boy sneered. Fellow Taoist Shiakan, this man is no ordinary person. He once killed a late divine transformation cultivator with his early stage divine transformation cultivation, said the monk-robed master Yichin, clasping his hands together. He, along with the Ziyun Taoist master, Huangyan So, this heavenly child, and finally the lord of the great desolation, made up the coalition's 5 most powerful cultivators. It's not that there aren't other heavenly venerable cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation. However, these cultivators are either completely absorbed in arduous cultivation, pursuing the path of refining the void and ascension, with no interest in the broader world. Others, driven by arrogance, proactively seek out the swordsman, and then nothing happens. Boom. The drums of war pounded. Behemoth war beasts, unrestrained, roared and charged towards Fang Xing. Their tough skin and flesh, combined with various array-breaking magical powers, shattered the outermost defensive formation. Thunder Transformation 9 Heavens Array, Swift, Venerable Jin took the lead, waving a large purple banner. From the heavens, long simmering thunderbolts descended, even more terrifying than the divine transformation tribulation. No matter how tough and resilient the ancient war beasts were, they were chopped down one by one, falling to the ground like small earthquakes. The aroma of meat wafted into the air. The 2 armies closed in on each other, first launching probing attacks, then unleashing a barrage of magical spells. Mystical arts, prohibitions, and magical weapons, shimmered with a dazzling brilliance. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles converged, forming a chaotic tide. The very void rippled, seemingly poised to shatter at any moment. Fang Xing stood at the center of the battle formation, his eyes calm as he observed the unfolding events. His cultivation had now reached the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm. This was all thanks to the fifth-tier spiritual herbs provided by the various immortal realms he had conquered, as well as the contributions of the ancient beasts of the Great Desolate Realm. If he had been patient, even if he had only conquered a few of them, and waited hundreds of years for another round of spiritual herbs and other resources to be harvested, he could have used the myriad transformation cauldron to refine a vast supply of top-grade elixirs and increase his mana. But Fang Xing, blessed with a great Sun Tathagata mantra, hated waiting the most. There were so many places to conquer, so many elixirs to consume, so why wait any longer? Less than half the resources of the Kyanigan realm could allow him to break through to the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm, and even advance significantly within that realm. Then, if he occupied the entire Kyanigan realm and refined all of the existing fifth-tier resources with a great Sun Tathagata mantra, would he be able to ascend to the void refining realm? Then, this immortal clone would become a trump card. After all, he faced few rivals in the lower realms, and he still had his true self as a backup. Naturally, Fang Xing would take action. Especially since, he also suspected that the fact that these unparalleled heavenly venerables had united meant there must be something fishy going on. Perhaps, his trapping plan had succeeded. At this moment, watching the brutal battles unfold, he felt a wrought iron sword within him, already elevated to the middle grade fifth tier, roaring. He. Xia Okyong, command here is now in your hands, Fang Xing casually ordered. The Piaomio Palace Master, standing nearby on the Kingluan, clad in pristine azure armor, was startled. Before she could respond, a brilliant sword flash burst forth from the battle formation. With a casual swing, several fifth-tier desolate beasts were cleaved in two. Heaven and earth's spiritual energy surged, and sword beams shattered formations, thunder, and restrictions, resounded through the nine heavens. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Fang Xing stood silently as he saw a black, gluttonous desolate beast, with 4 late-stage spiritualization cultivators perched on its back, each possessing remarkable abilities. They surrounded him. Lord of the Great Desolate, Monk Yichen, Taoist Xian, Old Man Huogayan, and the boy Shiankin. His eyes were hazy, as a vast universe flashed before him. He laughed long and hard. You have already embarked on your destiny. Do you know that today is your day of death, destiny? The boy Shiankin's spirit trembled for some unknown reason. Monk Yichen exclaimed, oh no. This beast is unleashing some kind of magical power, cursing us. Isn't he a sword cultivator? Taoist Xian waved his whisk, revealing a 6th-tier treasure inlaid with numerous precious jades. Rays of pure light emanated, capable of purifying all filth in the world, yet this time, it had no effect. Kill him, and all curses will be lifted, the Lord of the Great Desolate roared, his form suddenly exploding. The remaining 4 divine transformation celestial lords each formed a massive formation with their hand gestures. With a roar, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged, completely usurping the power of the heavens and earth for hundreds of thousands of miles. Even the battlefield below seemed to fall silent. Appearing high in the sky was a giant, 1,000-foot-tall giant, its body covered in black skulls, possessing 36 faces and nearly 10,000 arms, each wielding a different magical weapon. Several particularly sturdy arms held wooden fish, whisks, flying swords, and precious umbrellas. Each radiated a unique light, shattering the void. Surprisingly, they were all 6th-tier treasures. This 10,000-armed giant, condensed with the power of a battle formation, already possessed the strength of a void-refining cultivator. Quite impressive, Fang Xing commented, casually flicking his sleeve. From his sleeves, one 6th-tier treasure after another flew out. The Wuji Demon Palace, the 5-Dragon Pillar, the Abyss Sea Bowl, the White Cloud Banner, the Demon Subduing Sword. The spirits of these 6th-tier treasures seemed to have surrendered, each engaging in a disparate struggle, each radiating a unique brilliance. For example, the Wuji Demon Palace radiated a 1,000-foot-long demonic light and fiercely slammed into the giant. The two sides clashed, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to boil. The void within 1,000 miles of space shattered, transforming into chaos. Within the chaos, a flash of red light flashed. Cry, A cry like a white bird approaching a phoenix suddenly filled the air. A crimson sword thread rose up, encircling the 10,000-foot giant and gently circling it. Compared to the 10,000-foot giant, the sword thread seemed insignificant. But the next moment, the giant, waving his 10,000 arms, suddenly froze, and then, with a loud bang, it collapsed. 5 streams of light flew out, and the treasured umbrella in Xianqin Tongzi's hand opened, transforming into a myriad of auspicious auras, protecting himself. His palms trembled. Is this really a mid-stage spiritual transformation cultivator? Not even a sword cultivator at the perfect spiritual transformation stage is this fierce. His voice trembled. That flying sword was truly ferocious. Even a charred sword mark appeared on the umbrella handle. This was a 6th-tier supreme treasure. Fang Xing didn't bother to pay attention to him. His true focus was on the Lord of the Great Desolate. Your bloodline magical power is quite impressive. You managed to escape from my grasp before. But today is different. You chose to use your magical power to reinforce the battle formation, and you've lost your only chance of escape. His expression was cold. When I first hunted the desolate beast, I hadn't yet reached the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm, nor had I yet begun to comprehend the laws of fate. But this time, things were different. The great desolate lord had made the wrong choice. This, too, was fate. Clang. Fang Xing struck again. He and his sword merged into one, a single, resounding strike, drawing divine flaming light from heaven and earth, illuminating a vast expanse, trapping the massive great desolate lord within. Its incredibly sturdy frame was easily ripped apart by the wrought iron sword, which pierced deep into its flesh. No. Great desolate lord, hurry and rescue. Monk Yichen, Taoist Xian, and the others reacted quickly. However, blocked by treasures like the Wuji Demon Palace and the 5 Dragon Pillars, they were ultimately a step too slow. Their primordial energy swept across, and a crimson sword light emanated from the great desolate lord's scales and from its 7 orifices. Then, chunks of flesh and blood fell off, as if they had endured 1,000 cuts of torture. Fang Xing emerged from the shattered corpse of the great desolate lord, his clothes spotless and a faint smile on his face. The rotten iron sword in his hand vanished. When it reappeared, he was already before Wang Yunsao. A shred of emptiness shattered at the tip of the sword, shattering all of Wang Yansao's defenses, and then, pierced through his forehead. For a divine transformation cultivator, a pierced forehead isn't a fatal wound. But a wound to the primordial spirit is difficult to heal. Wang Yansao's lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, no words came out, and his primordial spirit faded into silence. Divine transformation heavenly venerable, Wang Yansao, die? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405, Battle with the Void. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Though protected by a 6th-tier treasure umbrella, Tianqin Tongzi felt a chill running through his bones. That flying sword, ignoring all defenses, emerged directly from the void. It even shattered the very void with a single strike. Such void-shattering swordsmanship was simply beyond the reach of ordinary divine transformation cultivators. Just as he was utterly horrified, a flash of sword light appeared. Master Yichen chanted a Buddhist mantra, and a streak of blood appeared on the Arhat's golden body. The Arhat's death, a wave of sorrow for all creation. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 5 great divine transformation celestial venerables were gone. Witnessing this scene, the cultivators on the floating islands were the first to collapse. Several divine transformation cultivators fled the battle formation without a word, desperately unleashing all sorts of extraordinary feats and secret techniques to flee. Ultimately, in the world of immortal cultivation, the top fighters determine everything. Seeing 3 divine transformation celestial venerables slaughtered like dogs and chickens, it was only natural that morale would crumble. Even if the coalition below still held a certain advantage, their hearts retreated and their forces collapsed. Haha, the Lord's divine power. Venerable Jin waved a thunder flag in his hand, a smile on his face. At least, his life was saved. After being restricted, he gave up and only prayed that Fang Xing could successfully unify the Qianigan realm. As for the ancestor of the upper realm, he was not the material for ascension anyway. He even preferred Buddhism. He studied a Buddhist tradition confiscated from the sect's scripture library. I guess the ancestor of the upper realm didn't like him much? So they just didn't meet each other and wished each other well. In another void formation, Venerable Gu and Venerable Jin waved the two-realm banner, cutting through space and trapping the divine transformation cultivators one by one. Originally, the two of them had some tricks up their sleeves and reserved some strength. When facing the enemy divine transformation cultivators, they basically sealed them off and never killed them. But upon witnessing Fang Xing's brutal slaughter of the three transformation celestial lords, they were instantly inspired. Attack with all your might. Venerable Ancient and Venerable Jin exchanged a glance, seeing the determination in each other's eyes. A burst of magical energy struck the two realms banner. Void storms formed, engulfing the transformation celestial lords trapped in different dimensions. Fairy Kaiyong, clad in battle armor, stood tall atop the azure Luan divine bird, commanding with unwavering confidence. Watching these scenes, a sense of frustration welled up in her heart. Commands are ultimately less effective than breaking formations and killing generals. In the world of immortal cultivation, realm is ultimately what matters. A surge of excitement welled up within her. Her own aptitude was already exceptional, otherwise, she wouldn't have become the master of the Pyomio Immortal Palace. Now that Fang Xing was about to unify the Kaiyaniban realm, following him would reap significant benefits. With his accumulation of various transformation spiritual objects, achieving transformation would be a sure thing. Perhaps, there was even a hope of ascending to the heavens in the future? Just as Fairy Kaiyong's thoughts raced, she saw a flash of silver light above the 9 heavens, and a woman in white suddenly appeared. Her features were picturesque, and she exuded an air not unlike that of a mortal woman, like a fairy from the 9 heavens descending to earth. With a flick of her hand, silver-white runes erupted, and the formation that had previously enveloped much of the immortal realm suddenly shifted. Boom! From the void, pillars of silver-white light emerged, like a cage, trapping Fang Xing within. A cultivator descending from this world? Finally appeared. Fang Xing laughed heartily, fearless. With a single strike of his wrought iron sword, heaven and earth intersected, and a dazzling array of stars appeared. Amidst the swarm of stars, a galaxy, pierced by an incomparably sharp sword intent, pierced through. The void shattered, and several pillars of silver-white light were actually severed through it. Seeing this, the woman in white had a solemn expression on her face. She pressed her hands together, and a ring emerged. This ring was a brilliant silver, with intricate seal characters engraved within it. Infused with magical power, black and white colors intertwined, suddenly transforming into a black and white Tai Chi diagram, brimming with the divine light of the yin and yang elemental magnetic force. Fang Xing suddenly sensed his natal flying sword was losing control, and his expression changed. Liang Yi Yuan Si, wouldn't he be capable of such a trick? This is the Liang Yi ring, forged by the founder of my 9 Fragrance Palace through great divine power. It contains a ray of innate Liang Yi Yuan Si divine light. Even if your flying sword isn't made of metal, it will be restrained. The white-clothed woman's voice was as clear and pure as a mountain spring. At this moment, she changed her hand seals again, and the Liang Yi ring instantly vanished. When it reappeared, it was already attached to the wrought iron sword. Fang Xing groaned, feeling his connection with his natal flying sword blurring. For a sword cultivator, this was incredibly unbelievable. As expected of a cultivator from the upper realm, he sighed. He could tell the other person was still at the early stages of the refining void stage, drawing an endless supply of spiritual energy from the abyss, his mana never depleted. If this continued, he would be the only one to lose. But, you've also walked into your own destiny? Fang Xing's immortal clone smiled faintly and raised his hand slightly. Purple-blue divine flames transformed into 9 fiery dragons, coiling around him with astonishing power. Destiny, the white-clad woman from the 9 Fragrance Palace suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. As a powerful cultivator descended from the ethereal realm, her impulse was truly extraordinary. It was bound to be effective. Crash! The next moment, a flash of fire appeared. Within the flames, a spear tip emerged. Sparks flickered from the spear, shattering the void, and a radiance like a star burst forth. Dai, Fang Xing's true form, clad in black, wielded the Black Death Spear. The spear unleashed like a dragon, aiming for the woman in white. Ribbons flew in front of her, like 2 multicolored giant pythons, sweeping towards Fang Xing. Fang Xing held the gun in one hand, casually slapping it with the other. Snap! 2 multicolored giant pythons flew out simultaneously. At the same time, The same stars-like fire move struck the white-clothed woman's back, causing a talisman on her body to spontaneously ignite without a trace of wind. Even so, the white-clothed woman's face flushed crimson, her eyes filled with horror. 5th rank, no, 6th rank, upper-grade physical cultivator? Impossible. How could the lower realm allow you to remain within the lower realm? The realm's power was extremely strict. Even a cultivator in the middle stage of the void refinement realm, let alone a cultivator in the late void refinement realm, would be instantly forced to ascend. And that was for cultivators from this realm. A cultivator from another realm, carrying talismans and magical artifacts carrying otherworldly auras, would be even more repulsive. Given the 9 Fragrance Palace's status in the spiritual world, they wouldn't be short of 6th rank, even 7th rank, talismans. But they couldn't allow the white-clothed woman to carry too many, lest the realm's power overpower her. It would be too much of a burden, and the gains wouldn't outweigh the losses. According to the main universe, even descending cultivators had their baggage allotted. The Liang Yi ring had already taken up most of it, leaving little else. And the thing that took Fang Xing's blow was the white-clothed woman's trump card, the last of her 6th grade, superior grade defensive talismans. She was filled with shock, for Fang Xing's true form was acting like a late-stage cultivator. She was only in the early stages of the void refinement realm, and was still being suppressed by the Kaionian realm. This. Fellow Taoist, please listen to me, the white-clothed woman chanted incantations, causing silver petals to fall from the sky and guard her. Fellow Taoist, your magical powers are astonishing. You deserve to occupy the Kaionian realm with Venerable Minkun. I have no intention of stopping you, but you will inevitably ascend to the heavens, right? My 9 Fragrance Palace is a force to be reckoned with in the spirit world. I beg you to consider this. Her words were sincere, tinged with a captivating magic. This magic seemed to emanate from her body fragrance, bringing a sense of ecstasy. Should I then be utterly terrified and obediently offer the immortal palace's treasures? Dream on, Fang Xing roared, his martial will soaring into the sky, transforming into Dharmakaya of the great sun Tathagata. The Dharmakaya's features mirrored his own, majestic and imposing, as he formed a Dharma realm seal. Boom! A crimson sun descended, its flames expanding as the great sun's Dharma realm enveloped Chyanmar Plain, destroying the original silver pillars of the immortal formation one by one. Simultaneously, Fang Xing's martial will transformed into a Buddhist sword, slashing into the white-clothed woman's soul, completely ignoring any other mystical defenses against her consciousness, causing her lively eyes to momentarily lose focus. Roar! Within the white-clothed woman's dazed eyes, a fire dragon suddenly appeared. Every scale, every claw, was composed of the incomparably rich power of the laws of fire, appearing incredibly vivid. As Fang Xing flicked his spear, the dragon's head roared and, along with it, descended before the white-clothed woman. Then, silver petals charred and withered. Puff! The pitch-black death spear pierced the woman in white directly. Its scorching fire attributed force nearly incinerating her soul as it was lifted up. Tian Kantongzi and the surviving Ziyuan Taoist priest had originally planned to assist the envoys from the upper realm in besieging Venerable Minkun, but upon witnessing the scene, they were stunned. That's an envoy from the upper realm? How did they get strangled? Tian Kantongzi and Ziyuan Taoist priest exchanged glances. Seeing Venerable Minkun's gaze, they retracted their magical weapons and bowed respectfully. We are willing to surrender. Meanwhile, another shift unfolded on the battlefield. The woman in white finally recovered from the shock of her will and let out a scream that echoed throughout the field. Blood-red seal characters appeared on her body. Clearly, she had prepared an extremely fierce counterattack. This might not even have been her own initiative, but rather forcibly planted by a cultivator of a higher realm. Boom! At that moment, a crimson sun emerged. It enveloped Fang Xing's true form, encompassing all around. Dazzling great sun true fire mingled with the sun's golden flame, forming a great sun furnace. At the heart of the furnace, remarkably, was the woman in white. Her clothing first crumbled to ash, revealing jade-like skin. Then, her flesh and blood burned, revealing her bones. A beauty's withered bones, nothing could be more tragic than this. When the bones were completely consumed, a ray of moon-like light shone down. It was the white-clad woman's soul. You, my 9 Fragrance Palace will not let you go. The white-clad woman, her expression grim, uttered a final curse. And then, her soul, too, was incinerated. Countless fragments of memory were squeezed out, transforming into fuel for the great sun. Fang Xing's eyes fluttered, and he covered his forehead. A female cultivator in the early stages of the void refinement realm possessed an immensely vast memory, carrying with her a wealth of spiritual knowledge, making him feel that his journey was well worthwhile. Chapter 406, Liang Yi Ring. A few days later, the Battle of Xianmeiyun concluded, with Death God Island claiming a resounding victory. Following this battle, not only did the entire Fixun immortal realm submit, but other realms also dispatched high-ranking cultivators, bearing costly gifts, to pay tribute to Fang Xing upon hearing the news that the envoys from the upper realm had been slain by the second island master of Death God Island. All the divine transformation cultivators understood that, at least within the Kaienigan realm, Venerable Fang Yun had become fearless. Naturally, they had no choice but to submit. Fortunately, Death God Island's demands were modest, requiring only Tier 5 resources from each family. Well, for many divine transformation cultivators, that was practically a life. However, when truly compared to their own lives, their own was undoubtedly more important. In a cave atop Xianmeiyun Mountain, home to the most abundant spiritual energy in the Fixun immortal realm, Fang Xing sat cross-legged, slowly digesting the memories he had received from the descending envoy. The spirit realm is vast and boundless. The human race occupies only 1/10,000th of the land. Above the refining void, there are realms like the fusion realm and the great vehicle realm. Once the great vehicle realm is perfected, can one overcome the immortal tribulation and ascend to immortality, the Nine Fragrance Palace is truly remarkable. Along with the East Dragon Imperial Court and the Lingyu sect, they are considered one of the three great ancestral lands of the human race in the spirit realm, with a great vehicle patriarch presiding over them. This time, I've offended the Nine Fragrance Palace severely. Despite this thought, Fang Xing remained unconcerned. After all, he already knew that after ascending, he could reappear anywhere in the human realm of the spirit realm. There was no way he would be so unlucky as to encounter someone from the Nine Fragrance Palace. The most important thing in this woman's memories is obtaining rare treasures from the immortal mansion, and if formation. Fang Xing stroked his chin, lost in thought. He could now unify the Kaienigan realm and, while doing so, search the entire world for the lost spirit of the One Hui Cauldron. Even in the memories of this descending female cultivator, there was an extremely mysterious formation. We can utilize the connections of the 70% to 80% intact One Hui, coordinate with the nodes of the great formation spread throughout the human world, and through sacrifice and blood sacrifice, forcibly summon the Dingling spirit. At that time, as long as the Dingling spirit is still in this world, it will definitely not escape. It just seems a bit bloody. I probably can't do it. Besides, it's just a rare treasure from the Immortal Palace. Aside from its powerful alchemy skills, it doesn't seem to have any other remarkable features. The power of external things is ultimately not as great as one's own power. Fang Xing sat cross-legged, concentrating on the attribute panel. Name, Fang Xing. Age, 102. Occupation, Immortal Warrior. 9th Realm, Martial God. Star-Lord Realm, Planetary Level. Secret Pattern of Martial Will. 800 Grandmaster, 9 Absolutes of Star Martial Arts. 2433, 3000, Grandmaster, Star Palace Scroll. 22/100, Proficient, Great Sun Tathagata Mantra. 800 Grandmaster, Twin Guardians of Heavenly Mother's Mighty Golden Lotus. 800/800, Grandmaster, Great Sun Tathagata Palm. 573/800, Grandmaster, Law of Fire. 185/6400, Proficient, Law of Space. 363/10000, Proficient, Law of Fate. 63/5000, Beginner, 9 Origin Star Body Tempering Secret Technique. 97 out of 100, Proficient, Myriad Hearts. 23/200, Mastery, Gate of the Heavens. 100/100. The secret pattern of will is complete, which means my martial god will has reached its limit. The Great Sun Tathagata Palm is also gradually approaching Grandmaster perfection. The path to martial godhood is almost at its end. Fang Xing suddenly felt a sense of emotion. This was the regret of all Blue Star martial gods. The path to martial godhood had almost reached its peak, and there was no way forward. He yawned, looking at the 3 great laws he had comprehended, as well as the body tempering secret technique and the myriad heart secret technique below them. Suddenly, he felt a long and arduous road ahead. The law of fate. It's truly a superior law. The very first step is so terrifying, and the gate of the heavens. After these past few years, the progress has finally reached perfection. I can now open a new world. Fang Xing was filled with anticipation. In the main universe, traversing a galaxy cluster is not a matter of a day or night. It might even take years. Perfect time to explore this new world. In another cave, a blue phoenix cried, its cry tinged with a faint sense of sorrow. A moment later, Fang Xing's immortal cultivator avatar lazily emerged, dressed in a casual, loose white robe, his hair loose. He strolled casually through the garden, stopping before a jade harp. Honestly, if it weren't for cultivation, I wouldn't even want to travel the world. I'd probably just find a spiritual vein, occasionally play the harp, admire the flowers, wandering Kangwu in the morning and Bihei in the evening. Only then can I find the joy of cultivating immortality. Fairy Kaiyong, following behind, rolled her eyes. Even the ruthless Minkun, who had conquered countless fifth-tier sacred sites and slain several divine transformation celestial venerables with his sword, had to be believed. Forget it, Fang Xing didn't bother to deal with it. I've already placed soul restrictions on Shiankan Tongzi and Xian Taoist priest. Even the refining void stage can't remove them. This is the perfect opportunity for them to unify the Kaienigan realm. After that, I'll rule this realm under the name of Death God Island. You will be the Grand Steward of Death God Island. Yes, Fairy Kaiyong's heart surged. Since ancient times, it seems no cultivator has ever truly unified the Kaienigan realm. Now they are making history. And the profits behind this are enough to drive any cultivator crazy. Still the same rules. Those 5th level elixirs and other resources must be handed over, or your entire clan will be exterminated, Fang Xing added softly. Yes, Fairy Kaiyong, awestruck, respectfully withdrew. Fang Xing walked into the pavilion and casually pulled out a bottle of confiscated 5th level Great Sun Pill. This pill, crimson in color, resembled the sun, was ideal for boosting the mana of divine transformation cultivators practicing fire-attributed techniques. He casually swallowed one, chanting the Great Sun Tathagata mantra. It instantly refined it, and his spirit grew even stronger. He couldn't help but feel extremely satisfied. These newly seized elixirs, especially the Great Sun Pill, are truly excellent. He felt that these elixirs were perfectly suited to him. Unfortunately, the Great Sun Palace, where they were produced, had been destroyed. But that didn't matter. As long as those 5th-tier spiritual elixirs remained, they could be produced continuously in the future. It just took time. For a divine transformation venerable, 5th-tier mana-enhancing elixirs were equally rare. Some even refrained from using them during their regular cultivation, instead using them to overcome bottlenecks. Treating elixirs like candy, as Fang Xing did, was a rare sight. Even in the spirit world, such a feat was extremely rare, limited to disciples of Mahayana forces like the 9 Fragrance Palace. And this frenzied consumption resulted in a terrifying increase in cultivation. In just a few years, he advanced from the early stage of the divine transformation to the middle stage. It looked like the bottleneck of the late stage of the divine transformation would only be overcome in the next 2 days. Even a disciple of the 9 Fragrance Palace, without the Great Sun Tathagata mantra, would have to slowly refine the medicinal power. It's impossible for him to achieve the rapid progress I've made. Fang Xing produced another Great Sun Pill and swallowed it directly, feeling as if he were swallowing a ball of blazing fire. Even the divine transformation cultivators of the Great Sun Palace wouldn't dare swallow such a powerful elixir in this manner. Instead, they enveloped it with their primordial spirit, slowly absorbing the Great Sun's essence. This process could take 10 or even several decades. Some even worried about the potency of the medicine being too potent and resorted to various methods, such as combining it with moonbait. But for a Fang Xing, the more potent the medicinal properties, the better. Even if they contained toxins, they weren't afraid. Purified by the myriad transformation cauldron, these top-grade elixirs were naturally free of toxins. Even if they did, under the Great Sun Tathagata mantra, they were merely fuel and tonics. After devouring the 5th-grade elixirs like candy, Fang Xing arrived at a large hall. Outside the main hall, a myriad of restrictions stretched endlessly, a dazzling array of colors, imbued with an aura of extreme cold. The entire square outside the hall seemed paved with millennia-old cold jade, emanating an aura of extreme chill. Yet, outside the palace, a faint wave of heat lingered, giving one an idea of the scorching heat within. Fang Xing felt the subtle stirring of the purple-green divine flame within him, and with a smile, he entered the main hall. Inside, Bronze pillars rose from the ground, their surfaces engraved with intricate and profound seal characters. Countless restrictions, densely packed like chains, sealed a spiritual flame within each pillar. Crimson, dark blue, pale, bright yellow, blood red. A variety of immortal and demonic flames, emanating a terrifying radiance and heat. These, of course, were Fang Xing's spoils of war. While rare, the rare fires of heaven and earth could be found in abundance after conquering the entire world of immortal cultivation. This was especially true after defeating high-level enemy cultivators who cultivated the magical power of demonic fire. Most of them were 4th tier, but there were also a few 5th tier ones. He arrived at a bronze pillar and saw a blood-red spiritual flame sealed within it. This was a demonic spiritual flame, the blood flame of all souls. It wasn't a celestial spiritual fire, but rather a demonic flame refined through the magic of a cultivator, capable of burning blood and corroding bones. It was a legacy left behind by a deceased great true lord of the nascent soul stage. With a casual inhale, Fang Xing drew this primordial spiritual flame through his mouth and nose into his stomach. With a flash of purple-blue divine flame, it easily enveloped and refined the blood flame of all souls, increasing its power by a mere fraction. It's only a 4th tier spiritual fire, after all. Fang Xing shook his head and moved toward the next bronze pillar. He no longer needed the Qinggang demon lamp. Even the spells and restrictions used to cultivate various demonic fires seemed crude. The techniques Fang Xing now wields are derived from secret manuals from numerous 5th tier forces renowned for their flames in the world of immortal cultivation, such as those within the Great Sun Divine Palace. These techniques, combined with the Great Sun Tathagata mantra, create a new, secret technique that embodies the practice of sacrificing oneself to fire and has been named the fire sacrifice technique. Once the purple-blue divine flame devours these numerous 4th and 5th tier spiritual fires, its power will undoubtedly soar to new heights. After consuming so much flame, Fang Xing burped with satisfaction and touched a strange ring in his hand. It was the Liang Yi ring. This treasure is at least a top-tier 6th tier, maybe even quasi-7th tier? Especially since it contains a ray of innate Liang Yi Yuan magnetic divine light, a rare treasure in the spiritual world. It can suppress the 5 elements and forbid all forms of magic, but now, it belongs to me. The spirit within the Liang Yi ring was incredibly strong, but Fang Xing was no pushover. It was instantly shattered by the impact of his own martial will. Otherwise, the Liang Yi ring might be considered a true 7th tier treasure. Chapter 407, Crossing. A 7th tier treasure is one refined by a fusion cultivator. From what Fang Xing had learned from searching the soul of the 9 Fragrance Palace cultivator, Mahayana ancestors were often elusive in the spirit world. A fusion cultivator was considered an absolute elite. According to the combat power calculations of the main world, a fusion cultivator should have a combat power of the 11th realm, so, a Mahayana cultivator would correspond to combat power of the 12th realm. In other words, a neutron star-level existence within the Star-Lord realm of the Great Sha world, the final ascension to immortality, the true immortal realm, is equivalent to the Dharma Lord realm. That's a combat power of the 13th realm. Unfortunately, the higher the combat power, the less clear Fang Xing was. But theoretically, it was possible. The spirit world also contained mortals, key condensation cultivators, and foundation establishment cultivators. Even a divine transformation cultivator was a rare, top-tier expert, and a refined void cultivator was a mid-level figure within a major power. But even such a spirit world would still be swept away by the Creator. A Dharma Lord is truly terrifying, and he's even vying with me for the Dao. Fang Xing's immortal clone pondered for a moment, then looked in the direction of his true self. A new world has begun. On the top of Xianyu Mountain. Within his cave, Fang Xing's true self unlocked layers of restrictions, casting out treasures like the Wuji Demon Palace for protection. Then, his mind focused on the attribute panel. On it, the symbol representing the gate of all heavens suddenly shone brightly, and a stream of information flowed out. What, this time, can only the consciousness descend? Fang Xing was shocked. Then, he felt a powerful spatial fluctuation. His previous spatial perception was so limited that even with the gate of all heavens opened, he couldn't comprehend it. But this time, he felt as if he had directly seen the source of spatial laws. It was an indescribable, incomprehensible crystalline entity composed of countless irregular facets. Its form was constantly changing, indescribable and ineffable. But within this indescribable state, the gate of all heavens suddenly opened. Fang Xing's true self immediately fell into deep sleep, his consciousness entering the gate. In an instant, the world suddenly shifted. A desolate ancient land. Lush trees rose 100 meters high. In the distance, a pitch-black mountain range rose. Its rocks were jagged, sharp as knives, and deep within lay a cave. Within the cave, cracks appeared on a giant oval egg. Crack! Crack! The egg cracked open, and from within climbed a pitch-black dragon. Fang Xing began, but discovered his throat wasn't properly constructed, and his natural language couldn't form. He raised his right hand, no, his right paw, and felt an itch on his back. With a slight movement, a pair of bat-like, fleshy wings emerged, covered in pitch-black scales in key areas. I've become a dragon? A western black dragon, I suppose. Fang Xing spun around, moving his limbs and tail, muttering to himself. I've really hit the jackpot this time, traveling directly through time and becoming a strange beast. He glanced around again, but saw no mother dragon, siblings, or any other giant eggs. Abandoned? Or is this just a unique way of reproduction, dropping a dragon egg somewhere? Where's the inherited memory? Why don't I have anything? He was filled with complaints, and feeling hungry again. He turned and went to his eggshell, snatched one up with his sharp claws, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. It tastes like a sandwich cookie, egg yolk flavor, and salted egg yolk at that. Crunch! Crunch! Deep in the darkness of the cave, the subtle chewing sound echoed. As Fang Xing ate, he could even feel his strength growing. So strong, I've only just been born, and my basic strength now should be equivalent to that of a 4th-level martial artist in the main universe. I wonder what my basic strength will be like when I reach adulthood. Fang Xing finished all the eggshells, burped, and pondered. For ordinary people, they can't run as fast as a cheetah, they can't be as strong as an elephant, they can't swim as well as a fish. These are the advantages of their species, and they're inevitable. All he can do is accept them. Damn it. How can I practice martial arts when I've grown into a Western lizard? While Fang Xing's current martial arts level wouldn't be a problem, modifying a few beast-shaped punches to suit his body and claws wouldn't be a problem. But adapting those profound and peerless martial arts to suit dragon beast form would be a long process. Can you imagine a winged lizard performing a Tathagata poem? Blue Star martial arts have been largely destroyed. Only the martial arts will remain usable. The mysteries of fire and space have been greatly weakened. The power of the laws is also different. Is this a completely different world, like the world of immortal cultivation? The 9-source star body tempering secret art, on the other hand, can be practiced with just starlight, though the effects will vary. And the 10,000 hearts secret art, it can be practiced with just soul and mental strength. Fang Xing reviewed what he had learned, nodded silently, and then consulted the attribute panel, gaining some information about his time travel. Only one chance? Once it's over, the consciousness returns immediately? Unable to descend again, how come the gate of the heavens, open with a trace of Laplace's demon's essence, keeps going back? The only good news is that the speed difference between the two worlds is terrifying. A year here, only half a day there. Also, because it's a consciousness descending, it's also impossible to bring a cultivator clone with it. After thinking it over, Fang Xing concluded, it's somewhat similar to the Great Sha world, but even more demanding. I don't know what's going on outside right now. It could be very dangerous. Hide for a while if I can. This time of crossing only had one chance, like playing a game with only one life to complete. There was no room for idleness. After eating, Fang Xing lay down. After all, with his physique, the cold ground wouldn't be a problem for him catching a cold. Most of his mind was now focused on recalling the glimpse of the origin of space that he had caught when the gate of the heavens opened. The irregular, shifting polyhedron in his memory seemed to be blurring at any moment, forcing him to grasp it quickly. I seem to have a natural advantage in comprehending the laws of space. Perhaps, when I break through to the master level in the future, I should choose the laws of space. Fang Xing's snake-like pupils closed, and he began to comprehend the void. For him, the original Texu layer had held few secrets. But after comprehending the origin of space, and then comprehending the Texu layer, Fang Xing surprisingly felt that his understanding of the laws of space was still very superficial. The Texu layer is not simple. It has many hidden spatial structures, such as the ones used by the teleportation array. It's too difficult to instantly cross billions of miles in the material layer. But in the Texu layer, spatial turbulence can be harnessed to generate a terrifying propulsion force. This requires a profound understanding of spatial coordinates. The great being who invented the teleportation array must have reached a very high level in the laws of space, the thousand-layer structure of space. I'm beginning to vaguely sense the third layer. Above Take-Su, there's another layer of space, an even more bizarre structure. An indefinite amount of time passed before Fang Xing was awakened by his instinctive hunger. He glanced at the wall and the soil and rock beneath him, thought for a moment, and decided to crawl out. He can't really eat dirt, can he? He's still a dragon beast. A pair of sharp, pitch-black claws scraped away the rubble at the cave entrance within a pitch-black mountain. Then, a 2 to 3 meter long, pitch-black dragon beast emerged from the night sky. Above, a full, enchanting purple moon rose. Fang Xing took a deep breath. No spiritual energy. Well, I'm not a cultivator, after all. I can't sense the radiating power of that great avenue, unable to draw endless spiritual energy from the vast void, the universe and the starry sky. How can the source of energy be so weak? He looked up at the moon and the sparse stars, a wave of suspicion filling his heart. Could it be that I've been so unlucky again, entering the inner world of some powerful being? This thought made him even more cautious. Fortunately, this dragon beast's physiology differed from that of a human, so it couldn't speak at all. It had previously been mumbling to itself. From the outside world, the most it could hear was the low growls and grunts of a young dragon. If this is within the inner world of a powerful being, the stars that appear are inferior to those outside. A weak source of energy would explain this, or, within some small world, in that case, we must consider the possibility of being monitored and cannot appear too conspicuous. Fang Xing's will spread out, slowly sweeping across the dark mountains and forests. He found no creatures that posed a threat. Just then, he sensed another, very gentle energy within the void. It was incredibly gentle, and with his breathing, it gradually seeped into his body, causing the dragon's body to feel a tingling sensation of comfort, and even seemed to begin to grow again. Heavenly and earthly vitality. Inexplicably, a name surfaced in Fang Xing's mind. Is this the most obvious energy in this universe, accessible to transcendent beings? This body can actually breathe instinctively. It must belong to a naturally transcendent creature. After all, it's a dragon, even a Western dragon. It could perhaps undergo some minor modifications to absorb the vital energy of heaven and earth faster, growing stronger. It shouldn't be discovered, right? Every species has exceptionally powerful individuals. This is nothing. But just in case. The 9-source star body tempering secret technique cannot be practiced. The 10,000 hearts secret technique, practiced solely within the mind, is not a problem. My main training from now on will probably still focus on comprehending the laws. If the entire universe is under surveillance, practicing solely within the mind is the safest option. Fang Xing was patient and could easily wait in silence. At that moment, he suddenly looked up, gazing at the full purple moon. At that moment, the full moon reached the center of the sky, the moon in its prime position. Drops of a hazy, milky white liquid dripped, unlocking the wisdom of all things, and the vital energy of heaven and earth suddenly became incredibly rich. The forest was instantly filled with the roars of beasts. Is this Emperor Liu Jiang? Fang Xing also felt an instinctive desire. Chapter 487 Killing Demon Palace. In the world of the Black Dragon, beneath the swaying shadows of the trees, a snow rabbit twitched its ears cleverly. Its fur was snow white, its appearance adorable, and it suddenly leaped out, clutching a glowing red berry in its mouth. Suddenly, a giant wolf leaped from the shadows, its front paws slamming down, pinning the elusive snow rabbit before it could dodge. Roar! Just then, a dragon's roar echoed from the sky. A shadow descended in an instant, casting the shape of a western dragon on the ground. With a crash, the trees fell, revealing a western black dragon, over 20 meters tall. Its slender figure, its scales gleaming in the sunlight, its head a ghastly, crowned by dense white bone spurs that formed a faint crown of bone. The black dragon opened its bloody maw and swooped down, snatching the shadow wolf away. The dazed snow rabbit remained frozen in its place. Snap! Snap! In mid-air, Fang Xing, accustomed to consuming raw meat and drinking blood, ripped the shadow wolf apart and devoured it in just a few gulps, landing on the edge of a jade-like lake. He drank freely, occasionally swiping his claws to snatch up a plump, dark green fish, one in a single bite. His fierce dragon aura emanated, shunning any ferocious beasts from the vicinity. According to the laws of this world, the cycle of the purple full moon waxing and waning at night should be equivalent to a year, I've experienced the Emperor's flowing juice 17 times. Barring any mishaps, tonight should be my 18th. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Fang Xing returned to the black mountains of his birthplace, quietly crouching on the ridge. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was night. The enchanting purple moonlight reappeared. And then, more drops of milky white Emperor's flowing juice fell. As if possessed by a spirit, it traced strange arcs, landing precisely on the foreheads of various creatures. In the forest, a drop of Emperor's fluid penetrated the body of the snow rabbit that had narrowly escaped during the daytime. A glimmer of anthropomorphic wisdom suddenly flashed in its scarlet eyes, and its size gradually grew. It even stood upright, its forelegs pressed together, and it prostrated itself before the purple moon, as if cultivating the power of the yin. Roars echoed, and around Fang Xing's territory, flashes of white and earthy yellow light appeared. Within the white light, an aged white ape sipped the moon's light. Within the earthy yellow light, a gigantic toad, the size of a mountain, its back covered in bumps shaped like copper coins. It opened its maw wide at the moon and roared, "Quack!" A bright yellow demon pill flew out, seemingly being tempered by the power of the moon's fluid. In contrast, Fang Xing simply flapped his wings, soaring into the sky and devouring the Emperor's fluid. The three great demons refrained from interfering with each other, and before they knew it, dawn had arrived in the east. Fang Xing was the first to land on a lawn. Next to it, there was an orchard filled with a dazzling array of red fruits, bamboo shoots, and more. The great white ape slowly concluded its training, pulled out a yellow gourd from its waist, and gulped down monkey wine. Brewed from 100 fruits, the wine had a unique aroma that was mouth-watering. Fang Xing felt a little jealous. After all, the black dragon's body was quite inconvenient, even roasting meat was a problem, let alone brewing wine. Furthermore, the old white ape was well versed in human nature and seemed to have inherited some demon heritage, making him a master at brewing wine. "You, a mixed blood demon of impure blood. Don't even think of asking for my fruit wine. The last time I gave it to you, it was like a cow chewing a peony. It broke my heart." The white ape shook his head, his voice hoarse with age. "I'm a dragon, not some mixed blood demon," Fang Xing began, a youthful voice emanating from the dragon's mouth. This language of this world had been taught to him by the old white ape. "Haha. You don't even have inherited memories, and you couldn't even speak at first. This only proves your bloodline's low rank." The old white ape's face showed a highly anthropomorphic look of disdain. "Dragon? Have you ever seen a flood dragon? In my opinion, you're just a mutated stone dragon with wings. Of course, your ancestors may have a trace of flood dragon bloodline, but who hasn't had rich ancestors? My ancestors might even have been the four monkeys." Fang Xing was speechless. Indeed, although he considered himself a Western black dragon, in the eyes of these Eastern demons, he seemed to be just a mutant four-legged snake. The most important thing was, the lack of inherited memories further confirmed this point. Quack! Just as the two demons were conversing, the cocky toad arrived. It suddenly shrank to the size of a millstone and hopped over to him. "Old son, I'm thirsty." "Alright." The white ape immediately changed its face, grinning obsequiously as it held out several jars of 100-fruit wine. "Xiao Wang, take some. If it's not enough, I have more." "Ahem, this is too much discrimination, isn't it?" Fang Xing protested. He was just joking. After years of getting along, he knew the old white ape had a good personality. He just had a bit of human cunning. He also had ulterior motives in trying to curry favor with a falling treasure toad. "How can you be like Xiao Wang?" the old white ape said. "Xiao Wang's heavenly toad bloodline is very strong. In just a few years, he's already mastered the transformations of big and small Rui. Can you do it? What's more, he's also refined his inner elixir. All he needs to do is survive the wind and fire tribulations to cultivate his primordial spirit, transcend the mortal realm, and achieve the realm of a great demon in the realm of the primordial spirit." Fang Xing fell silent. From the old white ape, he learned that among all the ways of the world, those who first sense the primordial energy of heaven and earth and begin their initial cultivation, whether human, demon, or otherwise, are considered to be in the mortal realm. Human cultivators might have 9 realms, such as moving blood, refining bones, and replacing marrow, but for demons, things are much simpler. Daily, they absorb and exhale the essence of the sun and moon, and continuously advance, rising from the first level of the mortal realm to the 9th level. Beyond that, They cultivate the primordial spirit and reach the realm of the primordial spirit. Primordial spirit. If that's what I'm imagining, wouldn't it be equivalent to the divine transformation cultivators of the immortal realm? The Lord of the Universe martial gods, the planetary-level masters of the great Sha world? In this world, it seems so simple. Just by absorbing and exhaling the primordial energy of heaven and earth, there's a certain chance of breakthrough. Fang Xing felt a chill in his heart. This world seems a bit complicated. I need to continue to hide better. After a brief frolic, the old white ape tossed 2 peaches over and sighed. I've been eating these peaches for 80 years. I wonder if I can get another 20. Fang Xing and the ochre toad exchanged glances and said, the demons from beyond the realm, are they coming again? Indeed. According to my observations, every 20 times the peaches ripen, a group of demons from beyond the realm descend upon them. The more powerful the monster, the more excited they are. The old white ape continued. Lord Black Mountain and Lord Greenscale were both truly great masters, yet they both fell. My cultivation level was low before, and I didn't seem to be much of a concern, but last time, you were hunted to the point of having no way out and nearly perished. I'm afraid you won't survive this catastrophe. It looked at Fang Xing and the ochre toad, little yellow, little black. You're both demons with less than 20 years of cultivation, and you don't know the terrifying power of the demons from beyond the realm. If the time comes, since we're enjoying peaches and drinking wine together, you'll have to help me out. Of course, that's mainly for little yellow. Little black, you're too big a target, you'll be lucky if you can even protect yourself. Fang Xing, he now understood this world better. It was most likely a training ground for some faction, a small world under complete control. In a small world like this, those who exceed their strength will obviously be purged. I can endure it for now. I can continue to comprehend the laws of space. As for how to leave, we'll have to see what we experienced with this attack from the extraterritorial demons. Fang Xing planned to observe quietly for at least one more time before making a decision. He had plenty of time, and this black dragon body could lie for at least 1,000 years. What can I gain from this world? If my consciousness travels across, it'll be just like the great Sha world. Aside from secret techniques and skills, I can't take any treasures with me. Perhaps the greatest benefit is enough time to comprehend the laws. I wonder what those extraterritorial demons look like, how powerful they are, and whether we can communicate. Fang Xing pondered for a moment before asking. They call themselves the human race, and their strength is above the 7th level of the mortal realm, but they absolutely cannot be considered merely at that level. The old white ape shook his head, as if conjuring up something horrifying. The last time I heard that pursuing demon, old son, mention them, they were from the 7 killing demon palace. Before a vengeful palace, a group of black-clothed disciples stood silently, their expressions solemn. After an unknown amount of time, a surge of spiritual power descended, transforming into the figure of a Taoist monk in black clothing and black hair. He swept his eyes over everyone present, and his voice was free of emotion. You are all outer disciples of my 7 killing demon palace. If you want to become an inner disciple, you must enter the 10,000 demon realm and kill a big demon and return. In the 10,000 demon realm, there are no big demons in the Yuanshan realm. After a pause, he said, this trial is really too simple. Your cultivation is not much different from those big demons, but you have the advantages of weapons, techniques, and moves. Your perception of the Tao is also far beyond those big demons. After all, the human body is the spirit of heaven and earth, and is more suitable for comprehending heaven and earth. Therefore, I have decided to increase the difficulty. This time, if you want to become an inner disciple, you must kill 2 big demons. His voice finally carried a hint of joy. If you kill more than 10, there will be extra rewards. As soon as these words came out, the solemn atmosphere below finally changed. Oh no. Elder Zhu 2 is actually presiding over this trial himself. This trial is going to be tough. 10 heads will earn me a reward. I must get it. Oh no. Isn't Elder Zhu 2's actions blatantly encouraging us to fight and rob each other? Many disciples stared at each other, their eyes gleaming with a hint of fighting intent. It was conceivable that this inner disciple assessment would be even more bloody than before. Chapter 409 Trial. The Myriad Demon Realm. Black Mountain. Fang Xing crouched in the vastly expanded cavern, silently comprehending the laws of space. Above the material layer and the absolute void layer, there's a third spatial structure. Perhaps it could be called the illusionary void layer. The space there is extremely chaotic. Moving forward could mean moving backward, and a single step could send you billions of miles away. A glint flashed in his eyes, and the vital energy of heaven and earth surged around him. According to the old white ape's assessment, my cultivation level is at least the 9th level of the mortal realm, right? Actually, I haven't practiced much, just comprehending the laws, and my efficiency in absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth has skyrocketed. Fang Xing's perception suggested the old white ape was around the 7th level of the mortal realm. The toad was stronger, around the 8th level. No wonder the old white ape sought support. Its 80 years of diligent cultivation weren't as good as the toad's 8. This was the vast difference in talent and bloodline. Almost there. My understanding of the laws of space is even on the verge of breaking through the 3rd stage, converging into the heart of the laws of space. Fang Xing's expression was bewildered. He had a premonition that now, with a single thought, he could break through the boundaries of the 3rd stage of the law of fire, drawing a vast amount of heaven and earth energy and instantly ascending to the primordial spirit. This is a world particularly friendly to those who possess profound law comprehension. However, I'm in someone else's small world, so I shouldn't stand out so much. Also, breaking through the limits of different laws will certainly result in different primordial spirits. Compared to the law of fire, I prefer to condense the primordial spirit through the law of space. After all, reaching the law lord realm requires only a thorough understanding of one law, and one must make choices. If one is haphazardly misplaced, one might end up like the creator, ultimately forced to bear children and stripped of their own law comprehension. I originally excelled only at the law of fire, but later discovered that the law of space is more suited. As for the law of fate, that's not what I want at all. I simply use the great Sun Tathagata mantra to refine a trace of Laplace's demon essence, and naturally entered the realm. If you don't follow the creator's path of conforming to the great Dao through the law of opposites, then you must continue to deepen your understanding of the laws, ultimately reaching the great Dao, or integrating different laws to achieve a special great Dao. This is knowledge required to achieve the Dao Master Realm, and it's too far away from me. At this moment, Fang Xing's face suddenly changed, sensing the violent fluctuations of heaven and earth's vital energy. Is there a battle? Is it with the old white ape? Has the 7 killing demon palace's 20-year trial begun? Quack! Little Yellow opened its mouth and exhaled a large amount of yellow mist, concealing both it and the old white ape. The old white ape had been struck in the abdomen by a sword, and blood was dripping from its white fur outlander. It roared, trying to swing its iron rod, but the strength was insufficient. Haha, we're lucky this time. We're actually dealing with 2 great demons. The besieging disciples of the 7 Killings Demon Palace burst into laughter. Outer realm demons? Really? To you, aren't we all just that? Demons above the 7th level of the mortal realm are considered great demons, and they are their target this time. Great demons do have their advantages. First, their bodies are incredibly formidable. Then, some possess innate magical powers. The most exceptional bloodlines can even awaken inherited memories from their bloodlines, gaining access to cultivation techniques and secret arts. Such great demons are an absolute nightmare for any disciple undergoing trials. And this time, the 3 7 Killings Demon Palace disciples happened to encounter one. A golden toad suddenly emerged from the earthy yellow mist. It flicked its tongue, and 3 beams of light instantly struck the 3 7 Killings Demon Palace disciples. The 3 disciples screamed in agony, and multicolored bumps appeared on their faces, necks, and hands. Oh no! It's poison. I have antidote pills, they screamed, retreating. Some quickly used their inner energy to suppress the poison, while others swallowed antidote pills. But it was all in vain. As the pimples exploded one after another, the 3 men instantly lost their life force, transforming into corpses that fell from midair. Whoosh! Before they even hit the ground, a scarlet tongue swirled, skewering the 3 corpses and disappearing into the giant toad's mouth. Haha, Zio Wang, well done. The old white ape, perched on the ochre-colored toad's back, leaped for joy. It's worth it that I, son, gave you all the 100-fruit wine. Well, it's quite impressive that you could take down those 3 losers. 8th level of the mortal realm, awakened to the celestial toad bloodline, a notable pet indeed. Unfortunately, its joy was premature. A clear voice echoed. A woman in red, her waist as slender as a willow, a stream of colorful ribbons swirling around her, stood in midair, a beaming smile on her face. She looked at the ochre-colored toad, a look of satisfaction on her face. Go! She raised her hand, and a brass bell appeared. Ding ding ding. Amidst the resounding ring of a bell, the old white ape let out a scream, feeling its muscles ache and limp, and rolled off the toad's back. Despair washed over it, knowing it had encountered an alien demon beyond its wildest dreams. Go! The woman in red pressed her hands together, and a chain emerged from the brass bell, binding the yellow toad's neck. The bell hung there, looking utterly out of place. But in the next instant, the yellow toad unconsciously activated its big and small unimaginable power, transforming into palm-sized golden toad, the bell perfectly cinched around its neck. Quack! Little Yellow was still dazed when a white jade-like hand grabbed him. The remaining white ape is in your hands. Yes, Senior Sister Ning. The two disciples behind him, their faces lit up with excitement, approaching the white ape. Alice. I never thought I, old son, would end up dead here. A trace of sadness crossed the white ape's eyes, and he gazed greedily at the peach orchard. I'm afraid I won't be able to eat peaches next year. Whoosh! At that moment, a fierce wind howled. A massive shadow swooped down, its dragon claws grasping the white ape. It then deftly dodged several flying swords and soared into the sky. Huh? It's you. Ziohei, the old white ape, having narrowly escaped death, let out a cry of surprise. You can just call me Black Dragon, then Ziohei. Watch out, I'll throw you down, Fang Xing said coldly. Alice, you're not cute anymore after growing up, the old white ape sighed, then added, Zio Wang, never mind. Zio Wang's capture offers a chance to survive. Let's each take care of our own demons. Fly. Fang Xing swept his soul power and saw the two black-clad disciples chasing him. Harnessing wind and thunder, their speed was astonishing. Of course, if he had been a little more careful, he could have easily shaken them off, but that would have drawn even more attention. There were countless extraterritorial demons entering the small world, and attracting waves of enemies would have been unfavorable. Therefore, Fang Xing deliberately concealed his abilities. Senior Sister Ning in red seemed to shrug, concentrating on subduing the celestial toad bloodline demon in her clutches. That messy, mixed blood demon is just flying faster. If you can't even catch it, forget about ever being my disciple. Upon hearing this, the two disciples immediately gave chase even harder. One of them even employed a form of acrobatics, appearing to vanish into the whirlwind, his speed increasing dramatically. Huh? The law of wind? The entry standard. Fang Xing noticed this and was startled. This is truly a high-level world comparable to the Great Sha world. Those at the 6th or 7th realms of combat power are already encountering the power of the law. According to this world's hierarchy, the two disciples behind him wouldn't even be at the 9th level of the mortal realm, their cultivation probably being around the 7th or 8th. Of course, Fang Xing always presented himself as at the 7th level of the mortal realm, so these two dared to pursue him. We've already reached 36,000 miles, he spread his wings, soared through the air for a long moment, and suddenly spoke. Yes, we can't run too far, or we'll easily run into another extraterritorial demon, the old white ape said. As long as we persevere and survive this month, we'll have another 20 years of carefree life, another 20 years in prison, right? Fang Xing rolled his eyes. But for him, this trial wasn't his forte either. He'd continue his arduous cultivation for another 20 years. Even if he didn't reach the soul realm, he could still continue comprehending the laws. After all, 20 years in this world was only 10 days in the immortal realm, so he wasn't afraid at all. Time to fight. Fang Xing suddenly turned. Hey, Black Dragon, what are you doing? The old white ape was startled. We can't just run away, or we'll easily run into other dangers. Didn't you say that? Fang Xing spun in an elegant arc in midair, his tail like a steel whip, lashing out at the two pursuers behind him. Not running anymore, the two black-clad disciples were overjoyed, each drawing their swords. Surging heavenly and earthly vital energy spread out, carrying wind and thunder. The next moment, boom! Two figures were instantly sent flying, their faces filled with disbelief. 9th level of the mortal realm? A peak-level demon? Senior Sister Ning was mistaken. This is a peak-level demon, so what if you know? Die? Fang Xing roared to the heavens, appearing extremely arrogant. In reality, he was secretly practicing the secret technique of 10,000 hearts. Searching their souls is easy. But searching without their knowledge, without the person even noticing, is much more difficult. There's a secret technique within 10,000 hearts that can capture fragments of the opponent's intense emotions, gathering fragmentary information. It's better than nothing. Because of this, he only unleashed the demonic power of the 9th level of the mortal realm, devoid of any understanding of the laws. Like a wild beast, he fought his minions based on instinct. Roar, he slashed with his claws, a powerful force. The black-clad disciple across from him moved his sword with a light and graceful movement, invoking the laws of wind, transforming into a cyan flower of unknown origin. The flower slowly unfolded and blossomed. Each petal that fell absorbed a level of his power. He actually managed to directly resist a 9th-level attack with only the 8th level of the mortal realm. This was the power of understanding the principles. During this attack, Fang Xing activated his secret technique, capturing a few subtle mental fluctuations. Senior Sister Ning's waist is so slender, he cursed inwardly, but he knew it was perfectly normal to capture such a chaotic flow of information. Life is full of distracting thoughts. Swish! Fang Xing's right claw ripped apart, blocking the lightning shimmering blade of another disciple. Senior Sister Ning will surely become a core disciple. Then we'll be able to ascend to the highest heavens. This harvest was quite interesting. Fang Xing roared, charging forward again. Bits and pieces of information were leaked out continuously during the battle. This move of mine is even more powerful. The way of thunder truly suits me. Junior Sister Liu's sachet, I secretly hide it. It smells so good. Outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples. One step at a time. After dozens of blows, no further information emerged. This was the limit of this secret technique. Fang Xing roared, as if he had gained some understanding during the battle. He lunged forward, using some of the mysteries of the beast fist. This wasn't even a comprehension of a principle, just an ordinary move. But the added bonus of this refined technique was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Roar! A phantom of a pitch-black tiger flashed through the air, sending 2 disciples flying backwards, blood pouring from their mouths and noses. Not good. This peak-level demon used to be crude in its use of demonic power, but now its technique has reached a breakthrough. Run! Find Senior Sister Ning to deal with it. The two of them joined forces, transforming into lightning bolts of wind and thunder, fleeing for their lives. Huh? This world's cultivators seem more like warriors, adept at close combat, or are they ranged attackers I haven't seen before? Fang Xing made his mental assessment and slowly descended. Whoosh! A flash of white appeared, and the old white ape, left behind during the previous battle, ran over. Black Dragon, you're amazing. You actually chased those 2 demons away. But the demons from beyond a realm are incredibly cunning. If you kill one, 2 will follow. If you didn't stop them, they'd surely return with even more powerful demons to siege us. It's okay, just hide. A flash of black light appeared on Fang Xing's body, and his body instantly shrank to just over 2 meters long. Huh? The great and small unimaginable powers, the old white ape asked in surprise. So you can do that? I learned it from Little Wang. Fang Xing said nonchalantly. How can we, the demons who are out here, reveal all our hidden abilities? The old white ape was stunned, then his face turned a little red. You're right. Alice. I, old son, have lived for 80 years, but I'm still not as good as you, who have lived for 18. Okay, let's go. I dug some holes and hiding places underground. Maybe we can hide here, Fang Xing said. Huh? You've got that trick up your sleeve. The white ape's eyes lit up, then he shook his head. It's useless. My soul power can easily penetrate 10 miles underground. Any demon from outside the realm would be even more powerful. If we're above ground, with no cover, we can easily reach hundreds of miles. Then, after a few round trips, there's nothing to hide. This was perfectly natural. This small world was for testing disciples, not for playing hide and seek. There couldn't be any obvious loopholes to exploit. That's just because you can't hide it, Fang Xing chuckled, and his aura, not to mention the dragon's might, quickly dissipated. If one didn't see it with the naked eye, but just glance at it with soul power, it would be like air. The old white ape's eyes suddenly lit up. You can do this? Have you secretly awakened your inherited memories? Chapter 410, The Treasure of the Soul. Yes, I'm actually a descendant of Yinglong and possess Yinglong blood, Fang Xing nodded. The old white ape looked me up and down, muttering, still not, more like a stone dragon, go away. I saved your life this time, so remember to at least return 10 jars of 100 fruit wine to me. Fang Xing grabbed the white ape and unleashed his earth diving technique. Ah, no problem. Anyway, with Xiao Wang captured, there's one less demon to drink with in the future, the white ape sighed, a look of anthropomorphic desolation. Fang Xing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. With his deliberate concealment, Not only would the ordinary 7 Killings Demon Palace outer disciples, but even the Yuan Shen realm elders might not be able to detect his presence. However, Fang Xing still made a few deliberate appearances, provoking some outer disciples and then gazing into their hearts during the fight. This also let the 7 Killings Demon Palace disciples know that a peak-level demon had emerged in the Myriad Demon Realm, a mutated stone dragon, a formidable force. What's more important is that he is extremely cowardly and only dares to cause trouble to the 8th level Mortal Realm cultivators, and will never meet with the 9th level Mortal Realm masters. Damned black lizard. I won't let him go. It can actually fight with me for 100 moves. The monster that calls itself a black dragon is really powerful. Haha, a frog in the well, don't you know what you look like? How dare you shamelessly call yourself a dragon? Don't say. There are all kinds of monsters in the 10,000 monsters realm. Although I don't know what kind of hybrid the black dragon is, maybe his ancestors really have a trace of Yinglong bloodline, otherwise how could he cultivate to the peak of the great monster? Fang Xing didn't bother to pay attention to these rumors. He just wandered around and fought, trying to find gold in the shit from the divergent thinking of these disciples. The 7 Killings Demon Palace, founded by the 7 Killings Taoist, is an incredibly powerful force, with a legacy stretching back hundreds of thousands of years, and the 7 Killings Taoist still lives today, serving as its master and a powerful being in the heavenly immortal realm. The path of cultivation involves absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth into the body, progressing through the 9 levels of the mortal realm and the primordial spirit realm. Those in the primordial spirit realm can live for 10,000 years, and above that, they reach the heavenly immortal realm. For demons, it's the heavenly demon realm. The more Fang Xing learned about this, the more serious his heart grew. A cultivator in the primordial spirit realm is at least comparable to divine transformation realm. Could the so-called heavenly immortal realm be comparable to the true immortals rumored in the world of immortal cultivation? Thinking about it, it's very possible. The most important thing for cultivators in this world, besides techniques, weapons, and secret treasures, is understanding of the Dao. The so-called understanding of the Dao is actually understanding of the laws, the same thing, just under a different name. But these outer disciples' understanding of the Dao is only average. In my opinion, they're all at the beginner to proficient level. Fang Xing thought again of the red-dressed woman he had met earlier who had taken Xiao Wang under her wing. This woman was probably the strongest he had ever seen. The other disciples subconsciously believed she could aspire to the rank of core disciple. But in terms of their understanding of the Dao, they were probably only at the proficient stage, at most slightly deeper than the others. Not a single one had reached the 3rd stage, the heart of the law. That's right. If one could comprehend a law to the 3rd stage, the mastery level, one could summon the vital energy of heaven and earth to infuse the body with a single thought, ascending to the soul realm. In the 7 Killing Demon Palace, soul realm cultivators are elders, holding a higher status than true disciples. Who would bother taking the inner disciple examination? As Fang Xing pondered this, he was stopped by 2 outer disciples. Both were dressed in black robes, one with a pale, almost translucent complexion, looking quite eerie. The other, a man with a bloody scar between his eyebrows, shouted, "Black Dragon, today is your death," he roared, slashing with his sword. The blade's shadows cascaded, like a ball of flame, erupting fiercely. With the 8th level of mortal realm cultivation and a rudimentary understanding of the law of fire, how dare he do this? Fang Xing muttered inwardly, extending his claws. This one, unlike the previous ones, seemed to be in perfect harmony with his space, its power suddenly increasing. Oh no. Junior brother Song, this black dragon has fought so many battles with us that it's naturally reached the threshold of enlightenment. The man, whose face was almost transparent, exclaimed in surprise, a strange look flashing in his eyes. Fang Xing extinguished the flames with a single claw, and his myriad heart's secret technique instantly gathered a hidden thought, my ultimate move. Primordial spirit treasure, unleash it. A thought struck him, and he saw the sword in junior brother Song's hand, with a bloody scar between his eyebrows, transform. Scarlet flames emerged across the pitch-black blade. The previously dissipated blade light suddenly coalesced, becoming even hotter and more explosive. A treasure of the Yuanshan realm, a treasure refined by a Yuanshan realm cultivator? It seems to be inscribed with the power of some laws. Fang Xing's mind stirred, and he feigned defeat, flying backward. As he retreated, his wings fluttered, like ripples of water cutting through space, his agility suddenly increasing to an incredible level. Then, He circled and came up behind the blood-stained man, lashing out with his tail. Puff. Junior brother Song, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, slammed hard into the mountain. The way of the void. This evil creature has actually mastered the way of the void. Even the man with the transparent face was filled with disbelief. The way of the void is a supreme principle. I heard senior sister Ning captured a pet with a bloodline of a celestial toad, naturally suited to the path of poison. I didn't expect this black dragon to be even more powerful. Although its bloodline is mixed, its comprehension is astonishing. Comprehension. This kind of talent is hard to explain. Perhaps a random beggar has a greater understanding than a cultivator. But without a certain level, it's useless. Without resources, starvation is inevitable. The demon race is like wild beasts, living within the universe. Isn't it easier for us to comprehend the universe? Isn't it said that we humans are the most intelligent of all creatures, and are more adept at comprehending the principles of the Dao? The man with the transparent face was shocked, and his gaze on Fang Xing and the Yuanshan treasure sword was tinged with greed. Then, a transparent longsword, as if forged from ice, emerged in his hand. Streams of water suddenly appeared in the void, twisting and turning, and the streams enveloped an area dozens of miles. Junior brother Song, I'll help you. Fight. Junior brother Song held the longsword, and a trace of crimson light emerged from the blade. It was the power of the law of fire. This was not his own understanding, but a direct activation of the array pattern on the Yuanshan treasure. A primordial spirit treasure exhibiting this kind of performance reminds me of the martial Saint Mech. Of course, the martial Saint Mech, besides providing the ability to comprehend the laws, also provides basic combat power, but this sword clearly doesn't. It's still inferior in power, and that senior brother, he clearly wants to keep me as a pet, and he covets the primordial spirit treasure in my hands. Fang Xing's figure flashed, seemingly merging into the void. With incredible speed, he narrowly avoided the slashing crimson blade. Then, flapping his wings, he collided with the streams of water that resembled cages. First, limit the area, wait until they're both damaged, then strike. A hidden thought emerged. Hey, I'm done playing with you guys. Fang Xing smashed through the water, disappearing into the distant sky like a black meteor. This, junior brother Song chased out and, upon seeing this scene, sighed. What a shame. This black dragon is quite majestic. If we could capture it and give it to Xiaozhong as a pet, it would be wonderful. Haha, junior brother Song is truly a good brother. Are you alright? Quick, I have some healing elixirs. The man, his face almost transparent, stepped forward with concern, handing over a bottle of elixirs. Thank you, senior brother. Junior brother Song took it, his palm suddenly feeling as if it were burning. He looked up suddenly, his eyes filled with disbelief at his senior brother. You, swoosh. The sword flashed, piercing junior brother Song's throat. Snap. The jade bottle fell to the ground, transforming into a jade scorpion. Haha. Junior brother, I'll gladly accept this soul treasure from you. The black-clad senior brother gave a sinister grin. Don't blame me. He swung his sword, and junior brother Song's head flew off, lifeless. Junior brother Song. You were killed by the black dragon. I will avenge you. Just as the black-clad man stepped forward to pick up the soul treasure's sword, suddenly, a howling wind. A black shadow flashed by, its massive claws grasping the sword. Then, flapping its wings, it drew a graceful arc through the air, dodging the sword beams before disappearing without a trace. Black dragon? Black dragon! AA. The white ape's ears twitched, and it immediately became alert, grabbing the iron rod beside it. Seeing Fang Xing enter, it breathed a sigh of relief. Black dragon, where did you pick up the demonic item? I stole it. Fang Xing stepped aside and lay on the ground, his spiritual power seeping into his sword inch by inch. It's not a good idea to pick up items from the outer demons. It's easy to get into trouble. You, Alice, didn't listen to me, and now you're suffering. The old white ape shook his head for a moment. Seeing Fang Xing didn't react, he laid down in frustration, fished out a yellow gourd, and gulped down a drink. Life underground was boring, so he had to find some fun. Elsewhere, Fang Xing's eyes lit up. Sure enough, a treasure of the Yuanshan. First of all, the material is quite good. I've never seen it before. But it can carry the power of rules, so it's naturally extraordinary. This sword has 2 levels of secret patterns. The first level is very simple. It only requires the strength of the 7th level of the mortal realm and the introductory knowledge of the law of fire to activate it, unleashing the power of the law of fire. and nothing can be cut down. As for the second level, that person has no way of activating it. It requires at least the 9th level of the mortal realm and a proficient level of understanding of the law of fire, or even a second stage, perfect understanding of the law of fire. Chapter 411, Heart of Space and Teleportation. The second level of secret pattern, the affected activates his world of flame. This move could seriously injure me. Fang Xing's eyes darkened. What a treasure, it truly is. The waters of this world are truly treacherous. The disciple surnamed Song looked ordinary, yet the ancient treasure he held was so formidable. He was now thankful he hadn't provoked a formidable being like senior sister Ning. The reason was simple. Junior brother Song possessed a ancient treasure, so senior sister Ning couldn't possibly not have one too. And the power it unleashed was enough to severely injure him, even putting him at risk of death. Little did he know that ancient treasures were truly precious to ordinary cultivators. Although junior brother Song's cultivation was modest, his ancestors had once been wealthy, producing a great cultivator of the 7th level of the ancient realm. That's why this heart flame battle blade was passed down as a family heirloom. Now that junior brother Song had passed away and the inherited treasure was lost, a major family in the outside world might be shattered. A month passed quickly. When Fang Xing calmed down and avoided causing trouble, no one could track him down. A month later, the disciples who had come for the trials were either buried in the secret realm or returned victorious, and the secret realm returned to its original tranquility. Roar, Fang Xing circled in midair, landing on his black mountain. He took in the surroundings, feeling a sense of satisfaction. His place was devoid of any natural resources, and those disciples of the 7-killing demon palace had nothing better to do than to wreak havoc. Old White Ape's orchard, on the other hand, looked truly devastated, as if a tornado had passed through it. He flew over to Old White Ape, who was crying, clutching an empty stone wine jar. My 100-fruit wine. Those damned bastards not only destroyed my orchard, but they also dug up my wine cellar. That's enough, old son. I'm lucky to be alive. After all, didn't you say you still had 20 years of freedom? The fruit trees can regrow, and the fruit wine can be brewed again, Fang Xing consoled him. That's true. I'm almost used to it anyway. The old white ape wiped his tears and rambled on. I went to check. The black-winged python in the West Mountain was also killed, even its gallbladder was disemboweled. It was a horrible sight. And then there's the Golden Wind Lord, the Green Water Demon. It rattled off the names of many monsters. In reality, Fang Xing knew that even more great monsters had perished. However, within the next 20 years, more great monsters would be born. After all, with the Emperor's fluid constantly nourishing this secret realm, both natural treasures and monsters would thrive. 20 years, continue to comprehend the laws of space. Fang Xing's eyes darkened as he made a decision. Spring passed and autumn came. Atop Black Mountain, a black dragon clutched a jar of wine, quaffing deeply. Great, Fang Xing tossed a jar of wine and burped. The Lord of Black Mountain. I've actually earned the nickname Old Black Mountain Demon among those lesser demons. I'm speechless. Am I really that old? However, the demon world has undergone a major reshuffle, with many great demons dead. The remaining ones have indeed become veterans. Of course, they still can't compare to the old white ape. In the eyes of the lesser demons outside, Black Dragon is indeed an old demon, but he's a homebody who, besides eating, prefers to hide in his cave and sleep. Fang Xing finished his 100-fruit wine and smacked his lips. Old son's craftsmanship is getting better and better, he sighed and returned to his cave to sleep. As for his size, it remained fixed at around 25 meters in length. Without a major realm breakthrough, it seemed impossible to increase. He lay on the ground, his pupils closed, and began to comprehend the laws again. Fang Xing's consciousness merged with all things, sensing the subtle fluctuations in the void. The illusionary layer. There are 69 structures in total, and I've finally comprehended the last one. Counting the previous 18 years, it's been nearly 40 years, right? As expected, the laws of space are incredibly difficult. I've observed the origins of space, and it still took me nearly 40 years to barely advance to the 3rd stage, breaking through to the mastery level. As he was comprehending, the mystery of the final spatial structure of the illusionary layer finally emerged. At that moment, a new line of information appeared on the attribute panel. Law of Space, Proficient Mastery, Law of Space. 1/20,000, Mastery. To have comprehended this law, this journey through time is not in vain. 38 years in the blink of an eye, a mere 10 days in the world of immortal cultivation. This is an unparalleled opportunity. Wisps of silver light flashed in Fang Xing's vertical pupils. A closer look revealed that the silver light was composed of countless tiny runes, each bearing a three-dimensional spatial structure, revealing the mysteries of the way of space. It continued to penetrate deeper and deeper, reaching the heart of the Black Dragon. Having reached the third stage of comprehension of the spatial laws, one can condense the heart of space. From now on, one can perceive spatial fluctuations more clearly, and also concentrate the power of spatial rules. As a superior law, the power of spatial rules is even more formidable than the power of fire. It should be able to easily sever the void, even exile. Of course, the greatest benefit is that I can leverage the power of spatial rules to better utilize the void. Now, Fang Xing looked back at himself and felt that his use of the power of rules was too crude. The power of rules is more adept at leveraging laws, simultaneously creating and evolving, rather than simply destroying. At this moment, Fang Xing's consciousness, imbued with the silvery white power of spatial rules, instantly penetrated the Taixu layer. It even reached a layer above the Taixu layer, a chaotic and misty spatial structure, the illusionary layer. Spatial disorder can be corrected by the power of spatial rules. As Fang Xing's mind moved, wisps of silver light flickered, and the illusionary layer, centered around his consciousness, seemed to stabilize. At the same time, his vision rapidly ascended, seemingly gazing across the entire myriad demon realm. Even the Black Dragon's form seemed ethereal, as if it would vanish in the next moment. Teleport, this is true teleportation. Fang Xing's eyes lit up. True teleportation requires the use of the illusionary layer. Use the power of spatial laws to stabilize the illusionary layer. Then, activate positioning. With a single step within the illusionary layer, you can teleport billions of miles to the outside world. This is completely different from a cultivator's nascent soul using the grand void layer to teleport, often only a few hundred or even 1,000 feet at a time. Not to mention the difference in difficulty between the two, as one is a spirit and the other a true body. Even the distance difference is incomparable. The distance of teleportation is based on the distance I can currently maintain stability within the illusionary layer. In other words, the maximum distance I can sense within the illusionary layer determines the distance I can teleport to. If we use the calculations of a nascent soul cultivator, the nascent soul's consciousness in the material layer is hundreds of miles. In the illusionary layer, after the confusion has stabilized, moving 1 mile is roughly equivalent to moving 1,000,000,000,000 miles in the material layer. Sure enough, this is true teleportation. A small movement is a distance measured in light years. But the greater the distance, the more blurred the sense, and the possibility of teleporting to a dangerous place increases greatly. Fang Xing's consciousness resided within the illusionary layer, silently observing the myriad demon realm. From this higher dimensional perspective, the size of the myriad demon realm was easily observable. It was an irregular continent approximately 3 million miles wide and 8 million miles long, dotted with numerous vast lakes and oceans. With my current teleportation ability, I can reach any part of the myriad demon realm at will. Fang Xing could even sense a tight net surrounding this small realm. If I were to use a grand void level spatial escape technique, like nascent soul teleportation, I'd definitely be unable to escape. This 10,000 demon realm is clearly the property of the 7 killing demon palace, with seals and prohibitions against flying, but I should be able to escape by using the teleportation techniques of the illusionary realm. Fang Xing was immediately tempted, but quickly controlled his nerves. No. While I'm confident a soul-level cultivator wouldn't be able to catch me, but the 7 killing Taoist is a celestial immortal, a being like the creator, so no matter how much he's valued, it's not too much. Let's stick with the original plan. The next demon invasion is almost here anyway. The original plan, of course, was to use secret techniques to control a disciple as a slave, disguise him as a subjugated pet, and leave openly with the 7 killing demon palace disciples. This was inspired by Fang Xing's observation of senior sister Ning's subjugation of Xiao Wang. For this reason, he had also been distracted by the secret manual Myriad Hearts over the past few decades. He glanced at his stats: 10,000 hearts, 3/400, master level soul controlling skills. As long as I'm not seen directly by the 7 killing Taoist, this shouldn't be a problem. Even if I fail, I can still use teleportation to escape. Everything is ready now. We're just waiting for the outer demons to invade again. A few days later, beside the orchard, Fang Xing shrank in size, holding a specially crafted wooden cup. "Old son, your wine-making skills are getting better and better." The white ape, however, ate a peach in his hand, his gaze fixed on the orchard. "Another 20 years, yes, the once-in-20-year catastrophe." Fang Xing glanced nearby and spotted a millstone-sized crow and a giant white-scaled snake. These were the two most outstanding demons in the area in the past 20 years, already reaching the great demon stage. "Grandpa White Ape, Master Black Mountain," a childlike voice rang out from the crow. Fang Xing's face twitched, and he continued to watch the white ape's exploitation of his seniority. After the two big monsters left, he looked at the old white ape. "Why didn't you get them to agree to take action? Are you blaming me?" The old white ape shook his head. "It's worth it for me to live for more than 100 years. This time, I won't escape, and I will live and die with the 100-fruit forest." "Forget it then. Only when monsters help themselves can God help them. If God doesn't help, I will help them." Fang Xing flicked his tail and strung together several jars of fine wine. "As long as you practice the skills I've taught you over the years, hiding yourself will be no problem. Just don't protect other monsters. Otherwise, you will be in immediate trouble. Remember this." As he spoke slowly, his figure disappeared. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412 Reopening. After all, the 10,000 Demon Realm is the 7 Killing Demon Palace's training ground. One great demon is adept at hiding, so it's nothing. If every great demon were to do the same, or even form a demon clan and hunt humans, that would backfire and lead to death. Furthermore, harboring too many demons would easily attract the attention of Yuan Shen realm cultivators. Then coming down specifically to clear them out would be even more counterproductive. Fang Xing shook his head as he flew. He took a liking to the old white ape and taught him a technique for confining his aura, enough to keep him alive for a long time. As for the other demons, he simply didn't bother with them. Outer demons, 7 Killing Demon Palace cultivators. I hope they can arrive before the wine runs out. He landed on Black Mountain, gazing into the distance, a little melancholy in his thoughts. 7 Killing Demon Palace. Outer disciples taking the intersect examination this time. Murangyu, Li San, Song Zhang, a Yuan Shen realm elder soared in the air, his gaze scanning the disciples below. Each of the outer disciples stared intently, yet inwardly they were rejoicing. It's good it's not Elder Zhu too. 20 years ago, on a whim, he doubled the standards for the intersect examinations, causing so much bloodshed. Song Zhang, an ordinary-looking young man with a 9th-level mortal realm cultivation, stood out among the outer disciples. See? Among the outer disciples, there are several with a strong chance of passing this time. This person is one of them. From the Song family, one disciple lowered his voice. It's a pity the Song family has fallen on hard times. Otherwise, if we had joined them, we might have been like those disciples who followed senior sister Ning back then, with one person's success bringing prosperity to the whole family. Song Zhang's ears twitched, as if he had heard the whispers, but his expression remained unchanged. In his childhood, he had his brother to protect him from the hardships, and the Song family was relatively well off, allowing him to truly enjoy a period of time. But 20 years ago, not only did his brother die, but even the family treasures were left in the myriad demon realm. The Song family immediately declined, and he was met with indifference. Fortunately, Song Zhang was a man of rising courage despite setbacks. He managed to keep the Song family afloat, and his cultivation surpassed his elder brother, reaching the 9th level of the mortal realm. This time, the Zhang and He families are coveting our Song family's last remaining assets. I must become an inner disciple to possess the necessary status to protect them. Song Zhang secretly clenched his fists. In the 10,000 demon realm, senior brother K, my brother's close friend, said he died at the hands of a mixed-blood demon dragon. I don't believe it. With the protection of the Yuan Shen treasure, how could my brother have died so easily? Furthermore, that K is the suspected mastermind behind the Zhang and He family's usurpation of the family and their deception. He didn't realize that there were far more than just a few curious ordinary disciples watching him. Is this the target? Li San's triangular eyes glanced at him imperceptibly, his mind taking shape. Senior brother K instructed that Song Zhang should die in the secret realm like his brother, once and for all. Muran Yu's expression was cold, as if she didn't care at all. The Yuan Shen realm elder in the air was similarly impressed. After taking inventory and confirming everything was correct, he spoke calmly. To become an inner sect disciple, you must undergo the demon slaying trial. Your standard is one person, one great demon. Taking its essence, blood, and soul as proof, you can enter the inner sect. Go. The Soul Realm Elder waved his hand, and teleportation power instantly enveloped the entire square. In a flash of silver light, figures vanished one after another, in the 10,000 demon realm. Here they come, within the Black Mountain. Fang Xing suddenly looked up. Just then, he sensed a subtle spatial fluctuation. The spatial restrictions that had previously enveloped the 10,000 demon realm had, in that instant, cracks and gaps appeared. Even the nascent soul of a nascent soul cultivator could potentially escape the 10,000 demon realm using the nascent soul's teleportation. This craftsmanship is a bit crude. Am I overestimating the 7-killing demon sect? He muttered inwardly, then continued to lie low, waiting for a lucky individual to come to him. A few days later, Fang Xing's eyes opened. A visitor has arrived from afar. Outside Black Mountain, Song Zhuang stood on the back of a giant crow, gazing at the mountain. Is this the Black Mountain old demon? Yes, sir, this is where the old demon resides. The crow spoke in human language. It didn't want to betray Fang Xing, but it couldn't defeat him, and it didn't want to die. Brother, Song Zhuang's expression was somewhat melancholic, and a spear materialized in his hand. Go. He pointed the spear, and a crimson light instantly pierced through miles, carving a massive gash in Black Mountain. Roar, roar. The next moment, an immense black dragon flew out, roaring, "You again, damned demons!" It's indeed a mutated stone dragon. Its demonic aura has reached the 9th level of the mortal realm. Song Zhuang believed that the demon dragon's cultivation had advanced over the past 20 years, a natural progression. Black dragon, 20 years ago? Didn't you kill my eldest brother and steal my family's most precious sword? He roared, his eyes crimson. Big brother, Fang Xing, immersed in his acting, only then noticed the newcomer's face. It bore a striking resemblance to the 7 Killings Demon Palace disciple with a bloodstain on his forehead. He sneered, offering no explanation. After all, a wild demon and an extraterritorial demon were mortal enemies. What was the point of explaining? This was called an actor's self-cultivation. Die. Upon witnessing this, Song Zhuang's eyes flashed red. A ball of sparks flickered from the tip of his spear, exploding in an instant, transforming into a sky of flaming trees and silver flowers. Each spear shadow carried the power to easily injure a great demon. 9th level peak of the mortal realm, 2nd stage of the law of fire, far stronger than his brother. No, perhaps there's something else hidden. Fang Xing's mind stirred, and his massive form moved amidst the countless spear shadows. Each scale seemed to blend seamlessly into the air, his movements incredibly smooth. The way of the void? You, a demon dragon, have actually mastered the way of the void. Song Zhuang was astonished. Fang Xing's current strength was merely the beginnings of the principles of space. But being able to apply it to his physical movements was truly remarkable. Go to hell. Fang Xing dodged all the spear beams with a few flashes, then suddenly opened his mouth and unleashed a pitch-black sword. At this moment, crimson lines illuminated across the sword. A bright red blade light emerged from the void, the power of the principles of fire. The principles of fire. That's the heart flame sword. Song Zhuang was startled, his spearmanship shifting. A long spear spun rapidly, transforming into a unified, primordial defense, blocking his path. Duh. Amidst the crimson blade's light, the great crow demon beneath him let out a scream as the blade's energy chopped him into countless fragments of flesh, blood, and bone, showering them from the sky. Puff. Song Zhuang's face flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He crashed into a 200-meter-tall ancient tree, snapping countless branches and sending leaves flying everywhere. The noise immediately alerted someone lurking in the distance. Sure enough, Song Zhuang is very powerful. Li San's eyes were cold as he observed the entire situation silently. The Song family's sole treasure, the Heart Flame Blade, has indeed been left in the Myriad Demon Realm, and taken by that black dragon. If it's taken out, Senior Brother K will definitely know. If I seize this soul treasure and become an inner disciple myself, what will become of the K family? A hint of greed lingered in his eyes. Although Senior Brother K had summoned him before coming to the Myriad Demon Realm and promised him many benefits, including the opportunity to keep Song Zhong in the myriad demon realm forever and retrieve the lost treasure, it would be better to keep the treasure for himself than to give it to the K family. After all, the K family was only an inner disciple. If it were senior sister Ning, he might consider it. After all, senior sister Ning's valiant dedication earned her rank as a true disciple within 10 years of becoming an inner disciple. A true disciple of the Seven Killing Demon Palace, as long as they survived, would surely reach the soul realm and possess a bright future. Just as Li San secretly waited, he was startled to see the black dragon glance their way, then retreat? Retreat? Damn, what's up with this black dragon? Li San was bewildered. But upon seeing Song Zhong crawl out, struggling to recover from his injuries, he gritted his teeth and said, "Go." In an instant, he lunged forward, a snake-like longsword in his hand. A dark glow shone from the sword's tip, and like a venomous snake spitting its tongue, he charged at Song Zhong. This was a sword for assassination. Li San had used this sword technique to defeat several 9th-level mortal realm masters before, and he was confident that Song Zhong, gravely injured, would be doomed. Clang. The sword flashed, then was blocked by a spear that arrived earlier. No. His spear's speed is far superior to before. Li San's face twisted. Seeing Song Zhong's calm expression, he said, "Are you hiding your abilities?" "You guessed right." Song Zhong smiled faintly. "My name is Song Zhong. I'll finish you off with one spear. If you've truly jumped out, I'll send you packing." His spear strikes were continuous, like a veil of flames, blocking all of Li San's escape routes. After dozens of blows, Li San was struck in the chest by a spear, collapsing to the ground. Li San looked at Song Zhong. His face filled with shock. You've already comprehended the Dao of Fire to a profound level, even capable of breaking through to the soul formation realm with a single thought, unlike us who need to take the intersect or core disciple exams and rely on elixirs to achieve this breakthrough. You're a true genius, and you've been hiding your abilities so much, otherwise, how could you have come out like this? Song Zhong looked at the red tassel on his own spear, a look of melancholy. While that black dragon is powerful, it probably can't kill the big brother who possesses the heart flame saber. It seems it was that villain K's Hyujin who did it. Li San was speechless. But soon, his eyes grew hazy. "Now, I'll ask you a question, and you answer it," Song Zhong began, clearly already using some kind of bewitching technique. A moment later, having obtained the information he sought, he stabbed Li San to death with a single spear, then soared back up, landing above Black Mountain. "Black Dragon, get out." "You already know what happened back then, so why bother coming back?" Fang Xing flew out, sighing. "Look, I showed mercy before. You weren't showing mercy, you just didn't want someone to take advantage. Besides, K's Hyujin was the mastermind, and you were an accomplice. Not to mention, you coveted my family's heirloom." A hint of murderous intent flickered in Song Zhong's eyes, and wisps of crimson flame-based power emerged. You're truly powerful. I was hiding my abilities before," Fang Xing sighed. To have such a comprehension of the laws at the 9th level of the mortal realm, he's undoubtedly a genius. This boy's understanding of the laws of fire is almost as strong as his. Song Zhong swept his spear across, sending flames dancing wildly across the sky. Fang Xing flicked his tail, his form seeming to dissolve into the void. As if gathering to form, dispersing to vanish into gas, his massive form suddenly became ethereal, allowing the flames to pass through him unscathed. The principles of the void have reached this point. Song Zhong's eyes widened. "Come again," he roared, and a ball of flame erupted from the tip of his spear. This flame then enveloped his entire body, transforming him into a flaming giant tens of meters tall. His understanding of the law of fire had reached the 3rd stage of mastery, enabling him to attain the primordial spirit with a single thought. "If that's the case, then it's you." Fang Xing narrowly avoided the attack, but his heart was set on making this man his personal pet, no, his servant. Using the secret technique of 10,000 hearts, he would enslave his soul. Generally speaking, soul enslavement is difficult to detect, especially since I've mastered 10,000 hearts to the master level. I can even pass through the snow without leaving a trace. Even examining his sea of consciousness wouldn't reveal anything. Now, we must complete this enslavement unnoticed in the midst of battle. Now is the perfect time, otherwise, once this person achieves primordial spirit, it will be quite troublesome. Although soul servants are loyal and obey only their master's orders, even without hesitation, even when told to kill their own parents, wife, and children, their potential will undoubtedly plummet after becoming enslaved. The most important thing for a strong person is free will. Whether good or evil, even insane. Once free will is lost, their potential is naturally greatly diminished. However, this person has already achieved primordial spirit, so as a servant, he can realize some of his potential, so it's not a big loss. Fang Xing roared, and every pounce and claw seemed to carry some kind of method as he engaged the flame giant. In reality, with every clash, his soul power silently seeped into Song Zhuang's body, like a trickle of water, gradually gathering, eventually becoming irreversible and transforming into a torrent. It's time. Fang Xing was struck by the flaming giant's spear and sent flying into the black mountain, covered in blood in a grievous sight. He cried out, "Spare my life! I'm willing to hand over my treasure." With that, he handed over the heart flame blade. Song Zhuang poked the blade with the tip of his spear, taking it in his hand with a look of mixed joy and sorrow. In this moment of intense emotional turmoil, his eyes blurred for a moment, then became incredibly firm. "I can spare your life, but you must be my slave. Come with me and testify against Kei's Hujin." This was Fang Xing's order to his slave, after silently completing his enslavement. He needed a reason to be taken away. While his spirit pet, adept at the way of the void, was impressive, it wasn't particularly powerful. Chapter 413 Qing Yuan. But being brought out as a witness to my brother's murder is quite convincing. What's more, I'm a void dragon, skilled in void escape techniques. Making a mount is quite impressive and useful, even in battle. If you release me, you can still shout, "I've got a black dragon on my face, how can I lose?" Fang Xing mentally complained, then feigned a timid air. "I am willing to submit." "Excellent." Song Zhuang cooperated perfectly, pressing his hands together and forcing out a drop of blood essence. "I sign a blood pact with you. Release your spirit and soul, and do not resist. Go." He extended his finger, and the drop of blood essence transformed into a rune, shooting into Fang Xing's forehead with lightning speed. On one of the scales on the black dragon's forehead, a blood-red rune, like a tattoo, radiated a crimson glow. This was a contract unique to the 7-killing demon palace. The elders and disciples knew at a glance that the great demon had been subdued. But in reality, it was just a showpiece. "You're too big. Get smaller." Song Zhuang frowned at Fang Xing's 20-meter-tall frame. Fang Xing nodded, then used his magical power to shrink, shrinking to size like a black cat, landing on Song Zhuang's shoulder. "Very good. I'll go kill another great demon, and this time I'll definitely become an inner disciple," Song Zhuang said. "Actually, inner disciples aren't that big of a deal. I want to achieve the core true lineage. Core true lineage disciples are only selected from among mortal disciples, and they're said to have great benefits." This was actually answering some of Fang Xing's doubts. For example, since he'd already comprehended the principles, why not just achieve the primordial spirit realm directly? It seems there are some differences between the primordial spirits in this world. This kind of cultivation knowledge, as a wild demon monster with no inherited memories, is completely beyond my comprehension. That old white ape claims to possess extraordinary bloodline, but its inherited memories don't hold much value. They're all mortal knowledge. Unless one reaches a certain realm and activates and manifests the bloodline again, it won't be released at all. This is the hallmark of bloodline inheritance. Only appropriate content is released at the appropriate realm. It can't be instilled all at once. This is for the benefit of future generations, but also to maintain confidentiality, preventing the entire inheritance from being leaked. Now that we have Song Zhuang as a springboard, perhaps we can consider the 7 Killings Demon Palace's tome. Fang Xing's initial goal was to escape the 10,000 demon realm. Now that his actions hadn't triggered any countermeasures, he knew that a celestial immortal realm powerhouse like the 7 Killings Taoist couldn't constantly monitor a small trial realm. As far as Song Zhuang knew, it was common for even a sect's soul realm elder to not see their own palace master for thousands of years. It's even possible that a single retreat by the 7 Killings Taoist could last tens of thousands of years, while an elder in the Yuan Shen realm could only live for 10,000 years, and they'd already been replaced several times. Here's the basic information about our sect, and the sect rules and regulations. Take a good look at it and don't get me into trouble. Song Zhuang performed brilliantly. Pulling a book from the animal hide pouch at his waist and tossing it to Fang Xing. Fang Xing took it with his paw, leaning over Song Zhuang's shoulder and reading with gusto. The Travels of the Seven Killings, so it was compiled by the Seven Killings Taoist himself, an introductory book for disciples of the Seven Killings Demon Palace. Fang Xing immediately perked up and began to leaf through it carefully. In Seven Killings Travels, the Taoist Qishan introduced the world. The world where the Seven Killings Demon Palace resides is called the Qingyang realm. Its continent is immense, with numerous sects and swarms of humans and demons vying for supremacy. There are also 9 layers of underground caves, deep within the 9 netherworlds. In the sky, there are countless stars, each home to countless populations, hidden sects, and descendants of ancient demon gods. This world offers countless adventures and treasures, and billions of lives are chasing eternal life. It seems quite impressive. After reading the opening introduction to the world, Fang Xing looked back at the realm of cultivation. Human cultivation is divided into 9 levels in the mortal realm: moving blood, refining bones, replacing marrow, refining ki, refining the 5 internal organs, refining the 6 internal organs, innate, master, and celestial being. Above the 9 levels of the mortal realm is the primordial spirit realm, which also has 9 levels and can last for 10,000 years. To achieve primordial spirit, the most advanced ones comprehend the heaven and earth, achieve the unity of heaven and man, and then achieve the Tao. The most inferior ones refine pills and take medicine to give birth to the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit is naturally close to the Tao. Once it breaks through the primordial spirit realm, its perception of the Tao will be much clearer and smoother. Therefore, cultivators in the primordial spirit realm can at least comprehend a Tao principle to the 3rd stage. Even primordial spirits created by swallowing pills can quickly catch up. However, primordial spirits that achieve the unity of heaven and man and the Tao will have additional benefits. Even different methods of breaking through the primordial spirit have different merits. No wonder Song Zhuang isn't in a hurry to break through. Without it, he'd be a true genius of the Seven Killings Demon Palace. Once he did, he'd be no different from the rest of the Yuan Shen realm elders. And because of his short training time, he'd be at a disadvantage. He needs to consolidate his foundation and continue honing his magic power. Fang Xing continued reading. Above the Yuan Shen realm, there are great powers in the celestial immortal realm. They've fully comprehended a single principle and live for immeasurable ages. There's no precedent for death from old age. The description here is very concise. After all, the Seven Killings Taoist is only a celestial immortal. By comparison, it's the Dharma Master realm. At the end of the realm chapter, there's the Seven Killings Taoist's reflection. Becoming a celestial immortal is difficult. Even with an infinite lifespan, where can one seek harmony with the Tao? Breaking into primal chaos? The calamities are numerous. Looking across the universe, who can achieve eternity? Ultimately transcendence, harmony with the Tao, primal chaos, eternity, transcendence. Fang Xing's mind stirred, and he sighed. Above the celestial immortal realm, it seems one needs harmony with the Tao to break through to the primal chaos realm. According to the Great Sha world, after reaching the Dharma Master realm, one must master a specific avenue to reach the Tao Master realm. What about eternity after that? What about transcendence? Though the mighty ones of this world possess infinite lifespans, they seem to encounter calamities that lead to their downfall. Furthermore, the celestial immortal realm is extremely difficult to achieve. The Seven Killings Demon Palace has cultivated no other celestial immortal besides the Seven Killings Taoist himself in hundreds of thousands of years. How could a celestial immortal Dharma Master be achieved so easily? Fang Xing was filled with emotion. After the realm chapter, there was an introduction to the Seven Killings Demon Palace and some palace rules. These were merely the details, so he glanced over them briefly. Meanwhile, Song Zhuang had recovered from his injuries. Holding a red-tasseled spear and with a heart-flame saber slung at his waist, he soared into the sky, seeking out other great demons to hunt. Passing by the orchard, Fang Xing took a quick glance and saw another mess. However, the corpse of the old white ape was nowhere to be found. It seems this old monkey, while claiming to fight to the death, actually hoped to survive, and managed to stay alive. That's not bad. Goodbye. After this farewell, we probably won't see each other again. Fang Xing gazed at the myriad demon realm with a tinge of emotion. After all, this was the place he had lived in for decades. Of course, he still yearned for a wider world. A few days later, in a canyon, a fierce wind howled, accompanied by the faint sound of a bell. This sound came from an ancient vine perched on a precipice. The vine resembled creeping vines, and at its center, a bell-like fruit clung to it. Green bell fruit can aid in a breakthrough to the 8th level of the mortal realm. and is also an ingredient in refining the spiritual pill. Song Zhong's eyes lit up when he saw the fruit. For him, slaying a great demon was a simple matter. Every myriad demon realm trial was an opportunity for capable disciples. Every year, the myriad demon realm was irrigated with Emperor's flowing juice, giving rise to countless celestial medicinal herbs. As long as one is strong enough, they can harvest at will. Song Zhong is poor, and the Song family is even poorer now. Such a spiritual fruit that can enhance strength must not be missed. Fang Xing lazily rested on Song Zhuang's shoulder, using the servant as a mount. After all, the so-called master servant's contract was just a token of respect. It was fine during battle, but if he allowed Song Zhuang to ride on his back during normal times, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Song Zhuang stepped forward, and just as he extended his hand, he suddenly flashed. Whoosh! A moonblade flashed past where he had been, leaving a deep groove in the rock wall as smooth as fine steel. Song Zhuang looked at the attacker, noticing a figure dressed in azure and a cold expression, reminiscent of a maiden from Guanghan Palace. It was Murinyu. Murinyu, are you also interested in this kindling fruit? Song Zhuang pointed the tip of his spear at Murinyu. The seven-killing demon palace, named after demons, practices a style that leans towards the devil's ways. Unity and friendship among fellow disciples are rarely emphasized, competition is the norm. Even someone like Kei's Hujin, who previously plotted against a fellow disciple, wouldn't be a problem as long as there's no concrete evidence. There's no doubt this is the seven killings Taoist raising Gu. Although Fang Xing feels this method is inefficient and prone to producing ungrateful individuals, perhaps this method of cultivation is more in line with a certain Tao. He believes his vision and insight aren't as good as those of the celestial realm masters, so the seven killings Taoist choice must have merit. Disputes and fights among fellow disciples are common within the seven killings demon palace. Although the kindling fruit is a divine fruit of heaven and earth, I don't value it. I simply wish to discuss the Dao with you, Song Zhong. Murinyu's voice was cold, like a chill mountain spring. A slender curved sword emerged from her hand. Please, her swordsmanship was as cold and aloof as her own. Rays of sword light flashed like crescent moons, like mercury pouring down the earth, a blanket of sword energy. You go too far. Song Zhuang thrust his spear, each strike piercing the rapier squarely, the accompanying force sending it reeling. Fang Xing saw clearly that although they were both in the 9th level of the mortal realm, their understanding of the laws was too different. This woman could not win. Ding 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 ding. After a series of dense sounds, the rapier in Murinyu's hand broke, and two blushes appeared on her cheeks. She immediately transformed into a stream of light and flew backwards. Senior sister Ning is right. You are indeed stronger than me. Song Zhuang watched Murinyu's back disappear without chasing, his expression very solemn. Although he had become Fang Xing's sole slave, how powerful was the secret method of 10,000 hearts? Unless Fang Xing gave the order, Song Zhuang's every move and even his psychological personality were exactly the same as before. Senior sister Ning. Could it be that she is Ning Jin, the true disciple of Ning? She is also a winner of the last trial. Has she noticed me? Chapter 414 Seven Killing Spirits. A month flew by. In the seven-killing demon palace, a soul realm elder stood in the square, his eyes calm as a still pond. Suddenly, he waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a flash of silver light, figures emerged, standing tall in the square. Some were in a state of disarray, some even missing limbs. Haha. I survived, inner sect. Woohoo. I finally became an inner sect disciple. Damn. I was almost there, just one step away, and I'd have killed that tiger. The survivors were overcome with emotion, laughing and crying, a true reflection of the diverse human experience. Song Zhuang stood in the crowd, his expression neither sad nor happy. Fang Xing was wary, ready to teleport at any moment. Fortunately, the Soul Realm Elder glanced at him and paid him no mind. Those of you who have killed the great demon, bring your credentials here to register and enter them into the sect's Jade Book. From now on, you will be inner sect disciples. The Soul Realm Elder landed on the ground, and several deacons immediately stepped forward to help inspect their gains. One by one, the disciples stepped forward to claim the benefits of being an inner disciple, and soon it was Song Zhong's turn. Outer disciple Song Zhong, you've killed 3 great demons. The Yuan Shen Realm Elder glanced at Fang Xing, who was standing above Song Zhuang's shoulder. You've also taken on a great demon pet. Clearly, he had already seen the mark on Fang Xing's forehead. Indeed, Song Zhuang bowed respectfully. Song Zhuang, You're registered in the Jade Book as an inner disciple. You are rewarded with an inner sect cave residence, 30 servants, 3 bottles of strengthening key pills, and a copy of the 7 killing techniques." The elder nodded, and with a flick of his red brush, he called over a nearby deacon. "Take Song Zhong and proceed to the cave residence." Yes, the deacon, dressed in black with 3 yellow lines on his sleeves, was only at the 8th level of the mortal realm. He smiled broadly. "Brother Song, please." "Yes." Song Zhong followed the deacon and flew out of the square. Along the way, they saw countless palaces and jade buildings. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, the two stopped in a place with beautiful mountains and rivers. "This black spring peak is the cave where senior brother lives." "Thank you, junior brother Wang." Song Zhong stuffed a strengthening pill over, which immediately made Deacon Wang's eyes red. "This is too valuable. It doesn't matter. I have something else I want to ask junior brother Wang." A hint of coldness flashed in Song Zhong's eyes. "Junior brother, you should know quite well about the residences of inner disciples. I wonder where Kei's Hujin is." "Senior brother Kei's Hujin? His cave is at Lingayan Peak." Deacon Wang hesitated for a moment, and asked again, "Senior brother, do you have a grudge with this person?" "A life and death grudge," Song Zhong responded with a sneer. "Please, junior brother, send a letter and say that I will come to ask for advice in person in a month." After sending Deacon Wang away, Song Zhong immediately went into seclusion. He held the 7 killings art before him, his expression excited. "Finally, I've obtained the 7 killings art. When I was in the outer sect, I learned the demon toad swallowing breath method, but the energy and mana I cultivated were only mediocre. Only by joining the inner sect, practicing the 7 killings art, condensing 7 demon killing talisman seeds, and incorporating them into my own true energy and mana, can I elevate my mana to mid-grade." Mana quality is categorized into levels, ranging from mediocre to mid-grade, high-grade to immortal. The higher the mana, the more powerful the condensed spirit, which naturally benefits the cultivation of the spirit realm. If I become a true disciple, cultivating high-grade mana, it will be of infinite benefit to achieving a breakthrough in the spirit realm. There's also the special 7 killings spirit realm method, ambition shown in Song Zhuang's eyes. While the spirit realm naturally takes shortcuts, the path chosen for breakthrough also has an impact. This essentially means further enhancing the original understanding of the laws, while the other laws become more clearly understood. For example, if he activated the law of fire and achieved a breakthrough in his primordial spirit, not only would his primordial spirit's comprehension of all laws be increased, but his understanding of the law of fire would also surge even further, building upon the accumulated strength of his primordial spirit, greatly benefiting his future. Furthermore, only true disciples of the 7 Killings Demon Palace possessed a special method for cultivating the primordial spirit, the 7 Killings Primordial Spirit Method. This method cultivated the 7 Killings Primordial Spirit, a natural fit for the Great Way of Slaughter. It was said that this method held the key to future achievements beyond the level of a celestial immortal, and any ambitious disciple of the 7 Killings Demon Palace would not miss out. My demon toad breath swallowing method is originally a lower level technique of the 7 killings art. With the help of the key's strengthening pill, it will only take a month to improve the quality of my mana. After a month, my mana will be raised to mid-grade quality, and my combat power might even increase several times. When the time comes, I will seek revenge, Song Zhuang resolved. Fang Xing simply observed all this with a cold eye. Now that he'd confirmed that the celestial immortal 7 killings Taoist wasn't really involved, he'd become somewhat interested in the 7 Killings Demon Palace's legacy. The 7 Killings art isn't bad, at least much better than just breathing in the celestial energy, both in terms of efficiency and quality. It's said that the 7 Killings Demon art of the true disciples is even more remarkable. But for true disciples, it's protected with exceptional care, and must be passed on in the Dharma Transmission Hall, with restrictions in place to prevent its transmission and leaks. Fang Xing knew that the fact that every inner disciple possessed a copy of the 7 Killings art meant the 7 Killings Demon Palace didn't care about the art at all. It seems that in this world, achieving high-grade mana is a barrier to entry. There are technical barriers and blockades. Lingayan Peak. HMPH, Kei's Hujin's face remained transparent, his bones faintly visible, his aura becoming even more sinister. Song Zhuang actually made it out alive, and even dared to challenge me. Li San, however, was trapped in the myriad demon realm. Good. Does this brat still think he can defeat me? The 7 Killings Demon Palace's outer disciples were of varying quality. but the inner disciples were generally at the 9th level of the mortal realm. True disciples, on the other hand, ranged between the 9th level of the mortal realm and the soul realm. True disciples, who ascended to the soul realm from true disciples, held a high position within the Seven Killings Demon Palace, potentially wielding great power. While outer, inner, and true disciples all reached the same 9th level of the mortal realm, the quality of their magical power, coupled with their varying understandings of the Dao, often created a disparity as vast as heaven and earth. Perhaps a true disciple of the 9th level of the mortal realm could easily slaughter dozens of 9th level mortal realm inner disciples, along with tens of thousands of outer disciples. No, Case Hujin wasn't arrogant. In fact, his success was due to caution. Li San's death in the secret realm might have been Song Zhuang's doing. Worst case scenario, Song Zhuang might already know the truth and even surpass me in strength. While such incidents are rare, they do exist. Moreover, becoming an inner disciple inevitably teaches the Seven Killings technique, so there's no difference in the quality of their magical power. A cold sweat broke out on Case Hujin's forehead. I must save myself. But according to sect rules, if he insists on dragging me to the life and death arena, I can't. Case Hujin immediately left. Come on, prepare a generous gift. I need to visit senior sister Ningqining. 1 month later. Lingayan Peak. Case Hujin, get out. Song Zhang, armed with a gun and a sword, carrying a winged lizard the size of a black cat on his shoulder, approached on a crimson blaze, his voice resonating for 100 miles. HMPH. Ziyazhang, I was a good friend of your brother back then, and I'm very happy you joined the inner sect. Why do you come here today with an air of accusation? Case Hujin flew out, his eyelids twitching at the sight of the black dragon on Song Zhuang's shoulder, but he feigned anger and shouted. HMPH. You murdered my brother in the 10,000 demon realm back then, and this black dragon is the witness. Today, I have only one question. Do you dare to face life and death with me? Song Zhuang noticed many prying glances, but remained undaunted and shouted loudly. Yes. I can prove it was this man who murdered the person who wielded the heart flame blade back then. Fang Xing spoke at the right moment, playing his role perfectly and watching the show with relish. This revenge was Song Zhuang's absolute obsession, and it wouldn't end unless Fang Xing ordered him to give up his hatred. Of course, Fang Xing wouldn't give such an order, not out of pity for the soul servant, but because it didn't align with Song Zhuang's character. As a younger brother, rashly abandoning a blood feud would only arouse suspicion. HMPH. Song Zhuang, are you an idiot? You actually let your spirit pet target me. Case Hujin sneered. Everyone knows that a spirit pet's life and death depends on its master's will. I've always considered you my dear brother. Why are you colluding with your spirit pet to slander me? As expected, Song Zhuang had anticipated this and sneered. Since that's the case, let's face it, on the life and death arena, in the Seven Killings Demon Palace, if a low-ranking disciple challenges a high-ranking disciple, and the high-ranking disciple dares not agree, they will be despised and their future will be ruined. Song Zhuang is only a newly initiated inner disciple, theoretically at a disadvantage, and can challenge those of higher rank. This is the rule of the demon sect. Life and death arena. Case Hujin's expression changed, and he looked at Song Zhuang's shoulders and waist. Xiao Zhuang, why bother? There must be a misunderstanding between you and me. I really don't want to kill you. Don't call me Xiao Zhuang, it makes me sick, Song Zhuang replied indifferently. Okay, since that's the case, I agree. What date do you choose? Case Hujin sighed, his expression turning cold. Today, Song Zhuang couldn't wait any longer. Okay, Case Hujin agreed, and together they approached the life and death arena. This arena, perched atop a pitch-black mountain, was constantly guarded by a soul realm elder. Its surface was mottled, stained with countless blood. Throughout the history of the Seven Killing Demon Palace, there were instances of true disciples and even soul realm elders being challenged, only turned up stained with blood on the life and death arena. After notifying the sect, a soul realm elder flew over, his face stern and a hint of bloodlust. Its elder Zhu supervising. Song Zhuang was slightly surprised, but he and Case Hujin stepped forward to pay their respects. Sect rules state that on the life and death arena, no means are prohibited, and only one person can survive. Go ahead, Elder Zhu's expression was stern. As soon as Song Zhuang and Case Hujin reached the arena, he immediately formed a seal with his hands, activating the restrictions. A faint black light barrier flickered, instantly enveloping the entire mountain. Chapter 415 Black Dragon Riding on the Face. Once the 7 Killings Demon Palace's life and death arena is in operation, outsiders are forbidden from interfering, and only the death of one party can halt it. Song Zhuang, Kei's Hujin's eyes darkened. I've long suspected you'd force me onto the arena. Do you know why I agreed? Because I intend to use your strategy against you and finish you right here. In his hand, a translucent sword, as if condensed from ice, emerged. Streams of water flowed around it, resembling translucent jade dragons. Simultaneously, a pale blue bead emerged from his hand, shimmering with ray patterns. Soul treasure, Song Zhang's expression suddenly grew serious. Since I know you've retrieved the heart flame blade, I naturally must be prepared. The dark blue cage, Kei's Hujin shouted sharply, and dark blue threads emerged. This was the power of the water element, condensed to the extreme. Its crisscrossing lines resembled a vast net, yet also a cage, enveloping him. An extreme icy force emanated, and the surroundings seemed to instantly transform into a desolate land of ice and snow. No holding back, Song Zhuang shouted, "Go!" Fang Xing roared, revealing his true form, a 20-meter-long, 2-winged black dragon. His form suddenly became ethereal, and with a gentle flap of his wings, he seemed to swim through the void, every scale on his body blending perfectly with the void. Then, Song Zhuang and the black dragon's forms suddenly became ethereal, allowing the vast blue net to sweep over them, as if it were futilely covering a mass of air. Whoosh! In a flash of silver light, Fang Xing had brought Song Zhuang to Kei's Hujin, performing a stunt called Black Dragon Ride. What a great dragon of the ethereal! He has actually comprehended the way of the void. The disciples watching from the sidelines were horrified, but Elder Zutu nodded, a hint of interest crossing his face. But then, his expression also suddenly changed. Whoosh! On the life or death stage, Song Zhuang roared and flung the red-tasseled spear. Crimson threads converged from the spear's tip, tearing through the swirling defenses of the jade dragon of the stream. And then, he grasped the Song family's heirloom, the heart flame blade. My heart is like flame, my will like the blade. Today, I, Song Zhuang, will strike you to the death with a single strike, Song Zhuang shouted softly, no longer concealing his understanding of the principles. Within him, the heart of flame coalesced, and streaks of flame emerged from the heart flame blade. Suddenly, the sound of a beating heart echoed from deep within the blade. Boom! Boom! A raging flame shot up into the sky, melting the ice and snow. And then, a world of fire descended. In this world of fire, everything was made of fire. Mountains, rivers, flowers, trees, were all volcanoes, flowing flames, sparks, and flaming trees. Even the birds in the sky and the beasts on the ground, were spirits composed of various flames. The second level of the heart flame blade, the world of fire. This killing move required the 9th level of the mortal realm and the second stage of understanding the law of fire. Furthermore, Song Zhuang held back, unleashing his 3rd stage of understanding the law of fire. Powered by his heart of fire, the power of the flaming world naturally grew even more terrifying. The flaming world enveloped him, even beginning to repel and suppress the forces of other laws. The flowing jade dragons and the blue threads of the dark blue beads all wailed and dissipated. Clang! A flash of saber light, and the flaming world descended, completely enveloping Kei's Hujin, who was unable to evade. Immediately, Kei's Hujin, his eyes gleaming with terror, was reduced to ash, unable to utter a single word. All that remained was a hide pouch and the blue bead, the soul treasure, suspended in midair. It was obvious that Song Zhuang had left them there intentionally. The winner, Song Zhuang, Elder Zutu nodded and immediately lifted the restriction. He even managed a smile as he looked at Song Zhuang. Song Zhuang? You're quite good. You've reached the 3rd stage of your understanding of the law of fire. You can now penetrate the Yuan Shen realm with a single thought, becoming one of our generation. Song Zhuang bowed as a gesture of acknowledgement and put away the dark blue bead. Even among Yuan Shen treasures, there are varying degrees of power. For example, his own heart flame blade possessed 2 layers of secret patterns, making it considered a top-tier Yuan Shen treasure. This dark blue bead was significantly inferior, likely possessing only 1. Of course, even if one possessed 2 secret patterns, insufficient cultivation and understanding of the laws would prevent them from being used. Haha, this Shui Yuan's who looks familiar. It seems to belong to a true disciple. Elder Zutu was enjoying the fun and said with a smile, it seems that today's matter is still not over, true disciple. Song Zhuang's expression was a little serious, and then he said, I'm really forced into a corner. But we just came to the stage of life and death to have another fight. Haha, well said. Elder Zutu's eyes became more and more appreciative. What we in the 7 Killing Demon Palace are best at is the way of killing. If you want to realize the truth, you have to kill more. Besides, your current understanding of the laws is not necessarily worse than those of the true disciples. The only shortcoming lies in the quality of your magic power. This elder likes you very much, and I have a benefit for you. Do you dare to take it? Why not? Song Zhuang answered generously. In that case, with this bronze stick, you may visit the Hall of All Things for a moment of enlightenment. This privilege is reserved for true disciples. Elder Zutu chuckled, tossed a bronze stick, and vanished like the wind. Don't even think of repaying me. I was simply delighted by the sight of prey. This Elder Zutu is simply anxious for chaos. Fang Xing, leaning on Song Zhuang's shoulder, watched coldly, shaking his head inwardly. Hall of All Things, Song Zhuang clenched the bronze stick in his hand. I should go and see. Perhaps it will help me further my fire Dao, giving me confidence even against true disciples. Inner disciples who wish to become true disciples of the 7 Killings Demon Palace must also undergo trials. However, the next true disciple trial is still a long time away, making it impossible to make it in time. The Hall of All Things is strictly a place of enlightenment. Its essence lies in the 10,000 heavenly demon steel of all things, said to be treasures personally seized by the 7 Killings Taoist. No matter what Dao principle a disciple of the 7 Killing Demon Palace comprehends, they can always find the demonic tablet that suits them and benefit from it. One day, outside the Wangxiang Hall, Song Zhuang, dressed in a black robe, landed at the hall entrance. At the hall's entrance, the eyes of 2 bronze beast statues instantly turned red as they glanced at Song Zhuang. Song Zhuang quickly produced a bronze scepter gifted by Elder Zutu. On his shoulder, Fang Xing lazily slumped, seemingly unconcerned, yet in reality, quite wary. He decided to use this investment from a higher up before it was too late. After all, Song Zhuang had already discovered that the one who lent the Yuanshan treasure was a true descendant of Ning Kaining. If Ning Jin forces me into a life or death situation, as a spirit pet, wouldn't it mean I'd be pitted against Xiao Wang? Since when has the spirit pet world become so unruly? Or should we just act out the drama together? However, for Xiao Wang, the friendship they shared over drinks and peaches back then probably doesn't compare to the orders of his current master. Fang Xing had inquired before arriving, and within the Wangxiang Palace, spirit pets were also permitted. This was considered a perk offered by the Wangxiang Demon Palace to its disciples. However, there were no such privileges for those who possessed the true teachings. It was said that every true disciple must visit the ancestral hall and pay homage to the statue of the 7 Killing Taoist priest. Furthermore, they must pass through a heavenly oath stone to obtain the secret code. Upon receiving the secret code, one automatically swore a soul oath, vowing not to reveal even a single word of the inheritance, or their soul would be instantly annihilated. Who knows what kind of trouble will arise when I pay my respects to the statue of the 7 Killing Taoist. This heavenly oath stone will certainly conduct a thorough soul examination. My 10,000 hearts secret technique isn't necessarily foolproof. It's better to take all the benefits first and then flee. The Kingahan realm is immensely vast, with a multitude of human and demonic forces. I can't possibly become a core figure on the human side, but I could join a major demonic force and become a saint's son or something. Fang Xing never considered himself superior simply because he came from the interstellar era. Although the 7 Killing Demon Palace seemed to still be mired in ancient times, its top-tier combat power was astonishing. Even within the Kingahan realm, the 7 Killing Demon Palace wasn't considered a truly pinnacle power. Fang Xing naturally wanted to humbly learn from the advanced cultivation techniques of other worlds. Snap! As he pondered this, the 2 bronze beasts seemed to have completed their inspections, the red light in their eyes fading. Simultaneously, the bronze skewer in Song Zhuang's hand crumbled to ash. Inner disciple Song Zhuang, recommended by Zutu, may meditate for 3 days in the Wangxiang Hall. An old voice rang out. Song Zhuang quickly bowed before entering. How huge! Song Zhuang's first impression of the Wangxiang Hall was its immensity. Its circumference was 10,000 miles, and its height 100 miles high. Clearly, some kind of void magic had been cast within, giving it an immeasurable expanse. Tens of miles tall, pitch-black stone tablets rose from the ground, each imbued with a unique aura, forming a forest of tablets. Song Zhuang's face was filled with fascination at the first Wangxiang Heavenly Demon Tablet. On the tablet, crude Ancient brushstrokes depicted a unicorn. Countless thunderbolts seemed to swirl around it, each emanating a stream of blue and black lightning, a perfect interpretation of the way of thunder. A treasure for enlightenment. Fang Xing was equally surprised. It's the same treasure for enlightenment as the fire god pillar in Yuansong Temple, and even more effective. Even someone like me who knows nothing about the law of thunder, feels that if I comprehend it for a day and a night, I have a great chance of gaining entry into the law of thunder. No, there's a price to pay for comprehending this Wangxiang heavenly demon steel. No wonder it's called heavenly demon. Song Zhuang soon discovered something was amiss. When he focused his attention on the thunder heavenly demon steel in front of him, although his enlightenment was rapid, his essence, energy, and spirit seemed to be draining away at a rapid rate. It was as if this demon steel was an insatiable thief, stealing his energy endlessly and leaving him emaciated. If this continues, in 3 days, I'll undoubtedly be dead. Song Zhuang was shocked. No wonder you're only allowed to comprehend for 3 days. But these stone tablets are indeed supreme treasures. His eyes were fanatical, and he immediately controlled the flames to look at the other heavenly demon steel. This heavenly demon monument depicts countless streams converging into a demonic dragon, depicting the way of 1,000 waters, much like Kei's Hujin's comprehension. If that dead man were here, he'd surely be captivated. But Song Zhuang merely glanced at it, then passed on. The way of the earth, the way of wind wings, the way of darkness, the way of the mysterious underworld, the way of black water. One principle after another seemed to be unveiled, revealing itself to the viewer. As expected of the myriad heavenly demon monument. Does it contain all the world's ways? Fang Xing was awestruck. Finally, Song Zhuang stopped before a demonic monument. Atop it, a lava demon seemed imprisoned, bound by countless chains. The fire demon monument, Song Zhuang muttered, instantly captivated. Fang Xing was equally entranced. What a treasure for enlightenment! If I were given 3 days to comprehend it, my proficiency would surely skyrocket. In the future, advancing to the master level in the law of fire would be much easier. Song Zhuang was also comprehending the law of fire. For him, this was the best option, but not for a Fang Xing. He flicked his tail behind Song Zhuang's ear. Song Zhuang immediately came to his senses. Although somewhat reluctant, he immediately flew to the next Wangxiang heavenly demon steel. This Wangxiang palace, besides comprehending the laws, its most important purpose is testing. It allows true disciples to understand the path of the laws they are most proficient in, at least. Common law comprehending includes it, the heavenly demon myriad. I wonder where the 7 killings Taoist obtained this treasure back then, and yet, with this enlightenment treasure, the 7 killings demon palace has, in hundreds of thousands of years, yet a single heavenly immortal level expert who has fully comprehended the laws has yet to emerge. It seems this final step in comprehending the laws is truly incredibly difficult. Fang Xing sighed deeply as he examined each demon steel after another. Finally, he stopped in front of one. Inside the demonic steel, a strange worm emerged, slithering through parallel, 3-dimensional caverns. The void demonic steel. Fang Xing's mind raced. Above the 3rd layer of the illusory realm, there are indeed so many spatial structures. If I fully comprehend them, perhaps I can extend my consciousness into the 4th layer of the void, but I have the gate of the heavens, which allows me to comprehend the essence of space when traversing. It seems to be even more effective than this void demonic steel. This is a rare opportunity. I must explore all 10,000 demonic steles, to understand what I excel at. Sometimes, choice outweighs effort. Under Fang Xing's guidance, Song Zhuang tirelessly examined one stele after another. Even though he paused briefly at each stele, it took a considerable amount of time. Before he knew it, a whole day had passed. After seeing the 10,000 myriad demon steel tablets, even death and fate don't hold much appeal to me. Overall, these 2 tablets have the most profound impact on my heart. Fang Xing looked ahead and saw 2 towering demon steel tablets standing side by side. They seemed taller than the others beside them, their dark surfaces azure as water on one side, and a vast, dark yellow on the other. Chapter 416 Qianqian Avenue. The Qianqian Demon Steel, the Kunti Demon Steel. After a brief moment of contemplation, Fang Xing's mind was flooded with information. The Qianqian Demon Steel records the Qianqian Dao. The Qianqian Dao is primarily based on the laws of space, encompassing portions of the laws of fire, water, and wood, and many other laws, including a small portion of destiny. The laws of the world are inherently a whole. They can be comprehended individually or as a whole. For example, When comprehending the Kaienshin Dao, the laws of space, fire, water, wood, and destiny are all simultaneously explored. The Kaienshin Dao is a top-level Dao even more exceptional than the Void Dao. Once one comprehends this Dao and achieves celestial immortal status, they will undoubtedly become powerful beings within the celestial immortal realm. Of course, it's also very difficult, because I was previously contemplating how to perfectly utilize my own understanding of the laws. Was I drawn to this demon steel? Fang Xing had to admit, he was a little tempted. The power of the Kaienshin Dao was one factor, but the existence of the Kundi Dao was another. If these two principles could be merged, it would be the great Dao of heaven and earth. One great Dao. The great Dao is an existence that ranks above ordinary laws and principles. Once fully comprehended and mastered, one would not be at the level of a Dharma master, but rather a Dao master. In the words of the Kingagan realm, this would be above the celestial immortal. Combining the great Dao of heaven and earth would result in the chaos realm. Space carries everything. But in terms of inclusiveness, the great Dao of heaven and earth accommodates space, the five elements, and other laws, only more so than space itself. Even if this fusion of Daos could achieve a being above the celestial immortal, one would surely be a supremely powerful being of the same rank. If the Creator knew of the great Dao of heaven and earth's path to fusion of laws, or had seen these two demonic tablets, perhaps he would not have been forced to create the universe with a single thought, create countless alien evil gods, and shed his own complex laws to comprehend. The great Dao of heaven and earth is incredibly inclusive. It encompasses almost a vast majority of the laws Fang Xing knows. As you can imagine, navigating this path would be extremely difficult. Of course, it's even more likely that one would be trapped while navigating the path of heaven and earth. By then, they might not even be able to fully comprehend a single principle and achieve celestial immortal status. Or perhaps, even after achieving celestial immortal status, due to the sheer number of principles they've comprehended, they won't be able to perfectly integrate the two paths of heaven and earth, causing conflict and interference, encountering the same problems as the Creator. In short, this path holds great promise, but it's also extremely difficult. A single mistake could lead to utter destruction. Furthermore, according to this world's rules, or rather, experience, to follow the path of heaven and earth, one must at least find a legacy and transform one's own primordial spirit into a spirit of heaven and earth. Only then would there be any hope. Fang Xing's mind stirred, and he made up his mind. We can first search for relevant legacy. If there's one, then we can try the path of heaven and earth. If not, it's better to continue along the dimensional path. The future isn't bad either. 7 Killings primordial spirit, the path of slaughter? It seems that the 7 Killings Taoist has inherited the legacy of a powerful He-Dao, a mighty being in the chaos realm, and has pursued the path of slaughter. He controlled Songjiang and arrived in front of another demonic steel. This demonic steel bore only scars of knife, sword, and axe, seemingly utterly dilapidated. The way of slaughter. The law of slaughter. Fang Xing glanced nearby and spotted several other demonic steel, each representing a different principle. Destruction, death, doomsday. When these principles merge, they become the great way of slaughter. The way of slaughter is a principle, while the great way of slaughter is the great way. The difference between the two is incomparable. The 7 Killings Taoist cultivated the 7 Killings primordial spirit, achieved celestial immortality through the way of slaughter, and sought to combine it with the great way of slaughter. Could there be a trap within the 7 Killings Demon Palace's legacy, cultivating celestial immortals who follow the paths of destruction, death, and doomsday, and then complete themselves? A hypothesis surfaced in Fang Xing's mind. Otherwise, why wouldn't the 7 Killings Demon Palace have achieved a single new celestial immortal in hundreds of thousands of years? Could it be that the celestial immortal path was simply too difficult to comprehend? These are just guesses. Fang Xing made a decision. We have just over a day left. Split it in two, one half to comprehend the void heavenly demon steel, and the other half to experiment with the way of heavenly purity. In front of the heavenly purity demon steel, Song Zhuang struggled to comprehend, his face bewildered. Fang Xing's vertical pupils gazed at the azure demon steel, a profound realization dawning on him. The way of heavenly purity is practically half of the great Dao of heaven and earth. Most of the myriad ways of the world are contained within it. Once unleashed, its power is immense, equivalent to the power of half a world. The more so, the harder it is to begin, the harder it is to master, and the more difficult it is to fully comprehend. The greater possibility is that a genius will be left bloodied, ultimately unable to break through even to the heavenly immortal realm. After 10,000 years, they will be reduced to ashes with resentment, but the way of heavenly purity is indeed extremely powerful. It has the potential to rival even those weaker heavenly immortal realms at the 9th level of the soul realm. Isn't this the combat power of a Star-Lord realm black hole level? After contemplating it for a while, Fang Xing firmly memorized this insight, but did not delve into it further. Seeing that the attribute panel didn't have a bunch of miscellaneous introductory principles for comprehending the laws, he couldn't help but feel quite satisfied. He then proceeded to comprehend the Void Heavenly Demon Monument. He had a firm grasp on the way of the void, and was practically captivated from the first glance. Until the third day arrived. Puff, Song Zhong's body emaciated, as if reduced to skin and bones, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. I can't bear to watch any more. Let's go. Fang Xing glanced at the Void Heavenly Demon Monument with a hint of regret. Then left with Song Zhong. Space Law. 1999, 20,000, Mastery. After leaving the Hall of All Things, he glanced at the attribute panel and nodded inwardly. As expected of the Void Heavenly Demon Monument, it's increased my proficiency by nearly 1/10. Of course, this didn't mean that comprehending it 9 more times would elevate him from mastery to master. The difficulty of comprehending the laws increased exponentially with each passing day. Even if given 20 more chances, he had little chance of breaking through to the master level of space law. But there's no doubt that this Hall of All Things is still very beneficial for comprehending the laws. However, I comprehended the insights of the celestial demon who left the monument of all things, not the true laws of heaven and earth. This is the downside of such treasures of enlightenment. Even if their creator has fully comprehended the laws, their manifestation will inevitably be strongly influenced by their own style. Over time, it's easy to fall into prejudice. The best way to comprehend the laws is to rely primarily on self-awareness. Only when you encounter bottlenecks and difficulties can you seek solutions through the treasures of enlightenment. This is why there aren't many true disciples or Yuan Shen realm elders in the Hall of All Things. This time travel was a good one. Just considering this cultivation experience alone, at least Zia Wei, the Yuan Song artifact spirit in the Great Sha world, didn't warn him, likely unaware of it. Clearly, this might even be the reason why the Grey-robed Marcus was trapped and died in the Star-Lord realm, unable to ascend to the Law-Lord realm, the cultivation atmosphere of the Kingagan Great Realm, or perhaps the various seemingly self-evident experiences and rules, might be even more important than a single inheritance. Fang Xing's eyes lit up. If the creator had known of a path like the Qianshan Dao, a path to fusion of laws, he might not have chosen to create the inner universe, slumbering, then conceiving prolifically in the hope of a breakthrough. So the greatest advantage of the Gate of All Heavens is that it uses the advanced cultivation experience of higher-level worlds to overwhelm the lower-level worlds of the past. Furthermore, within the lower-level worlds, there may be treasures hard to find in higher-level worlds. For example, the will-tempering methods of Blue Star Warriors, the shortcuts the creator uses to impact the Great Dao through opposing laws, and so on. Continuously learned from others' strengths to overcome my weaknesses, prioritizing myself and using the heavens. In the future, my ultimate goal will definitely be more than just a celestial immortal Dharma master. Fang Xing felt a twinge of excitement, yet also a touch of caution. This world is a complex place. I can no longer rely on any luck. Immediately have Song Zhong accept the inner disciple assignment and leave the 7-killing demon palace in the most reasonable way. Then, the sky is high and free. A few days later, inside the cave. The intersect missions of the 7 Killings Demon Palace are mostly designed to hone the disciples. Song Zhong solemnly flipped through a jade scroll, gazing at the silver, tadpole-like characters. As his mind focused on each tadpole, numerous images and even projected images emerged. The first of the intersect missions is always ascending the 7 Killings Tower. Fang Xing peered through the jade scroll and saw a quaint, 7-story building. Below it was a description. The 7 Killings Tower was built by the 7 Killings Palace Master. It stands 7 stories high. Any 7 Killings Demon Palace disciple, anyone within the realm, can enter. Each floor earned rewards and contributions to the sect. Passing the 6th floor directly grants the title of True Disciple. Passing the 7th floor earns a summons from the 7 Killings Palace Master, the 7 Killings Tower. Even if Song Zhong were to attempt it, it would only have 4 or 5 floors. It's a way to select geniuses. Fang Xing was trying to keep a low profile. Of course, he wouldn't let Song Zhong enter the tower, let alone offer any assistance. He shifted his gaze, motioning for Song Zhong to turn the page. Cave Suppression Mission. There are 9 layers of caves beneath the Kingaon realm, the deepest of which connects to the 9 netherworlds. Within these caves live many unimaginably ferocious creatures, known as earth demons. In the area governed by the 7 Killings Demon Palace, there's a small cave entrance. The 7 Killings army is stationed year-round to suppress it. Disciples of the 7 Killings Demon Palace can accept this mission and head to the entrance to hunt down earth demons, with their meritorious service determined based on their strength. That won't work either. Surrounded by fellow disciples, under the watchful eyes of the sect's powerful members, I don't have much freedom. While I can escape, I have to do it for a good reason. Song Zhuang continued to flip through the jade book. Suddenly, Fang Xing's eyes flickered. This one seems good. Chapter 417 Small World. Blue and White Small World. My 7 Killings Demon Palace is currently in conflict with the Shixi tribe, one of the 8 divisions of the Qing Emperor Palace, and we need disciples' support. Fang Xing glanced around. Below the Jade Book mission, there was an introduction to the Blue and White Small World. The Blue and White Small World is suspected to have formed after the death of a powerful and defecting Qing Emperor Palace figure. One entrance is located within the 7 Killings Demon Palace. Such small worlds often contain treasures and inheritances, but also have specific restrictions. To enter the Blue and White Small World, one's cultivation level must not exceed the 9th level of the mortal realm. Inner disciples of my 7 Killings Demon Palace and above may apply to explore. Any inheritance gained becomes theirs. Slaying Shixi tribe demons will reward you with combat merit points based on your strength. A secret inheritance realm? And it's limited to those below the Yuanshan level. Fang Xing's eyes lit up. Of course, he wanted to give it a try. As for the cultivation level requirements for such secret inheritance realms, that was a given. In fact, the Kingaon realm is renowned for its rich treasures and heritage. There are 10 renowned and well-known treasures alone. If one were to obtain one, not only could one attain celestial immortality, but even the primal chaos realm be within reach. If clues to such treasures were revealed, even the 7 Killings Taoists would go wild. Even the celestial immortals would disdain to possess treasures like the Qinghu small realm, leaving them to their disciples as a test. If a celestial immortal were to take action, they could indeed seize the entire small realm, but the more likely outcome would be its destruction, leaving both sides devastated. Even if the heritage itself were destroyed, they would refuse to hand it over. This has happened countless times throughout the history of the Kingaon realm. As for the cultivation level restrictions, that's perfectly understandable. That's because the soul has no regrets, and once the soul is established, the path is largely set. For example, if one cultivates the 7 Killings soul method, then one will definitely follow the path of slaughter, or the laws of killing, death, and destruction. The bonuses this brings are already comparable to, or even surpass, one's original talent. In other words, before the soul stage, switching cultivation methods and inheriting inheritances is relatively easy. After the soul stage, with countless powerful beings in this world, there are definitely ways to do it, but it's a question of cost-effectiveness. When you can cultivate a good seedling, why go through the huge cost of transforming the soul's nature? Unless it's truly a perfect match, or a truly exceptional talent. Fang Xing knew his own business. He needed an inheritance. Especially one that possessed a unique method for constructing souls. Ideally, the Jin Kun soul method of the Jin Kun Great Dao would be the best. If that's not possible, the Void soul method would also be quite good. As for the Fire Element soul, Fire Spirit soul, Fire Virtue soul, they could only be considered backups. After accepting the mission, Song Zhuang, spear and sword in hand, a black dragon slung across his shoulder, flew out of the 7 Killings Demon Palace. After soaring 1,000,000 miles in one breath, he immediately felt a sense of freedom like the vast ocean, where fish leap freely, the sky high, where birds soar freely. Of course, it wasn't him who felt this way, but Fang Xing. The Qing Emperor Palace is quite good. It's a demonic force, with powerful Chaos Realm beings. The Shixi tribe, one of the 8 tribes, is a match for the 7 Killings Demon Palace. Of course, while the 7 Killings Demon Palace only had one celestial immortal realm figure, the Qi Shidao Ren, it was closely aligned with the Yuan Mozong. The Yuan Mozong, a major demonic sect within the Qing Yuan realm, also boasted powerful Chaos Realm beings. Furthermore, Chaos Realm and Celestial Immortal Realm beings rarely intervened in such trivial matters. The 7 Killings Demon Palace and the Shixi tribe used the Qinghua Small Realm as a battlefield to hone their disciples. The clashes between humans and demons resulted in countless casualties. But for a Fang Xing, the Qing Emperor Palace's status as a demonic force was a positive development. At least there's no ceiling for advancement, and his future prospects far surpass those of the 7-killing demon palace. Here, he could only be a small beast at best, but at the Green Emperor Palace, he might even be able to rise to the status of a prince or even an imperial son. Among the demon race, strength is paramount. Those below the 7th level of the mortal realm are considered lowly demons, while only those above the 7th level are considered great demons. A demon in the Yuan Shen realm is called a demon king. A demon in the celestial demon realm is known as a demon emperor. Only powerful beings in the chaos realm can claim the title of emperor or demon emperor. The so-called prince and emperor's son are demon prodigies who have reached the heavenly immortal realm or even the chaos realm. My current understanding of the laws is decent, but the mana within me is simply generated by my own instinctive breathing, barely considered mortal. Aspiring for the title of prince is a bit difficult, but all I need is to obtain a superior inheritance, elevating my mana to the highest level, and I'll instantly transform into a dragon. A glint of ambition shone in Fang Xing's eyes. At that moment, his expression shifted, and Song Zhong immediately unleashed his red tassel spear. The red tassel spear shot out like a dragon, striking somewhere in the void. Raging. The raging flames trembled, burning 100 miles in radius. A flash of light appeared in the void, and a massive hand suddenly appeared. It mobilized the vital energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into a tidal wave. It was a mighty being in the soul realm. This hand was a deep yellow in color, its veins distinct, formed from strands of earth attributed law force. This signified that this soul realm cultivator's understanding of the Dao of earth had reached the 4th stage, the body of law. Condensed with the power of law, it formed a Dao body. The total mana of a soul realm cultivator is already 10 or 100 times greater than that of a mortal realm cultivator. Add to that the overwhelming power of law force, and the force is 1,000 times greater. This person's attack showed no desire to let Song Zhuang survive. Like a lion slaying a rabbit, he was using all his might. Bang! Facing this person, Song Zhuang had no right to hold back. With a furious roar, he drew his sword and slashed. The heart flame blade resounded, and a world of flames descended. Leveraging the power of this primordial treasure, Song Zhuang managed to narrow the gap, facing a foe 10 times his size. Though numerous volcanoes, streams of flame, and fire spirits were instantly reduced to ash by the massive hand, that moment of resistance was enough for Fang Xing to roar and reveal his true form, over 20 meters tall. Song Zhuang stood on the back of the black dragon and charged towards the earth-yellow hand that extinguished the world of flames. With a single strike, the hand enveloped all directions, encompassing the 4 poles of the universe. There was no escape. Since there was no escape, the only option was to charge head-on. Song Zhuang, sword in hand, hair standing on end, felt like he was about to face a bloody battle. But then, whoosh! A flash of white light. He and the black dragon vanished in an instant. When they reappeared, they were dozens of miles behind the earth-yellow hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a few flashes of silver light, the man and dragon vanished without a trace. Sky-breaking flash, from the void, a stream of earthy yellow soul energy descended, transforming into a large, yellow-robed figure, his head hidden and his tail exposed. A spirit pet that can perform sky-breaking flash is a lifesaver. The principle behind sky-breaking flash is similar to that of the nascent soul realm's teleportation technique. With only the 2nd stage of comprehension of the Void Dao principle, it's possible to master it. Of course, it's only possible. Furthermore, unlike the nascent soul realm's teleportation technique, sky-breaking flash, while also utilizing the Grand Void realm's teleportation capabilities, lacks the immense distances of the illusionary realm's ability to span billions of miles in the blink of an eye. However, its advantages lie in its simplicity and the ability to carry a physical body. Not only can it carry a physical body, but it can even carry a person. Because the Void Dao principle is a higher-level principle, comprehending it is exceptionally difficult. A spirit pet capable of performing sky-breaking flash with its master fetches a hefty price. Even masters of the 6th or 7th level of the soul realm could lose everything for it. Seeing this, the yellow-robed man gave up his pursuit. He knew he couldn't catch up. Sighing, the yellow-robed man produced a token and spoke, "Mission failed. To think someone attacked me the moment I stepped outside, so brazen, They must be from one of those assassin organizations. I wonder which one of them has a grudge against Fang Xing, so eager to take action. Tens of thousands of miles away, Fang Xing stepped on Fang Xing's head, a flicker of thought in his pupils. Fortunately, while some information had been revealed this time, it wasn't excessive. Should we continue on to the blue and white world to see if the mastermind would strike again? A few days later, at the entrance to the blue and white world, a strange, pitch-black palace floated in midair, with numerous 7 killing demon palace disciples patrolling outside. Suddenly, a streak of dark light flew in. Stop! Several outer disciples of the 7th and 8th levels of the mortal realm observed the streak, their expressions instantly growing wary. I am Fang Xing, an inner disciple, here on a mission. Arriving here, Fang Xing breathed a sigh of relief. As the frontier of the 7 killing demon palace, powerful soul realm cultivators were undoubtedly stationed outside the small realm. Even if that soul realm assassin came again, he wouldn't be afraid. After loudly announcing his identity, Fang Xing immediately tossed his identity token over. So it's Senior Brother Fang. After checking, the 2 patrolling disciples beamed. Senior Brother Fang, are you heading to the Blue Flower Small Realm right away, or meeting the Guardian Elder? Let's go directly to the Blue Flower Small Realm. Fang Xing followed a disciple to a massive palace. In the center of the palace, a crescent-shaped arc of deep white light arced through the void. Through the arc of light, a beautiful landscape of mountains and clear waters could be vaguely seen. The entrance to the blue and white small realm is actually a spatial rift, Fang Xing grumbled inwardly, but Fang Xing inquired, is this the entrance to the small realm? Then how did the Blue Emperor Palace's Shexi division get in? According to speculation, the Shexi division must have found the entrance to another void rift. A chubby outer disciple quickly replied, this small realm is incredibly bustling these days. It's considered a place for us mortal-level disciples to make a name for ourselves. Massive battles are taking place constantly. Strictly speaking, my 7 killing demon palace is at a disadvantage, so, what about the inheritance? Fang Xing asked Fang Xing's most crucial question. It hasn't been revealed yet. Although a few brothers have occasionally obtained treasures, they were only minor treasures, the outer disciple replied. The real treasures are probably still deep within the small realm. It seems our human race has fallen behind this time. Fang Xing knew, of course, that as the founder of the secret realm, the celestial immortal realm demon would undoubtedly favor his own people. His hopes of securing the fundamental inheritance were slim. However, for Fang Xing, it is completely different. No more updates today. Chapter 418 Wunmeng Mountain. A small world of blue and white flowers. The land was lush and green, dotted with small blue flowers. The air was damp, suggesting a vast swamp nearby. Miasma rose in a haze, transforming into multicolored clouds. While seemingly beautiful, any creature below the 7th level would be consumed by rotting flesh and blood upon contact, turning to bones. Fang Xing, his heart flame blade in hand and the black dragon on his shoulder, scanned the surroundings. Is this the small world of blue and white flowers? He glanced at a map in his hand. It had been given to him by the guarding disciple upon entering. This place should belong to the outer poisonous swamp. The Qinghe small world is very large and can be divided into the poisonous swamp, the 10,000 Python Mountain, and the core of the endless blood sea. The monsters of the Qingdi Palace's Shexi department mostly fought with us in the 10,000 Python Mountain. As for the core inheritance, it is suspected to be hidden in the endless blood sea. That blood sea is extremely terrifying. It is difficult for a cultivator of the 9th level of the mortal realm to stay there for long. Even an elder of the Yuanshan realm would probably have his soul corrupted if he came. To go deeper into the endless blood sea, you must obtain the specialty of the 10,000 Python Mountain, the Snake Eye Pearl. A Snake Eye Pearl can protect a cultivator exploring the endless blood sea for 10 hours. In the past, many humans and monsters have found treasures in the blood sea with Snake Eye Pearls. It is precisely because of this that the 10,000 Python Mountain is the place where the fighting is most intense. The palace offers different rewards for different monsters. There are 3 levels: Great Monster, Peak Great Monster, and Monster Prince. The so-called Prince-level Demon Clan naturally doesn't represent a Demon Clan member with a potential to reach the Soul Formation realm. As long as they're a great demon and have sufficient resources, they still have a good chance of achieving the Soul Formation realm within the Qinghe realm. To be considered a Prince-level cultivator, one must be at the Great Demon realm, possessing at least the 3rd stage of Dao comprehension. A genius like Fang Xing, a single demon, can easily annihilate a large number of 9th-level mortal realm cultivators. As for a demon clan prince, it's unlikely, but it's hard to say. That powerful demon clan member is, after all, a demon emperor level being. A demon emperor level being is also known as a celestial demon, equivalent to a human celestial immortal level being. Furthermore, while the demon clan has many princes, each one truly exceptionally talented, not even 1 out of 100 princes can truly reach the pinnacle and become a demon emperor. This is the cruelty of the Dao. This is even due to the Kingagan realm's immense vastness, long history, and endless lineage of powerful individuals. In the case of Fang Xing's universe, since the universe's creation, no one has reached the pinnacle besides the creator. The legacy and inheritance of a demon emperor level being might yet attract a demon prince. Even the current black dragon Fang Xing would be no match for such a genius. Perhaps, with his mastery of the Void Dao, he could escape, but in a head-on confrontation, he would undoubtedly be defeated. At the edge of 10,000 Pythons Mountain, 2 streams of light fled ahead. From behind, a green light was rapidly pursuing. Within the green light, a figure emerged, with a slender waist, a green robe, and emerald scales on its face. It was a demon from the Shexi division of the Qing Emperor Palace. Fleeing ahead were 2 disciples of the 7-killing demon palace. One of them roared, "We've already surrendered the Snake Eye, why are you still pursuing us? We've already sent a message to the brothers nearby. Don't make any mistakes, haha, please leave your lives to me. It will be a credit to the clan." The green-robed woman stuck out her forked, crimson tongue, and her eyes instantly transformed into emerald green pupils. Above the sky, the phantom of a giant green python suddenly materialized, its scales raining down like flying swords. One of the inner disciples of the 7 Killings Demon Palace, wielding a heavy sword, roared and swung it, creating a circle impenetrable to water and a defense as immovable as a mountain. Another inner disciple, with a fleeting glance, transformed into a dozen figures, each fleeing in different directions. Puff puff. Scales rained down swiftly, piercing the mountain-like defense and razzing the 7 Killings Demon Palace disciples wielding the heavy swords. The green-robed woman chuckled softly, and a snake scale appeared in her hand. Various runes were imprinted on the palm-sized scales, each gleaming with light, capturing a wisp of the disciple's essence, blood, and soul. She smiled as she collected her spoils, seemingly dismissing the fleeing 7 Killings Demon Palace disciple. Soon, accompanied by a distant scream, another streak of green light flew in, revealing a scaly man with long green hair. "Sister Yi, I've already killed that man. You can keep the soul-binding scale for now, thank you, Brother Fu. Brother Fu's magical powers are astonishing. I'm afraid you can already aspire to the throne of Prince, right?" the snake demon woman said with a charming smile. "Still a little short, but with a few more days of diligent practice, I'll definitely achieve it." The green-haired, scaly man smiled and said, "This is the inner world of Empress King Hu. Empress King Hu was once a member of our clan. There are many opportunities here, and it's especially suitable for us. If we can obtain it, not only the prince, but even the emperor has a chance. If so, I'm afraid it will attract other princes, even those from other clans." The woman's face was filled with worry. "Don't worry. I've heard from my brother. The elders of the tribe have already prevented the other 7 demon tribes from entering this area. For at least 100 years, this area will be explored by our Shexi tribe. As far as I know, my royal brother has no interest in this, and only 5 princes have come. Wanman Mountain is vast and can block spiritual consciousness. With a bit of luck, we have a good chance of obtaining the inheritance. But those humans, huh? As human cultivators, they still want to covet the inheritance of the blue flower goddess? Aren't they courting death?" The green-haired, scaly young man suddenly looked to the side, a soft whip emerging in his hand. Snap! The whip's shadow pierced the air, and streams of green, law-based power spread out, forming endless circles. This is the law of wood, endless and relentless. From the void, Song Zhuang's figure was forced out, his long sword swung. Flames descended, transforming into shields, blocking the endless whip shadows. What a whip technique! Although it's performed with the aid of a primordial spirit treasure, you're already very close to the 3rd level of the wood principle. Song Zhuang gazed at the whip in the hands of the green-haired, scaly young man and sighed with emotion. Given time, he could indeed become a demon king. What a pity he met me. Kill. Between humans and demons, there really was no need for further words upon meeting. Wherever the long sword pointed, a world of fire suddenly emerged. Countless volcanoes, rivers of fire, trees of fire and silver flowers, and flame spirits emerged, as if an entire world were pressing down on the green-haired, scaly man. Not good. Human experts, move. The green-haired, scaly man gritted his teeth and swung the whip, still covered in scales, around him. The circles of whip shadows were tinged with a dark green hue. Hiss. The creatures in the flaming world, touched by the dark green, instantly perished. The principle of poison. This demon man had actually cultivated a principle of poison as well. However, the principle of wood and the principle of poison did overlap in many ways, allowing for inferences to be drawn from one instance. Masters of the wood principle are often skilled in either healing or poison. The demon woman, transformed into a stream of light, flew in the opposite direction, her movements seamless. This wasn't because demons were inherently cold-hearted, but rather because they understood the battlefield and knew her presence would be useless and, in fact, a burden. Whoosh! Unfortunately, after she flew 100 miles, the void suddenly flashed, and a black dragon over 20 meters long, covered in jet-black scales and sporting a pair of fleshy wings, emerged. With a swift lash of its tail, seemingly wielding immense force, it instantly sent the demon woman flying. Puff! The demon woman's mouth bled, her face filled with disbelief. You, a half-blooded four-legged snake, dare you stop me? In terms of the nobility of her bloodline, she far surpassed even these half-blooded demons. Even the mere presence of her aura would diminish the opponent's strength. Asshole! I'm a dragon, of noble descent. How dare you, a lowly snake demon, insult me? Fang Xing's eyes glared furiously. He moved through the air with incredible speed, dodging the green scales hurled by the banshee. He reached her and struck out with a claw. This single strike seemed to disrupt the very air, shattering it. A terrifying silver turbulence slammed into the banshee, causing her to scream. She lost all resistance and plummeted to the ground. Whoosh! Fang Xing flapped his wings, landing victoriously, crushing the banshee beneath his feet. Dragon Seed. The female snake demon's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Glancing at the mark of slavery on Fang Xing's forehead, she sneered, "Aren't you just a four-legged lizard transformed into a spirit? And you dare pretend to be a dragon seed? Haha. While you're quite powerful, you're willing to be a human slave and kill your own kind. You deserve to die, same race." Fang Xing sneered, his dragon-like maw wide open as if ready to swallow the snake demon whole. Isn't it the law of the jungle among demons? When did you start talking about friendship among your own kind? Have you ever seen a tiger demon and a rabbit demon get along? Or are you just a vegetarian? The demon race is a vast category. And when it comes down to it, the hatred between them might even surpass the racial hatred between humans and demons. Even the Qing Emperor Palace is truly commanded by only 8 demon tribes. He said playfully, "You don't think that a four-legged lizard like me is also a snake, and one of your kind?" The demon woman was speechless, then saw Song Zhuang fall to the ground. In Song Zhuang's hands, he held the head of a demon man with green hair. His eyes glared, clearly unwilling to die. "And this woman, kill her," Fang Xing said. Before the demon woman could react, Song Zhuang chopped her off with his sword. As her head flew off, a hint of confusion lingered in her eyes. She clearly couldn't understand how Fang Xing, a mere pet, could actually defy the will of the heavens and command his master. Fang Xing watched the demon woman die, his expression unmoved. The demon race was such a bloody place. Failure in the struggle meant only death. He hadn't taken action himself, out of consideration for his fellow tribesmen. Well, it was also because, in the inner world after a powerful demon fell, there were always some repercussions to consider. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419 Prince. 10,000 Pythons Mountain. This mountain rises hundreds of thousands of miles, stretching for light years, its vast expanse. Barely a single blade of grass or tree grows on the mountain, but within the bare, grayish-white stone are traces of eerie snake paths. Scaled grayish-white stone pythons freely climb and frolic on the mountain top. These snakes often reach tens or hundreds of meters in length, immense in size, yet possess only a single vertical eye. The most powerful, the leader-level stone pythons, exceed 1,000 meters in length. Within their vertical eye, A snake eyeball has begun to form, emitting a strange light that instantly transforms anyone struck into a ferocious stone statue. Hiss! A streak of light streaked across the sky, causing one stone python after another to raise their heads and let out a hiss. In a cliffside ravine, countless stone pythons coiled together, forming a massive snake ball. The largest of the balls suddenly dispersed, revealing a grayish-white giant over 3,000 meters long. Its head raised, its vertical pupil fixed its gaze on the intruder. This stone python has definitely spawned a snake eyeball. Fang Xing nodded, and having Song Zhuang draw his sword, he was the first to pounce. Hiss! Hiss! The stone pythons roared and lunged. Song Zhuang remained unfazed, slashing at them with his sword. Lines of crimson flames flashed, landing on the stone python's gray-white scales, surprisingly leaving only deep scars. Song Zhuang frowned at this, activating the 7 killing techniques, his mana surging once more. Swish, swish, swish. A continuous stream of blade light descended, overwhelming all who stood in its way. Numerous stone pythons were shattered into pieces, falling from the air. Hiss! The stone python leaders soared into the sky, each scale ablaze with grayish-white light, imbued with the weight of a mountain. The Dao of Earth? No, the Dao of Stone, an innate understanding of the Dao? Or perhaps some kind of Taoist weapon. Song Zhuang's blade flashed, and a world of flames suddenly formed, crushing down. Within the flaming world, a 1,000-foot-long python roared and charged. No matter what flaming beast, a single glance from its vertical pupils instantly reduced it to a stone statue, falling from midair. Die! Song Zhuang roared, blade in hand. Lines of flaming laws converged, transforming into a brilliant blade beam that exploded in an instant, slicing through the scales of the stone python leader. Puff! Gray-white scales shattered one by one, and the heart flame blade sank 3 inches into the flesh, unable to continue. Hiss! A thick snake tail swung down, like a mountain bearing down on top of him, slamming Song Zhuang into the earth. Boom! The earth trembled, revealing a massive crater. Within the crater, Song Zhuang's figure was nowhere to be found. Whoosh! A flash of silver light pierced the air, and Fang Xing had already grabbed Song Zhuang. He reached the stone python leader's abdomen and flung him out. Song Zhuang's sword and body merged into one, and 3 crimson blades merged, slashing hard at the stone python leader's wound. The giant python leader roared, its massive body shattered in 2, and it fell to the ground, its vitality still resilient. Hiss! A flash of crimson fire penetrated the stone python leader's single eye, digging out a grayish-white stone bead. Is this the snake eyeball? Fang Xing naturally took it without hesitation, muttering. Hiss! Hiss! At this time, outside the canyon, the stone pythons seemed to be rioting, surrounding them. Among them were dozens of leader-level monsters, over a kilometer in length. If just one of them could fight Song Zhuang to a draw, if surrounded, not only Song Zhuang, but even the core disciple of the 7-killing demon palace would die without a life-saving trump card. Even with a sky-breaking flash, the distance covered was too short to escape the endless sea of snakes. At this moment, Fang Xing grabbed Song Zhuang with one claw. As the petrifying light descended, the 2 figures vanished. Somewhere in the poisonous swamp, the figures of a man and a dragon emerged. It was Fang Xing, who had used teleportation. With his current mastery of the void, teleporting was a piece of cake. With this move, he instantly escaped danger. But, collecting the snake eyeballs doesn't seem easy. Fang Xing's consciousness soared infinitely, piercing through the ethereal void and reaching the illusory void layer. From this higher dimensional perspective, he could survey the entire blue flower small world, taking in the vast swamp, the towering, continuous stone mountains, and, at its center, the Sea of Blood. This Sea of Blood is about 9 light-years in diameter. More importantly, there's a void restriction. I can't penetrate deeper, let alone see the core. Fang Xing took this for granted. After all, a descendant of the demon king of the heavenly demon realm couldn't possibly leave such a large loophole. It's better to just let Song Zhuang kill more stone python leaders, collect the snake eyeballs, and then go for the big one. Anyway, it's okay to be a laborer. I can keep working here, even if I encounter danger, I can escape. Meanwhile, in the Qing Emperor Palace, in a cave somewhere, Fu Qing is dead. A serpent man with emerald green hair and features vaguely similar to Fu Qing opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing in his vertical pupils. Although he's a loser, he's also a loser of my Shexi department after all. How could he be dead? Come here. He produced a token and shouted. Although only at the peak of the 9th level of the mortal realm, the serpent man exuded a great aura. With a shout, dozens of soul powers fell immediately and transformed into masters of the soul realm of the demon clan. Greetings, Your Highness. I just sensed that my only blood brother is dead, the snake man whispered. Dare to kill my Fu Shan's brother, you must pay the price. Investigate. Yes, an old man in the soul realm closed his eyes, and then immediately opened his eyes. Your Highness, Fu Qing has been traveling in the King Ho Small World recently. He should have died in the danger of the King Ho Small World or at the hands of the cultivators of the 7-killing demon palace. We have reached an agreement with the 7-killing demon palace that cultivators above the soul realm are not allowed to interfere in the struggle in the King Ho Small World. In fact, we can't interfere, and we can't enter the King Ho Small World, the King Ho Small World, the inheritance of the King Ho Empress. Back then, the Empress betrayed the clan for love, and ended up with a miserable end. I didn't care much about her inheritance, thinking of giving other princes a chance. But for the sake of that useless brother, I still have to go, Fu Shan said. Any clues about the murderer? Currently, there aren't any. There are 3 true disciples of the 7 Killings Demon Palace currently active in the King Ho Small World. We need to investigate them one by one, a Soul Realm demon said. Forget it, I'll go there myself and kill them all. Okay, then I'll use my merit points to redeem a cause-seeking talisman. Cause-seeking talisman? Your Highness, think twice. It can only be refined by a heavenly demon of karma who has fully comprehended the principles of karma, and it consumes a considerable amount of energy. The other Soul Realm demons quickly advised, merit points are hard to come by. Your Highness, please focus on your own cultivation. My mind is made up. Besides, this time I will take the inheritance of Empress Kinghua and offer it to my tribe or the palace. I believe that will be enough to make up for it. Fu Shan seemed to have already regarded the heavenly demon inheritance as his own. The other Soul Realm demon kings nodded, feeling that it was only natural for the prince to obtain the inheritance. After all, Empress Kinghua was originally a snake from the Shixi tribe. Prince Fushan is a prince of the Serpent clan. Beyond their shared bloodline, his talent alone suggests he's poised to become a future demon. Even with the stringent test set by Empress Kinghua, he should be able to pass, right? 10 days later. 10,000 Pythons Mountain. Swish. A flash of a blade, and a stone python leader is bisected. A crimson thread descends, plucks out the snake eyeball from its vertical pupil. Hiss. Surrounding them, numerous stone pythons erupt in fury, attempting to attack the figure riding a black dragon. Whoosh. A flash of silver light, and the figure atop the black dragon vanishes in an instant. This scene has happened many times on 10,000 Pythons Mountain. The 39th in a swamp, Fang Xing held the snake eyeball he had obtained, feeling quite good. He'd been constantly attacking these days, acquiring numerous snake eyeballs. He felt he could soon try his luck at the Blood Sea. As a demon race, it should be easier for them to obtain inheritances than humans, right? Since he descended through consciousness, any treasures were essentially useless. However, if the inheritance significantly conflicted with the rules of the main universe, it would be a real headache. For example, the bodybuilding technique he had chosen required only starlight for training and was highly adaptable. As for the method of soul transformation, it still needed to be thoroughly examined. Just then, with a sweep of his soul power, he spotted a demon. A cultivator from the 7-killing demon palace. A green cloud drifted over, and within it, a burly man in green armor, upon seeing Song Zhang, immediately threw a massive hammer. Boom! The hammer flashed with a strange luster, piercing the air, its target clearly being Song Zhang. In the eyes of others, Fang Xing was merely a spirit pet. If a fight came, it would be against a true master. It was precisely because of this realization that Fang Xing now brought Song Zhang along with him, using him as a target to draw attention. As he expected, whether it was the stone pythons or even the occasional demon master, no matter what strange moves or hidden treasures they possessed, they would always turn their attention to Song Zhang. This resulted in Song Zhang shielding him from many disasters. Even Fang Xing was reluctant to see this excellent toolman die, and had to protect him a little more. Clang! The heart flame saber was unsheathed, and lines of fire crisscrossed the void, turning into a world of flames, and crashed down. Bang! The giant hammer flew back, startling the green-armored man a little, and then a sinister smile appeared on his face. Are you a true disciple of the 7-killing demon palace? Haha. You are dead. His Royal Highness the Prince has already killed 2 true disciples of the 7-killing demon palace, and you are the 3rd one." As he spoke, the green-armored man swung his warhammer and came up to entangle Fang Xing, obviously not wanting him to run away. "Huh? There's a prince hunting." Fang Xing flicked his tail, and a terrifying airwave rushed over, colliding with a giant hammer, and at the same time stealing some of the inner thoughts of the green-armored demon. Then he was shocked. What? That Fu Shan wants to avenge his brother? He's already madly hunting down the disciples of the 7-killing demon palace? Did 2 true disciples really die? 2 updates today. Chapter 420 Murderous Intention. Fang Xing had brought Fang Xing to the King of Small World with the intention of making a quick buck and running away. With that in mind, he wouldn't have actively approached the 7-killings demon palace. In fact, during his many days away, Fang Xing hadn't even once returned to the 7-killings demon palace's camp in the King of Small World, despite its perceived safety. Fearing that the communication device's hidden positioning function would expose his teleportation abilities, Fang Xing hadn't allowed Fang Xing to carry any communication tools, inevitably leading to a period of informational isolation. Even today, the news had only come from the enemy. The Demon Prince. This is far more powerful than any Demon Prince. Could it be me who killed Fu Shan's brother? Fang Xing felt a little guilty. Having obtained crucial intelligence, he wasn't about to let the green-armored demon man delay him any longer. Whoosh! He flapped his wings, and the void before him seemed to transform into a stream, gently stirring. A flash of silver light. In an instant, Fang Xing and Fang Xing flashed, passing through the Qing family man's defenses and arriving before him. It was exactly the sky-splitting flash's black dragon riding the face tactic. "Kill!" Fang Xing roared, his heart flame blade slamming down. "Want to kill me?" The green-armored man howled. "Dream on!" He raised his hammers like 2 massive shields, blocking the flaming blades. Whoosh! In a flash of silver light, Fang Xing flashed through the air again, arriving behind the green-armored man, his dragon claws extended. Above his claws, silvery white threads of special principles flickered and coalesced, seemingly transforming into blades of light, brimming with void-shattering force. The green-armored man's armor screamed as it exploded, shattering into smithereens. Impossible! The green-armored man's back shattered, revealing his internal organs. A look of disbelief filled his face as he stared at Fang Xing. "Why, is your spirit pet stronger than you?" Sadly, he would never know the answer. "Go!" Fang Xing killed the green-armored demon and quickly grabbed Fang Xing with one claw. With another teleportation, he vanished from the spot. A moment later, a streak of light approached at astonishing speed. A flash of light revealed Fu Shan. He surveyed the traces of battle around him, his expression instantly darkening. Shi Liu's true strength was that of a prince, yet he died so quickly. Did he encounter a true disciple of the 7-killing demon palace? I've killed so many 7-killing demon palace cultivators, yet I still haven't found my enemy. He's a master at running. A cold glint flashed in Fu Shan's eyes. It seems I must redeem that karma talisman. The law of karma is mysterious and unfathomable. As Fu Qing's brother, he must have a causal connection with the murderer. And following this connection could lead to the killer. But how precious are talismans from the celestial realm? Not to mention, they were crafted by an extremely rare karma demon emperor. Even though Fu Shan was a demon prince, he still felt a pang of pain. But at this moment, he knew he didn't have much time left. Having killed so many of their disciples, the 7-killing demon palace will surely be restless. An equally powerful disciple will enter the secret realm. Such a prodigy might even be able to activate the inheritance, and prevent my revenge. We can't wait any longer. He transformed into a stream of light, speeding towards the demon camp at an even faster pace. Fu Shan had already decided to redeem the cause-seeking talisman. Previously, he had hoped to find the murderer on his own, so he hadn't used his merit points. As a demon prince, as soon as he left the Blue Flower realm, he could immediately use his merit points and have the items delivered to him. Is this the end of 10,000 Python Mountains? Fang Xing emerged from the mountain's boundary and beheld a vast, boundless sea of blood. This was the core of the Blue Flower realm, the endless sea of blood. Given its vastness and depth, even a human or demon cultivator without any means, even with a snake eyeball, wouldn't be able to explore very deeply. No, not even to the periphery, only to scrape the edges. The fact that they can still obtain some treasures means that either this sea of blood is filled with countless treasures, or, perhaps, intelligent beings like formation spirits, Instrument spirits, or even the spirits of heaven and earth, are deliberately investigating and arranging this. Fang Xing, having experienced various trials and inheritances in the great Shao world, understood this well. He gazed at the sea of blood before him and removed a snake eyeball from among his scales. The bead was grayish-white and cold, with a pattern in the center resembling an eye. After falling into the sea of blood, it spontaneously emitted a grayish-white light. This grayish-white light enveloped an area several miles in radius, and within this area, the strange corrosive force within the sea of blood instantly vanished without a trace. But Fang Xing could also clearly sense the power within the snake eye pearl slowly but steadily draining away, eventually vanishing. Let's go. It's a good time for some adventure. He still brought Song Zhong with him, using him as a target to draw fire. By this time, through constant hunting and the spoils from the demon tribe, he had accumulated over 100 snake eye pearls. Entering the sea of blood, he truly felt like a fish in water. After penetrating perhaps hundreds of thousands of miles, Fang Xing's spiritual sense stirred. Huh? Here they come. Song Zhong drew his sword and slashed, and a strange, pitch-black suit of armor parted the sea of blood, appearing before his eyes. A stream of magical energy enveloped the armor, landing before Fang Xing. A treasure of the Yuan Shen. Look at the secret patterns. It's triple-layered. It's considered a top-tier Yuan Shen treasure, and a defensive one at that. If sold outside, it would surely fetch over 1,000,000 yuan shi. This was the currency of the Qing Yuan realm, a crystallized form of the primordial energy of heaven and earth, possessing numerous magical uses. It could even be said that this single piece of armor, a treasure of the primordial spirit, was comparable to the entire Song family's wealth. It truly lives up to the legacy of a celestial demon. Picking up any piece can make you rich. Fang Xing sighed with emotion. Unfortunately, he didn't care about any other treasures. What he needed was an inheritance. A high-level inheritance. Precisely because of this, he led Song Zhuang deeper and deeper into the Blood Sea, not even considering the consumption of the snake eyeballs. After all, now within the Blood Sea, protected by the snake eyeballs, the void restrictions prevented entry but not exit. At least, using teleportation, escaping with Song Zhuang wouldn't be a problem. With no worries about his escape route, Fang Xing naturally felt more prepared to take risks than other demons and humans. A few days later. Another one. Fang Xing's eyes lit up, and he flapped his wings. The blood sea had parted, revealing a statue several meters tall. Carved into the image of a strange beast, the statue possessed the gentleness of wind and the heaviness of earth, exuding a unique charm. Is this a treasure of enlightenment? It must have been the casual creation of some powerful being. Unfortunately, it's related to the principles of wind and earth. Fang Xing shook his head, preparing to have Song Zhuang put it away. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger caused his massive black dragon form to instantly disappear into the void. Almost as he dodged, a strange bell struck Fang Xing's position, causing the void to tremble slightly. The sea of blood parted. Then, another woman, holding a snake eyeball, appeared before Fang Xing dressed in red, with a slender figure. It was Ning Jin. Senior sister Ning Jin, Song Zhuang shouted, why did you attack me? Although Kei's Hujin and Murin Yu may be useless, they are still my people. And what's more, you took my bead. A faint smile crossed Ning Jin's beautiful face. Do we, the cultivators of the demon sect, need a reason to attack each other? This statement was so eloquent that it left Song Zhuang speechless. Moreover, he had long known that Kei's Hujin's soul treasure was borrowed from senior sister Ning. He even suspected that the assassination attempt he had faced outside the sect earlier was also carried out by this true disciple. Needless to say, Song Zhuang, blade in hand, descended upon a world of flames. I heard your mount's spirit pet can pierce the air, but in this sea of blood, it's courting death. Senior sister Ning smiled and tossed out a pink brocade pouch. A toad's cry echoed throughout the surroundings. With a flash of yellow light, a mountain-sized toad emerged, spitting out a scarlet tongue as it charged towards Fang Xing. Coin-shaped bumps on its back exploded, emitting a myriad of colorful miasma. Combined with the toad's mastery of the celestial toad bloodline and its understanding of the principles of poison, it could easily poison a large number of 9th-level mortal cultivators. Little Wang, see you again, Fang Xing roared, moving away from Song Zhuang, wings spread wide, stirring up a fierce wind. Boom! Two massive beasts clashed fiercely. The impact was so devastating that it seemed to even surpass that of Ning Jin and Song Zhuang. Xiao Wang, Fang Xing casually asked, his dragon claws extended. How is your master treating you? We were neighbors after all. Why fight over a mere human? Why not just put on a show and let it pass? But my master is very strict with me. If I don't follow his orders, the consequences will be dire, Xiao Wang cried out, the shadow of a celestial toad appearing behind him. Besides, your master is no match for my master. If your master dies, you'll die too, Xiao Wang pondered, a cloud of poison surrounding him. Black Dragon, we're friends, so let me send you to your doom. Damn, what about the bonds between demons? What about the tacit understanding between spirit pets? Fang Xing cursed with a smile. He wasn't actually panicking, after all. He could have crushed the toad with a single claw. But then, a surge of panic struck him. It felt as if some mortal danger was approaching, even more terrifying than Ningjin's sneak attack. Boom! On the battlefield, phantoms of trees suddenly appeared. Amidst countless forest illusions, a massive cyan face emerged. Its features bore a striking resemblance to the demon man, Fu Qing. But its aura was far more formidable, far more powerful. That cyan face, condensed from countless strands of laws, carried the pressure of a spirit realm master. Suddenly, a pair of eyes fixed on Song Zhang. Finally, I found you, demon prince. Ningjin's expression drastically changed, and she turned and fled, not even caring for her own spirit pet. Chapter 421 Test. A true disciple of the Seven Killings Demon Palace, Fu Shan's massive face also smiled upon seeing Ningjin. True disciples of the Seven Killings Demon Palace were rarer than demon princes, but generally less so than imperial princes. Only a select few were considered comparable to demon princes. One of them was Ningjin. I've long wanted to meet you. I hope you won't disappoint me like those two losers. The massive face smiled softly, then blew a breath. In an instant, a terrifying azure hurricane swept in. Reaching the fourth stage of law comprehension, one mobilized the power of heaven and earth, like a raging storm. Even a genius like Song Zhang was like a small boat caught in a storm, poised to capsize and annihilate at any moment. This, high-grade mana? Or even immortal mana? Fang Xing was surprised. This man's mana was perhaps even comparable to the Yuan Shen realm elders of the Seven Killings Demon Palace he had met. Combined with the fourth stage comprehension of the Dao of Wind, the terrifying devastation unleashed would have annihilated even ordinary cultivators below the third level of the soul formation realm. The fourth level of Dao comprehension, the manipulation of the power of rules, has truly reached an incredible level. Even now, I'm afraid I'm no match for him. I can only flee. Having already comprehended the heart of space, no one could stop him. However, judging by Fu Shan's expression, he seemed certain that Song Zhang was his brother's murderer. Is it karmic relationship? I believe I've done everything perfectly, but they still find me. Even after Song Zhang's death, the karmic connection won't be broken, and they might even find me. In reality, for a spirit pet, remaining alive and kicking after its master's death is inherently problematic. With the restrictions imposed by the cultivators of the Seven Killing Demon Palace, the pet would inevitably perish as soon as its master dies. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Fang Xing's thoughts flashed before Xiao Wang screamed in agony as the azure hurricane blew away his flesh and blood, leaving only a skeleton. Even its skeleton was riddled with holes. Its spirit, still uncultivated into primordial spirit, was even less able to withstand the hurricane's devastation, dissipating in an instant. A whoosh! The cyan wind reached within several feet of the black dragon's body, but was neutralized by a layer of turbulent void currents. Even so, Fang Xing felt immensely strained. Song Zhang is dying. Time to flee. I had been planning to seize this opportunity to leave the Seven Killing Demon Palace, and now I've finally snatched up a primordial spirit treasure. Add to that the rest, it's not such a big loss. At that moment, something unexpected happened. Just as the cyan hurricane was about to blow Song Zhang away like the toad Xiao Wang, a sea of blood roared. A terrifying force descended. Fang Xing narrowed his eyes, attempting to teleport away, but was horrified to discover that even with the aid of his snake eye bead, he couldn't teleport. Immediately, a surge of overwhelming force followed. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in another dimension. The sky and earth were cyan, and before him lay a towering, vast palace. Grayish-white stone pillars rose from the ground, immense in thickness. Even his 20-meter frame seemed dwarfed by these pillars and steps. At the far end of the palace, a towering female demon stood tall. She was grayish-white, with a human body and a snake tail. Her features were gentle, and her eyes seemed to hold a deep love and compassion for all living things. Could this be the master of the blue and white world? Fang Xing quickly realized. That celestial demon? A snake man? Could she be a member of the serpent clan? He scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, but could not detect Ning Jin or Fu Shan. Only through the myriad heart's secret technique could he vaguely sense that his soul servant, Song Zhang, was still alive. Why was I transported here at the most dangerous moment? Fang Xing pondered. You, a mutant stone dragon, are quite calm. A hazy figure emerged with a voice. She also had a human body and a snake tail, but she was dressed in a woman's attire. Green scales covered her body and face, making her look like a snake spirit. Black dragon, meet the realm spirit. Fang Xing placed all four paws on the ground, head lowered. Humility was not shameful in the face of the orders of a powerful being from the heavenly demon realm. Even in his prime, he would have been insignificant in their eyes. As a realm spirit, I know everything about a blue and white small realm. I even know it was you who enslaved the inner disciples of the seven-killing demon palace and killed Fu Shan, the demon prince's younger brother. The realm spirit's words caused Fang Xing's expression to change slightly. But I will still give you a chance, the snake woman in the lady's clothing chuckled. Pass the test and survive, and you can become my registered disciple, perhaps even a full disciple, a true disciple. This is your only chance, a little demon of mixed blood and low rank. If you fail, you will only die. Please tell me the content of the test, sir. Fang Xing's heart moved. Although it was dangerous, at least he could gain access to a high-level inheritance. It's a shame, this isn't Daksha, so I can't pull off those stunts. According to Fang Xing's current rituals for the Gate of All Heavens, the best he could do was guarantee the return of his consciousness and spirit before the Black Dragon's death. Then, this world would be effectively over, with no return. Later, you'll travel to a secret realm and receive a legacy from your master. Your mission is to achieve a level of comprehension that satisfies me within a year, the snake woman in courtesan attire said. If you don't, you'll die. She blinked again. And you're actually competing with those human and demon princes. If they reach the requirements first, you too will die. Go. The snake woman waved her hand, and Fang Xing vanished. Then, Fu Shan emerged. Are you a realm spirit? Fu Shan's eyes lit up. Tell me quickly, how to pass the test and obtain everything your master has, a prince of the snake clan, or from the Shexi tribe? The snake woman's face was cold. Go observe a legacy. Within a month, you must master a technique worthy of my approval. Go. With a wave of her hand, Fu Shan vanished as well. The snake woman waited a moment longer before clasping her hands together. Several mirrors of mysterious light appeared before her. Within the mirrors were the figures of Ning Jin and the others. 10 years, 3 years, 1 year, 1 month. Although the time allotted is different, the flow of time in your respective regions will be altered. Putting you on the same starting line, it was clear that Ning Jin, having been granted 10 years, had the greatest advantage. This wasn't random arrangement, but deliberate by the realm spirit. In this core area, the flow of time in different regions had been altered. If all four failed, they would all simultaneously appear on her side. When our master fell, the snake tribe was one of the driving forces behind the fall. The snake woman gazed at the Zhuangguang mirror where Fu Shan lay. He was being targeted, his conditions being the worst of all. This was, of course, intentional. The master's inheritance prioritizes the human race, then the other demon races, and finally the snake race. In truth, if it weren't for the rules set by the Blue Flower Lady, she would have immediately annihilated Fu Shan, not giving him even a single chance to inherit. Even if the rules forced her to test him, she chose the most challenging one. And the timing of the earlier recruitment was clearly intended to rescue the two human cultivators. I've given you all the chances. I'm counting on you. The snake woman gazed at the Zhuangguang mirrors with a hint of anticipation. In an antique-style study, Ning Jin sat at her desk, contemplating an ancient scroll in her hands. 3 volumes of Blue Flower? So, the Blue Flower Lady follows the law of life. A celestial demon who has fully comprehended the law of life is extremely difficult to kill, and possesses a promising future, allowing them to embark directly on the great way of life. Such a blue and white empress, she actually fell in the end. Ning Jin sighed, then glanced at a paperweight on the table. The blue and white 3 volumes, which inherit 72 volumes, from the simplest to the most complex, and also includes a summary of the main points, as well as the treasures for enlightenment. and even 10 years. I can definitely meet the requirements. Elsewhere, in a much more ordinary thatched hut, Fang Xing stared at the 10 ancient volumes before him and silently closed his eyes. My master didn't forbid me from comprehending the laws. But the world spirit said that if I met the requirements, he would release my slave contract. But I won't betray my master. Therefore, he sat cross-legged and unexpectedly began to rest. As a soul servant, until released, he wholeheartedly serves his master. Even if others offer to release him, he will refuse unless he is forced to do so. But it's clear that the world spirit hasn't taken action yet because Fang Xing hasn't yet met the rules for taking action. Rules. They are very important. If Ningjin and the others hadn't met the requirements for inheritance, and happened to be in the boundless sea of blood, with a snake eyeball as a token of trust, even if he were about to die, the world spirit snake woman wouldn't save him. In a stone chamber. The chamber wasn't large, narrow and confined. Fang Xing, transformed into the size of a black cat, flipped through an ancient tome in his hand. Blue and White Volume 1? Just a legacy? I wonder what I'm supposed to comprehend, or to what extent, but he was naturally extremely confident in his own talent. No matter what he learned, as long as the attribute bar was up, he'd grind to the bone. It could be said that before the attribute bar was up, his aptitude was only above average, on par with those of true disciples at best. But after the attribute bar was up, his aptitude was incredible. Crash! The magma boiled, and the air was filled with a scorching heat. On a pitch-black rock, Fu Sham sat cross-legged, gazing at a crumbling stone wall before him, his brow furrowed. The blue and white lady follows the principles of life. For me to comprehend fragments and sentences in this environment, he was no fool. He felt as if he was being targeted, and a gloom rose in his heart. Back then, Queen King Ho betrayed her clan for love, and the cause of her death remains a mystery. It seems to be related to my Shexi tribe. 2 updates today. Chapter 422 Candle Dragon. Inside the stone chamber, Fang Xing flipped through the pages of blue and white porcelain scroll 1 with his claws, contemplating. Combat power in this world, excluding external artifacts, consists of the foundation, the understanding of the laws, and the various techniques. The foundation is divided into 2 parts. The first is realm. Realm crushing still reigns supreme. As long as one doesn't encounter a peerless demon capable of fighting across a major realm, one will always have the upper hand. Even if one does encounter a peerless demon, if they can surpass one major realm, can they also surpass 2 or 3? A mortal realm mastering the soul realm is something demon princes and the 7 killing demon palace's outstanding disciples can accomplish. But a soul realm mastering the celestial immortal realm would be a dominant force within the soul realm, and their numbers are likely even fewer than those of celestial immortals. As for a mortal realm mastering the celestial immortal realm, this has never happened in the history of the Kingagan realm. The second part is the quality of mana, from ordinary, to medium, high, and immortal. Under the same realm, immortal mana will definitely crush high and medium mana. In other words, the foundation is the quality and quantity of mana, then the comprehension of the laws is naturally needless to say, the higher the better. The higher the comprehension of the laws, the greater the increase in strength. The last moves, including various secret techniques of exploding and burning mana, can instantly increase the quality and quantity of mana. There are also moves that use the laws, which can make low-level law comprehension burst out with high-level law power. To some extent, the third kind of moves and secret techniques is even more precious than the previous 2. Probably only the strong in the celestial fairyland, or even the powerful in the chaos realm can create it. After comprehending the beginning of Blue and White Flower Volume 1, Fang Xing had a deep understanding of the strength structure of the Kingagan realm. Then, back to the foundation of my own demon race's mana. It comes first from cultivation techniques, and secondly, from bloodline. Some truly powerful bloodline demons can even achieve mid-grade or even high-grade mana simply through instinctive breathing. This is bloodline talent, something one cannot envy at all. Fang Xing could only admit that he seemed to be of mortal blood, not some noble demon race bloodline. Among the monster race, bloodlines are divided into 4 types: mortal blood, royal blood, emperor blood, and emperor blood. Monsters with mortal blood have no skills, and they rely solely on instinct to breathe in and out the vital energy of heaven and earth. The magic power they cultivate is just mortal. Monsters with royal blood have inherited memories, and they can cultivate mid-grade magic power just by instinctively swallowing and exhaling the vital energy of heaven and earth. Emperor blood is born with a foundation of high-grade magic power, and if they practice a powerful inheritance, they can reach immortal magic power. As for the last Emperor blood, it's also called the bloodline of chaos gods and demons. It's born with immortal magic power, which is too shameless. Of course, this is just a good starting point. In the history of the monster race, there are monsters with immortal blood who eventually cultivated into heavenly demon emperors or even chaos realm demon emperors. The fact that Fang Xing only had mortal magic power by breathing in and out says it all. No. With inheritance and perseverance, mortal blood can surpass imperial blood. It's just that the journey is a little longer. Even though mortal blood is miserable, it depends on who you're comparing yourself to. Without an inherited method, human cultivators can't even cultivate mortal mana through their own breathing exercises. According to Western belief, demons are naturally transcendental, while humans are not. But while humans are blank slates, they possess unlimited potential. Forget it. Let's practice the methods in the blue and white scroll first. Blue and white scroll 1 contains several breathing techniques capable of cultivating supreme mana. At any rate, it's still stronger than the current black dragon's mana. Fang Xing immediately stretched his limbs, his scales fluttering, his wings swaying. Suddenly, the sound of flowing water echoed through the void. Black water secret. Talismans condense. With Fang Xing's roar, black water seed talismans continuously formed. 1, 2, 7, 8. In the blink of an eye, the number surpassed the 7 seed talismans of the 7 killings technique. It even skyrocketed to 749. A vast mass of black water seed talismans swirled around, seemingly forming a pitch-black circle. Black water swirled within, then merged with the primordial energy of heaven and earth, transforming into a single drop of black water. This was the most basic structure of mana. After this drop of mana underwent a qualitative transformation, Fang Xing immediately used it as his foundation. With every breath he took, a portion of his mana was converted. Slow. Too slow, he poked with his claws, pulling out a high bag and pouring out a mountain of yuanqi. Although the most difficult first step, transforming the foundational structure of mana, had been completed, relying solely on the absorption and exhalation of primordial energy to transform mana would take an incalculable amount of time. Therefore, Fang Xing chose the tycoon's method of cultivation, spending money. Primordial stones are the crystallization of primordial energy from heaven and earth. Drawing on the power of yuanqi for cultivation was much faster than painstakingly absorbing primordial energy himself. These essence stones were, naturally, spoils of war and captured along the way. Snap! Snap! The black dragon opened its bloody maw, like a whale sucking in water, sucking the essence stones into its mouth and beginning to chew and devour them. The sound of the black water surged intensified, flowing through Fang Xing's veins, bones, and scales, making his figure even taller, and a dark halo emanated from his scales. Black water mana, truly top-grade mana. So powerful. I feel like it's at least 100 times stronger than my previous, ordinary, mixed mana. So mid-grade mana is 10 times stronger than ordinary mana? And immortal grade mana is 1,000 times stronger. In other words, with my converted mana, I can now defeat 100 of my previous selves? Or even more, if it were immortal grade mana, I could defeat 1,000. But that's obviously not true, because there's also the amplification of law perception and secret techniques. The larger the base number, the more terrifying the multiplication effect. This is a winner-takes-all world, where the gap between the superior and the inferior is as vast as heaven and earth. In the main universe, while there are still differences in level and combat power, humanity's highest priority is technology. Professionals reach the highest level of the 11th realm, and with the help of forbidden technology, they can briefly burst into the combat power of the 12th realm. But in the Kingian realm, it is clear that the supreme power suppresses everything. Even though I've inherited supreme mana, will I be wiped out if I fail? No wonder the inheritance is so random. Fang Xing shook his head. While his true spirit could escape, that would be a huge loss. Better to try and complete the test first, than become a disciple. 100-fold increase in mana would bring a significant boost. At least Fang Xing, rereading Blue and White Volume 1, felt as if some previously obscure sections had suddenly become clearer. The law of life? It encompasses the laws of water, wood, and earth. So, the Blue and White Lady achieved enlightenment through the law of life? That doesn't fit me at all. No, there's a connection. Fang Xing's death mech was a creation of the law of death. Starting from the perspective of death, comprehending the opposing law of life, Perhaps, in the end, he could reach the great way of life and death. Well, it's too early to think about that now. But starting with the opposition between life and death, gaining a grasp of the law of life shouldn't be difficult. Once you've mastered it, you can rely on the stats to advance. Even now, Fang Xing still doesn't understand the secrets of the attribute panel. But its effectiveness is truly astonishing, a testament to the principle of hard work pays off. No matter how difficult the laws, as long as one gets started, accesses the attribute panel, and diligently comprehends them daily, they will slowly improve. With this golden finger, I must carefully plan my path in the laws. I must choose an extremely powerful path to ensure I maintain an advantage in the Chaos Realm, also known as the Dao Lord Realm. Unfortunately, Madame King Ho doesn't have any methods for achieving the Qianqian Yuanshan, not even the Qianqian Yuanshan methods. Fang Xing sighed. King Ho Volume 1 encompasses everything, including numerous Yuanshan methods collected by Madame King Ho, a powerful being in the heavenly demon realm. Unfortunately, the Yuanshan method Fang Xing sought wasn't found. Not even the Void Yuanshan method was. However, there was a Fire Spirit Yuanshan method that, upon breaking through the Yuanshan realm, could condense the Fire Spirit Yuanshan, significantly enhancing one's understanding of the laws of fire. The complete blue and white porcelain scroll should consist of 3 volumes. The first records some methods for cultivating mana and cultivating the primordial spirit, and touches on the comprehension of the laws. The second volume should be a deeper dive into the laws of life, including fully comprehending a law and achieving the status of a celestial demon. The third volume covers the secrets of burning mana, methods for escaping life, alchemy, formations, and other miscellaneous subjects, all of which are mentioned in the first volume. Give me the first volume? What are you asking me to comprehend? To what extent can I progress? No clue. Fang Xing felt like he was being targeted, or discriminated against. I wonder how Song Zhang, Ning Jin, and the others are being treated. He continued his comprehension, and sure enough, after the mana section, he reached the section on cultivating the primordial spirit. The majority of the space here describes the laws of life, and the new primordial spirit method, the method most suited to comprehending them. Damn it, this isn't for me, Fang Xing complained, knowing that not every inheritance was suitable for him. Furthermore, this celestial demon inheritance was incredibly dangerous. Does it mean that one must master the law of life, or even achieve the new soul and break through the soul realm, to meet the requirements? No. There are countless cultivators in the world, and it's impossible for every one of them to be suited to the law of life. That Snake Lady World Spirit wouldn't be so foolish, perhaps, just mastering the law of life? Or cultivating a particular soul, would satisfy the requirements, Fang Xing speculated. He quickly turned to the last section of Blue and White Volume 1. In addition to the extensive content on the new soul method, the Blue and White Lady, like the previous foundation building mana, also recorded several high-grade soul inheritances she had collected. The worst that could be included here was the Fire Spirit Soul method. One even seemed to surpass the new soul method. Fang Xing glanced to the last page and saw an indescribable scene. A dragon loomed atop Shongshan Mountain. It was born with one eye, a human face and a snake body. It saw day as the first thing it saw, night as the first thing it saw, winter as the first thing it saw, summer as the first thing it saw when it exhaled, and wind as the second thing it saw. It was called the Zhulang Yuanshan method. Chapter 423 True Transmission. Zhulang's Primordial Spirit? Interesting, the new primordial spirit of the Blue Flower Goddess, and even the original self, all have human bodies and snake tails, while Zhulang has a human face and a snake body. More importantly, Zhulang's primordial spirit is naturally suited to comprehending the Dao of time, and in the future, it may even approach the Great Way of Time. A rare look of confusion crossed Fang Xing's face. According to the guidance of the myriad heavenly demons still in the 7-killing demon palace, he was more suited to the Great Way of Heaven and Earth, or the Great Way of Void. But the key is that the Blue Flower Scroll inheritance does not contain any corresponding methods for achieving primordial spirit cultivation. If the requirements are not met, the world spirit snake woman will kill. Even if he can escape his true spirit through the gate of the heavens, returning with only such a small reward would be very unacceptable. Never mind. Even if I achieve a primordial spirit, it's just this black dragon. My true self still has many options. As for the mixed understanding of the laws, I'll either pursue the path of integrating the laws or have children to expel them. Besides, This hidden danger won't erupt until I reach at least the peak of the celestial immortal realm. Worrying about it now is excessive, even if it was just a descended body that needed to cultivate a primordial spirit. Fang Xing would disdain the fire spirit primordial spirit and would be more interested in the candle dragon primordial spirit. Furthermore, simply comprehending the fire spirit primordial spirit method would be too simple and might not satisfy the requirements of the world spirit snake woman. The law of time. The blue and white scroll's inheritance is primarily based on the law of life, supplemented by the law of time. I'm afraid even the blue and white lady may not have comprehended the law of time to such a profound degree, but at least there's a sample here. As long as I can sense the fluctuations of time and gain a basic understanding of the law of time, comprehending it to the third level in such a short period of time seems difficult. I've even faced the origin of space with my own law of space, and it took me decades to reach this point. Is this time really going to be fatal? A thought surfaced in Fang Xing's mind, and then a terrifying will slashed all his worries, and he began to wholeheartedly comprehend the fluctuations of time. Inside the blue and white lady's temple, the snake woman world spirit surveyed the mysterious light mirrors. Now, in addition to Fang Xing and the other four, there were even 3 more. These were naturally the geniuses who would later arrive in the endless sea of blood and be deemed worthy of the inheritance. She first glanced at Song Zhang, seeing him still resting with his eyes closed. She shook her head. After being enslaved by his soul, he's truly useless. That mortal-blooded 4-legged snake is truly abominable. But this control method does have some subtleties. The snake woman then turned to Ningjin. 3 years have passed since this woman's arrival. She's the most likely to succeed. The Empress's legacy is truly vast. For cultivators who haven't even begun to understand the Tao of life, as long as they can comprehend the first level perfectly within the stipulated time frame, they can become registered disciples. And at the second level, they can enter the academy and become full disciples. As for those who already possessed a comprehension of the Tao of life, they would undoubtedly need to reach a deeper level. The snake woman's gaze swept over several of them, finally settling on Prince Fu Shan. Even she had to admit that this prince was truly exceptionally talented. With just a few fragmented strokes, he had already begun to find his true potential. It's a pity that the Empress focused on the law of life and hasn't gained a deep understanding of the law of time. Otherwise, she could manipulate the flow of time even more. The snake woman expressed deep regret, turning her gaze towards the Zhuangguang mirror where Fang Xing was. Huh? Suddenly, her eyes widened, as if she had witnessed something unbelievable. You've actually chosen to comprehend the law of time? Nothing in this secret realm can hide from me. This fluctuation, has it been enough to comprehend the fluctuations of time and begin the process of mastering it? The law of time is even more difficult than the law of life. As long as you can fully master it, becoming a registered disciple won't be a problem, but soon. As time ticked by, the snake woman's expression gradually turned into astonishment, surprise, even a hint of ecstasy. Inside the stone chamber. Yes, I finally comprehended the fluctuations of time, law of time. 1/5000, beginner's level. Fang Xing sensed an extremely subtle fluctuation, a faint realization. He opened his eyes, glanced at the attribute panel, and knew he had mastered the law of time. Humans exist in this world, inherently traveling through the vast river of time. It's just that time is more ordinary than air, so we tend to unconsciously overlook it. My entry into the realm of the blue and white porcelain scroll is primarily due to the guidance and inheritance. Besides that, it seems someone has altered the flow of time within this stone chamber. Next, I'll focus on the secret manual inheritance, using the temporal anomalies surrounding the stone chamber as a guide. Let's begin my journey. Fang Xing made up his mind, immersing himself in the law of time. Time flies, the years pass by like a shuttle. One day, a black dragon the size of a black cat opened its eyes. The law of time is truly profound. I've been comprehending it for so long, and I've finally reached mastery. Fang Xing glanced at the stats bar again. Law of time. 1/10000, proficient. In less than 7 months, I've gone from beginner to master in the law of time. Not bad, huh? At that moment, he truly understood time. Unlike the 1,000-layered structure of the void, time flows like flowing water, never to return. I can do very little now, but the law of time possesses its own unique characteristics. From the most basic to the most complex, it begins with altering the flow of time, then stops time, and at its peak, reverses time. With my current proficiency, Reversing time and stopping time are out of the question. I can't even alter the flow of time, Fang Xing sighed as he surveyed the temporal anomalies surrounding the stone chamber. Even if the King Hu lady's understanding of the Dao of time was superficial, it was still a towering achievement for a celestial demon. For him, it was still a mountain to be reckoned with. If it weren't for the mention of it in the King Hu scroll, he wouldn't have understood the Dao of time so well. The laws of time are all like this. If it were the great Dao of time, then it would dominate the past, present, and future. Truly fascinating. Fang Xing's eyes saw streams of gray air. With my current black water mana, combined with the second level law of time, I can't affect the flow of time outside. But while I can't affect the outside world, I can affect myself. By accelerating myself, I achieve astonishing effects. The current limit is accelerating my own time tenfold. In a duel, even if a cultivator's mind speed increased tenfold, it would be a crushing defeat. If a cultivator's own mind was accelerated 1 billion times, wouldn't it be as if the entire world had stopped in time for them? Then, once I have deduced the law of time to the 3rd level and condensed the heart of time, I can attempt to break through to the soul realm and condense the candle dragon's soul. For an ordinary soul realm cultivator of the 9th level of the mortal realm, taking the soul pill would give them a chance of breaking through. However, a soul at this level would be the worst possible, and there would be no hope of reaching the celestial immortal realm in this lifetime. A true disciple truly aspiring to achieve celestial immortal power must first comprehend the primary principles to the 3rd level. Then, using this as a foundation, they cultivate specialized soul techniques, achieving a unique soul. This way, not only can they achieve celestial immortal status in the future, but they can also directly reach the great Dao. Of course, even with a unique soul, achieving celestial immortal status is extremely difficult, but it's not completely hopeless. A year's time is almost up. To have achieved this is already quite good, isn't it? Fang Xing subconsciously activated his own time acceleration. Now in a secret realm, if he activated it, the snake woman, a world spirit, would surely notice. Sure enough. The next moment, the world shifted. Fang Xing returned to the front of the temple, gazing at the towering blue and white stone statue of the goddess. Ahead of him, a snake woman in courtly attire, tail trailing, slithered out. Originally, there were other tests, but seeing your talent, they're no longer necessary. Black Dragon, I'm asking you, are you willing to become the Empress's true disciple, huh? So much for you already. Fang Xing was a little surprised. You've comprehended the law of time, which is even more powerful than the law of life. Of course, the requirements of the law of life can't be applied to you. Generally speaking, anyone who can enter within a year can become the Empress's registered disciple. If you can perfect the 1st level, you become a full disciple. But you, it seems, are born with a natural affinity for the law of time. After perfecting the 1st level, there's no bottleneck at all, and you've broken through directly to the 2nd level. The snake woman's eyes lit up. You know, even those powerful cultivators can be trapped for thousands or even millions of years after reaching a bottleneck in their understanding of the laws. Even the treasures of enlightenment can't help them break through. Fang Xing understood, realizing it was his attribute panel's fault. His true qualifications had only allowed him to be a registered disciple at best. But with the attribute panel, daily contemplation would forcefully increase proficiency. Even after reaching perfect proficiency, there was no bottleneck at all, advancing directly to the 2nd stage. For the snake woman, this seemed incredible. Even the Demon King, upon seeing this, would rush to accept him as a disciple. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and become my disciple. The snake woman's eyes gleamed, a hint of urgency in their voice. Wait, what about them? Are they really going to be killed? Fang Xing didn't care about Ning Jin's life or death, but as his servant, Song Zhuang was quite handy. Of course not. I was just trying to scare you. The snake woman blinked, appearing surprisingly clever and cunning. The queen has great love for the world. My former lover was also human. How could she establish a rule that requires death if they fail to inherit the legacy? If they ultimately fail, I will simply expel them, or at most erase their memories of receiving the legacy. Great love. Fang Xing's mouth twitched. Yes, the queen, even in the moment before her death, held no hatred, only many regrets. The snake woman looked deeply saddened. Fang Xing felt that a blue flower lady, like some kind of saint from a past life. He breathed a sigh of relief. The reason was simple, since the blue flower lady was so kind and tolerant towards outsiders who had failed to inherit the inheritance, Shouldn't he, her disciple, be forced to agree to any particularly harsh conditions? Chapter 424 Three Treasures. The inheritance of a powerful being always comes at a price. Fang Xing even prepared himself to be forced into a rivalry with a celestial immortal. After all, only a celestial immortal or celestial demon of the same rank could bring down a celestial demon. But after a closer look at Madame Qinghua, he felt she might not act that way. However, the snake woman world spirit, Madame Qinghua's creation, seemed to harbor resentment. It's a shame Madame Qinghua established this rule back then. Otherwise, the serpent prince would never have escaped alive. The serpent woman gritted her teeth. But the serpent clan still hopes to inherit Madame Qinghua's legacy. They're dreaming. Fang Xing was speechless. After a moment's thought, he spoke. You seem particularly anxious for me to inherit the legacy. Yes, the snake woman admitted bluntly. With your aptitude in the principles of time, any great being who sees you would undoubtedly accept you as their disciple. This isn't just because you could achieve great accomplishments in the future, but also because, perhaps, you could one day merge with a great avenue of time, gaining the power to resurrect fallen demons from the river of time. Even if that possibility is slim, it's enough for those fallen beings to take a gamble. So, you wish me to become your master's true disciple, so I can resurrect him someday? Fang Xing long smiled faintly. Every sip, every bite, is causal. This wasn't a mandatory oath, however, it was likely the snake woman's expectation. I can promise you that if I can, I will do it. In other words, if they couldn't find the Qingyan realm after merging with the Dao, it wouldn't be Fang Xing's fault. Thank you. The snake woman's eyes flickered, then quickly faded. She led Fang Xing up the steps, one step at a time, to the base of the statue. This is the statue of the goddess. If you bow 9 times, you will become her true disciple. The snake woman stood by with a solemn expression. 3 bows for registered disciples, 6 for formal disciples, and 9 for true disciples. This is the rule established by the goddess. Fang Xing's expression immediately became solemn. He adjusted his scales, stepped forward, bowed his head, and bowed 9 times. Boom. After the 9th bow, Fang Xing felt as if the stone statue before him suddenly came alive, revealing the true form of a towering celestial demon. It had a human body and a serpent's tail, its scales emerald green, brimming with life, and its eyes were filled with compassion. It was a great love for all beings in heaven and earth. In an instant, 3 ancient Scion volumes emerged in his mind, the 3 volumes of blue and white. Furthermore, he spoke automatically, his soul shaking, and swore a causal oath. By the great way of karma, I swear not to reveal a single bit of my inheritance. When he came to his senses, Fang Xing discovered that a blue and white goddess before him was still a stone statue. But 3 rays of light descended, hovering before him. You have sworn the great karmic oath to the Empress. You must not break it. Even if you ascend to a celestial demon, you will surely pay a heavy price. The Empress's statue incorporates the rare artifact Karma Stone, and the oath has a strong binding force on even celestial demons. The snake woman reminded him, as a true disciple, the 3 treasures the Empress has bestowed upon you should be the most suitable for you, Master. Is truly a good person. Fang Xing nodded. Since they could force him to swear the karmic oath, they could certainly force him to avenge his master or even be resurrected in the future. But none of these things happened. They were merely protecting the secrets of the inheritance. The Empress's greatest regret before her death was that she had no true successor. You should have been taught the 3 volumes of blue and white porcelain by now. Blue and white porcelain encompasses everything, enough for you to cultivate all the way to the heavenly demon realm. One of the chapters, the secret technique of severing cause and effect, can conceal one's inner secrets and prevent the tracing of cause and effect spells. You'd better learn it as soon as you leave, otherwise you'll easily be hunted by that snake demon prince, the snake woman warned. I originally wanted to join the Blue Emperor Palace, but even if I hadn't killed Brother Fu Shan, I'm afraid it wouldn't be possible as a disciple of the Blue and White Porcelain Empress. After all, my master defected back then. Fang Xing shifted his attention to the 3 balls of light before him. As his mind touched them, the first ball of light exploded, revealing a bright yellow talisman. The yellow paper appeared slightly torn, the cinnabar dimming, transforming into a streak of yellow light that shot into Fang Xing's brow. Beyond Fang Xing's soul, a talisman shimmered, as if he were wearing a layer of clothing, giving him a sense of security. This is the Heaven-Stealing Life Substitute Talisman, a passive talisman. It activates instantly when you're about to die, be annihilated by the soul, or be enslaved. It will leave behind a puppet substitute, inheriting the curse and the karmic killing power, and then carry you far away, the snake woman said solemnly. With this talisman to protect your life, even a powerful being in the heavenly demon realm could escape if they weren't paying attention. No one in the primordial spirit realm could kill you. This is the life-saving trump card bestowed upon you by the Empress. Of course, you only have one chance. A chance to start over is something many demons long for, Fang Xing said sincerely. He opened the second ball of light and discovered a small, strangely shaped mirror. This is the device mirror, capable of deduce a spell to a certain limit. The master has even infused it with a power of creation, enough to allow you to instantly cultivate this spell to an extremely high level. It's used to protect the Dao, the snake woman explained. This is somewhat similar to my Vairocana mantra. The so-called power of creation, could it be the power of a large amount of highly concentrated yuanqi? What a pity. I'd rather be given tens of billions of yuanqi, so I don't have to worry about accumulating mana after reaching the Yuanshan realm. Fang Xing nodded and activated the third ball of light. Boom. An immensely terrifying aura emerged, almost compelling Fang Xing to kneel down in submission. This was a natural instinct stemming from his bloodline, much like the involuntary trembling of ordinary people upon seeing a lion or tiger up close. A mere bloodline instinct. Fang Xing's will erupted, his face immovable. His pupils fixed on the object within the third ball of light. It was a drop of sealed blood essence. He spoke with a hint of solemnity. Observing a drop of blood sealed within a cerulean crystal. The queen is so kind to you. Of the 3 treasures she bestowed upon you, even the first 2 combined are worth far less than this one. Perhaps it's because you follow the law of time. The snake woman, upon seeing this drop of blood essence, was equally incredulous. One of the most precious items in the queen's treasury is this, Zhulan blood essence. Zhulan blood essence. Fang Xing's expression shifted. He indeed sensed the rich power of the law of time from this drop of blood essence. Legend has it that the candle dragon sees day as day, sleeps as night, blows as winter, and sighs as summer, a natural-born time-based demon. This drop of candle dragon's essence blood comes from an emperor. He has long since fallen in the long river of time. Your Majesty took a great risk and explored a forbidden area before she found this drop of emperor's blood. The snake girl looked at Fang Xing. Don't you call yourself a dragon seed? As long as you refine this drop of candle dragon's essence blood, you will really not be a mortal blood monster, but a royal blood monster. It will be easy for you to become a prince of the monster clan in the future. How can you become royal blood by refining the emperor's blood? Fang Xing was a little surprised. Do you think demons with imperial blood are common? The demon emperor's body is immense. If he could freely release his essence and blood, wouldn't every demon in my demon clan be a son of the emperor? The snake woman sneered. Imperial bloodlines are extremely rare. Only the legitimate son of the demon emperor has a chance of achieving this. One drop of imperial blood can, at most, create a single demon of imperial blood. If you want to achieve imperial blood, you'll probably need to replace all your essence in blood with imperial blood to even have a chance. Imperial blood is enough. If Fang Xing had previously believed that ordinary blood can surpass imperial blood, his thinking now shifted to there's some truth to the demon clan's reverence for bloodline. A first mover advantage is still an advantage, and the Imperial Blood Demon clan is already quite impressive. Demons with Imperial bloodlines are born with a foundation of superior magical power. With a little effort, they can become geniuses on the level of a demon prince. This is the innate advantage of bloodline. The Candle Dragon bloodline, once refined, it will surely be of great benefit to comprehending the Dao of time. Fang Xing also thought of this. Of course. But refining high-level bloodlines is extremely dangerous. If it were a member of the Royal Blood Demon clan refining Emperor blood, it would be fine. But you're just mortal blood, not even royal blood, the snake woman said. I suggest you try it after breaking through the soul formation realm. Although you'll lose a lot of benefits, it's safer. In fact, she couldn't imagine that the aura of this black dragon could actually attract the Candle Dragon's blood essence in the treasure house. Isn't the gap too big? It's okay. Refining bloodlines mainly requires a strong will, enough to defeat the remaining spiritual imprints within. Right, Fang Xing said. Indeed. Although the owner of this Candle Dragon blood essence has been dead for countless years, and the Empress has taken appropriate measures, it's still too terrifying for a mere demon of your mortal realm and mortal blood. The snake woman shook her head. Even if you absolutely must refine it, you must be fully prepared. First, head to the dragon washing pool. Then prepare the dragon transformation pill and the dragon transformation secret technique, and ideally, have a celestial demon watching over you. Hey, what are you doing? A look of horror crossed her face as she watched Fang Xing swallow the crystal containing the candle dragon blood essence in one gulp. As a realm spirit, she could only make suggestions. She had no power to stop Fang Xing from doing anything with his treasure. Crack! With a casual movement of his teeth, Fang Xing ripped the outermost seal apart, allowing the candle dragon blood essence to flow down his throat and into his stomach, like swallowing a fireball. A terrifying heat instantly swept through his body. Compared to the physical pain, the test on his soul was even more terrifying. Roar! A distant, ancient dragon's roar seemed to reach Fang Xing's ears. He saw a massive dragon looming in the universe. It had a human face and a snake body, crimson scales, and a single vertical eye. The terrifying force of time flowed freely within it like a river. Xulin. Demon Emperor Xulin. A being of the primal chaos realm, in the great Sha world, he was a Taoist master. Even a trace of his will, lingering within his essence and blood, separated by countless years and processed by a demon emperor, was enough to crush any mortal demon, even most spirit realm demon kings. But now, though Fang Xing was as tiny as a speck of dust compared to Xulin, he maintained his free will. His will was like the blazing sun, unwavering and illuminating the universe. Good fellow. If it were the real Xulin, even a trace of his will would have killed me, but this remnant of his long-dead will, processed by Master King Hua, in terms of impact, it's about the same as an outlandish evil god. If my will were to crumble under such an impact, it would be a joke. Day and night alternated, spring and autumn flowed. The outside world had no idea of time, but in Fang Xing's consciousness, it felt like 1,000 years had passed in a single glance. Even after 10,000 years, the blazing sun transformed by his will still hung high, even transformed into a long sword. His will, like a sword, slashed the candle dragon with one blow. Roar! The candle dragon let out a mournful cry, then transformed into streaks of spring and autumn light, disappearing into the sun. In a trance, Fang Xing even imagined himself transformed into a candle dragon, experiencing the passage of time, its body traversing the universe, its claws toying with planets and even moving the stars. Before the statue of the blue and white goddess, the turbulent flow of time dissipated, revealing a black dragon over 50 meters long. Its body grew immensely slender, its scales shifting from black to dark red, its wings carrying a hint of divinity, and its horns forked, becoming more like deer antlers. Overall, besides doubling its size, its form shifted from that of a western black dragon to one more similar to that of an eastern yinglong. Of course, this change in size was insignificant. A flash of gray light flashed through Fang Xing's vertical pupils, making it seem as if he could directly see the fluctuations of time. The laws of time, so clear, and my mana, as the black dragon breathed in and out, he could feel his own high-grade mana growing stronger. The Imperial Blood Demon clan already possessed high-grade mana. If they cultivated even a high-grade inheritance, the combined power of these two high-grade manas would far surpass ordinary high-grade mana. They even had more chances than other demon clans to reach immortal grade mana. My Blackwater mana, even if it's not immortal grade now, seems pretty close. Tisk, and my physique. Even a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Soul Realm, with high-grade mana and below the 4th level of Dao comprehension, might not be able to break through my defense. The Imperial Blood Demon clan truly has great advantages. Their foundation is so strong. With just a little practice, they could become a Demon Prince level genius. Fang Xing sensed this and felt immensely satisfied. The snake woman beside him was a bit dumbfounded. Your willpower was actually able to directly defeat the remaining trace of the candle dragon's spiritual imprint. Even if the queen had dealt with it beforehand, it's still astonishing. Who are you? Could it be the reincarnation of an ancient demon? If it were the reincarnation of an ancient demon, would it become a mortal bloodstone dragon? Fang Xing glanced at the snake woman, speechless. That's right. That's because you are gifted. Although your willpower is ethereal, the later it is, the greater its influence. The snake woman's eyes gleamed. I am now more and more convinced that you have a chance of resurrecting the queen. Chapter 425, The Way of Derivation. In that case, do you have something else to offer me? Fang Xing's mouth cracked, revealing a row of sharp, white teeth. What do you want? I'm not a master, so I don't have anything special. The snake woman's expression immediately darkened with a hint of caution. Not much, just some yuan shi. You wouldn't be able to use them anyway. Besides, I originally planned to join the Qing Emperor Palace, but because of my master, I had to give up that option. Without the support of a major power, my cultivation speed will be very slow. Fang Xing looked at the snake woman and said slowly, "You don't want your master's resurrection to be affected, do you?" The snake woman bit her lip. "Well, after all, you are the Empress's true disciple, so it's not appropriate for you to join the Qing Emperor Palace." She reached forward and grasped, and a pristine iron ring emerged. "This is a personal gift from me." Fang Xing took it, refining it with his consciousness, and was instantly astonished. What a vast space! The iron ring was clearly a storage treasure, its interior space extremely vast, even larger than that of the Wuji Demon Palace. And within it, several huge mountains of yuanxi were piled up. "I'm very poor, so this is all I can give you," the snake woman said pitifully, "and this boundless token." She pulled out another wither token. After leaving the Qing Emperor Palace, the master joined the neutral faction Boundless Mountain. It once sheltered the master, and there must be a demon emperor level being there, but the master has never seen one. Without the existence of the primordial chaos realm, there was no question of neutrality, let alone protecting the King Hu Empress under pressure from the Qing Emperor Palace. The master has a good friend in the Boundless Mountain, the demon ape King Hundian Dasheng. If you take this token, you will definitely be recommended to join the Boundless Mountain, the snake woman said confidently. "Oh? That's great." Fang Xing immediately took the Boundless token. "It's time for me to take my leave." "Well, when you leave, remember to sever karmic ties. Also, remember to cultivate the Candle Dragon Primordial Spirit. When you break through the Primordial Spirit realm, and again after you break through the Heavenly Demon realm, come back. The Empress will have a gift," the snake woman warned solemnly. "There will be gifts for the soul formation in Heavenly Demon realms?" Fang Xing couldn't help but sigh. "My master is truly benevolent and generous. This phased investment is a means of reducing risk. And after reaching the Heavenly Demon realm, one will practically inherit all of Empress King Hu's inheritance." Of course, the snake woman's face lit up with pride at the mention of her master. "My Empress is incredibly blessed. She once explored the Demon Emperor's tomb. Otherwise, where do you think the blood of the Candle Dragon came from? If you come to the soul formation, at most you'll be granted a few imperial weapons. But if you come after the Heavenly Demon realm, you'll get an Emperor weapon. Emperor's weapon, a treasure refined by the Demon Emperor." Outside the King Hu's small world, a flash of silver light revealed Fang Xing's figure. He shook his head. "It's really tempting, but I wonder if it's just a carrot dangling in front of the donkey." He determined the direction and instantly teleported to another barren mountain. "Master," Song Zhuang was waiting. Seeing Fang Xing, he immediately bowed respectfully. "You can return to the Seven Killings Demon Palace and directly break through to the Soul Realm. Your talent is already half wasted anyway, so why not cash in on some of it and work hard to improve your status?" Fang Xing ordered. He didn't plan to bring this human pet with him. Song Zhuang's return and breakthrough to the Soul Realm would be a perfect way to deal with Ning Jin. "Yes, Master, I will definitely strive to uncover the news and secrets of the Seven Killings Demon Palace." Song Zhuang nodded, his expression resolute. Very good. Fang Xing knew that his master was relatively merciful, and that a failed inheritance wouldn't kill anyone. He even had restraints on the realm spirit snake girl, preventing her from helping him kill the demon prince. Even if she hadn't received the inheritance by now, she should have already left the Blue Flower small realm. Never mind. After all, he's my own enemy, so I have to deal with him myself. Fang Xing shook his head. Although the cause and effect pointed to Song Zhuang, as Song Zhuang's master and the one who issued the orders, the cause and effect wouldn't dissipate even after Song Zhuang's death. This was the terrifying nature of the law of cause and effect. Therefore, he had to quickly learn the secret art of breaking cause and effect to conceal his own secrets. Otherwise, navigating this vast world would be truly difficult. A few days later, in a temporary cave, Fang Xing lay on the ground, silently flipping through the 3 volumes of Blue and White Porcelain. This celestial demon legacy had been directly imbued into his sea of consciousness by the Blue and White Lady, allowing him to access it at any time. He even felt as if he were comprehending a treasure of enlightenment, its power almost unimaginable. The secret art of severing cause and effect, and the snake coil's secret art that burns mana and instantly amplifies its quality, and the body tempering technique. He contemplated the 3rd volume of the Blue and White Porcelain Scroll, identifying the 3 secret techniques he needed to cultivate. Among these, the art of severing cause and effect is the most crucial. It's a matter of life and death. What if the demon prince can't capture me and directly calls in the celestial demons? That's impossible, but even if those powerful demon kings of the 9th level of the Yuan Shen arrive, I'm sure I'll be no match for them. The secret art of burning mana is enough to increase my strength dramatically, but it's the most difficult. Finally, there's the bodybuilding art, which should be able to be combined with my original 9-source star bodybuilding secret art. Cultivation in this world primarily relies on the vital energy of heaven and earth, and Fang Xing wasn't sure if it would be useful upon his return. Therefore, he dismissed most secret techniques that utilized heaven and earth's vital energy. He focused on the 9-source star bodybuilding secret art, which was the most universal. Now that he had inherited a large number of bodybuilding secret arts, he was hoping to leverage their strengths to supplement his own, using the resources of the Kingawan realm to improve the quality of the 9-source star bodybuilding secret art. A few days later, Fang Xing removed a small mirror from the iron ring on his dragon claw. It was the Andao mirror. Using this mirror, I can instantly perfect a secret technique, but there's a limitation. I can't exceed the heavenly demon level. After days of exploration, he'd roughly figured out the Andao mirror's usage. Now, he glanced at the attribute panel, cause and effect deduction. 1/100, beginner. Since it's already on the attribute panel, I can probably work on this secret technique myself. Song Zhong isn't dead yet, and after ascending to the soul formation realm, his strength is comparable to Ningjin's. While his status isn't as high, he could be an elder of the 7-killing demon palace. He won't die anytime soon. If he doesn't, I won't be exposed. Instead of adding points to the cause and effect deduction technique, I'd rather strengthen my already strong points. After all, if that demon prince came after Fang Xing, even if he couldn't defeat him, he could still escape. The immense range of the teleportation technique was no joke. Not to mention that now that he'd refined the Candle Dragon's essence and blood, which allowed him to accelerate time, he wouldn't necessarily lose in a fight to the death. He might even have a good chance of winning. He was only reluctantly forbearing, fearing that killing the demon prince would incur the wrath of the powerful within the Green Emperor Palace. So, the burning mana secret art and the body tempering secret art, how do I choose? The burning mana secret art was extremely difficult to cultivate, and Fang Xing hadn't yet mastered it. However, he wasn't in a rush. Blackwater mana was quite suitable for him, and after refining the Candle Dragon's blood essence and achieving Imperial blood, he could sense that his high-grade mana was purifying with every passing moment. He feared that before long, at the latest upon breaking through the soul realm, he would shed a level of mana and officially enter the immortal realm. The coiling snake secret art can give me explosive power. It actually works by improving the quality of my mana, though only temporarily. As for the sudden increase in mana, it's not very useful right now, so I can postpone it, although this choice may seem a bit wasteful. If the Black Dragon isn't the original form, then choosing the 9-source star body tempering secret art, which is of the greatest benefit to the main universe, would be the best outcome. Fang Xing, having made up his mind, extended his dragon claw, shattering a scale, allowing a drop of black dragon blood to fall onto the surface of the Yandao mirror. The previously dark mirror surface suddenly flashed with a starry sky. It was the 9-source star body tempering secret art he had inscribed upon it. Now, this secret art transformed into 9 stars, each radiating brilliantly within the mirrored universe, drawing the dimmed stars to it, forming a vortex. Those dimmed stars were, of course, the other bodybuilding secrets recorded in the 3 volumes of Blue and White Porcelain. Many of them were, in fact, superior to the 9-source star bodybuilding secrets, but the training requirements were too stringent, and Fang Xing feared he wouldn't be able to find them in the main universe. Just like in the Great Sha world, there were numerous secret techniques for cultivating combat physiques, but many required rare artifacts unique to the Great Sha world to begin with. A pitfall. With a clatter, after the 9 stars absorbed the radiance of the vast sky, Fang Xing connected his mind with the Dao device mirror and channeled his own requirements into it. With a swish, 9 beams of light rose from within the Dao device mirror, resembling 9 star pillars. Each pillar shimmered with a radiance of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. At that moment, the light from 3 of the pillars suddenly froze, remaining at a red-orange stage. Only the mortal realm? After incorporating so many bodybuilding secret techniques, it's actually lowered? Is this because I need rare artifacts to build my foundation from the beginning, which doesn't meet my requirements? Fang Xing sighed, looking at the other 6 starlight pillars. These 6 pillars represented 6 different evolutionary paths, all leading to the soul realm. After reaching the soul realm, the new bodybuilding secret techniques also showed their strengths and weaknesses. Some of them stagnated in color, remaining at a yellow-green stage, indicating they were unable to match the 7th level of the soul realm, or had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation, requiring the special resources of the Kingagan realm to break through. In the end, only 3 starlight pillars remained, 2 of which were blue and 1 blue, representing cultivators who could rival the 8th or even 9th level of the soul realm, comparable to the neutron star battle bodies of the Great Sha world. A faint purple hue began to form above the last starlight pillar, eventually settling at the center of the Yandao mirror. Purple, Fang Xing was delighted. The Yandao mirror's deductions couldn't surpass the celestial demon, but purple already represented a possibility. Focusing on the light of the stars, he cultivated the art of body forging, and in the end, he could even rival the heavenly demon realm. This is black hole level. A black hole level combat body. It's worth adding so many secret techniques and consuming another rare item. Has he finally pushed the 9th source star body forging secret art to the black hole level? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.